Committee on Public Education will come to order. The clerk will call the roll.
Huberty? Here. Chairman,
Me.
Bernal.
I'm here.
Thank you. Present. Representative Allen, Representative Allison, Representative Ashby, here. Representative Bell, here. Representative Dutton, Representative Gonzalez, Representative King, Representative Meyer, Representative Sanford, here. Representative Talarico, here. And Representative Van Beaver. Here.
All right, a quorum is present. Welcome back, everyone. For those of you who are here, before I read some of the housekeeping issues, today is one of the busiest days the House has had in a while, so you will see members come and go frequently. It has nothing to do with how they feel about your bill or your presence here. It means that they're probably laying out bills for themselves, or we're double booked, because normally this committee meets on Tuesdays. We're meeting Tuesday and Wednesday today, which means other people have other committees that they're supposed to be in, so do not take that personally, as we all come in and out. All right. Before you testify, please register at one of the witness registration kiosks located in the hallway. If you need help, ask one of the staff for help. The electronic witness affirmation form must be filled out completely and accurately, including your contact information and position on each bill for which you have registered. If your oral testimony does not match the position you've indicated for a particular bill, you'll be asked to conform or confirm your position during your testimony, and we will edit your registration as needed. You may also use the witness registration system to register your position on a bill without actually testifying before the committee. In this situation, you should indicate do not wish to testify after you've indicated your position on the bill. If you have brought written testimony, you must still register. You must also provide 15 copies of the material to the committee staff prior to the consideration of the bill. The materials must be clearly marked with the appropriate bill number, and committee staff will distribute the materials when the bill is upon consideration. When you're called to testify, you have 2 minutes to address the committee. We'll use the green, yellow, and red light system. One thing that we always say is if you're going to testify and you give us written testimony and it's the exact same thing, don't do that, because we can read. We want to hear what you have to say. We want it to come from the heart. We want to know how you feel about it, what brought you all the way here, as opposed to just giving us a piece of paper and then reading it line for line for us as it's in front of us. So before we start the agenda, are there any matters that the committee members wish to discuss? All right, let's get started. Let's go in order.
We're going to start with 692.
All right.
You got it.
All right,
Thank
the
you.
record reflected. Representative Allison is here. The chair lays out House Bill 692 and recognizes Representative White to explain the measure. Representative White, how are you?
Okay, I guess it's on. Okay, I just
Yes,
wanted
sir.
to make sure it was on. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair and members, for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 692. In Texas, homeless youth are some of the most vulnerable members of society. Yet they tend to be disciplined at disproportionate rates as compared to their homeless peers, non-homeless peers, excuse me. Homeless youth experience unique barriers to success in the classroom, including a lack of stable housing and support from caring adults, limited access to basic necessities like food and medical services, a lack of consistent access to bathing and laundry facilities, unreliable transportation, and histories of trauma and abuse. As such, our schools should take into account a student's homeless status when disciplinary action is deemed necessary, and should not use out-of-school suspension if the student has been identified as experiencing homelessness. This bill simply asks school districts to place homeless students in school suspension rather than out-of-school suspension, and will allow schools to consider how a student's homelessness contributed to the disciplinary infraction that warranted the suspension. Further provisions of the bill would allow the campus behavior coordinator to coordinate with the school district's homeless education liaison to identify appropriate alternatives of out-of-school suspension for a homeless student. This would allow schools to implement alternatives to traditional disciplinary models that are trauma-informed. It is in the best interest of the legislature to help these young Texans of our society by providing disciplinary measures that support the individual student's needs. And Mr. Chairman, if there are no questions for me, I will humbly ask for the opportunity to close.
Sure. Members, any questions for the representative? All right.
Well, we'll see. We
Thank
got
you.
two people that don't. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Representative White. We reserve your right to close, and we'll start hearing public testimony on your bill, House Bill 692. We'll start with Brett Murphish, and you will be followed by Bryce Jackson. Would you like to come up as a duo?
Yes.
Okay.
Sure.
And so the drill is your name, your position on the bill, who you represent.
Sure. Go in the middle. Hi, my name is Brett Murphish. I'm the Director of Youth Justice at Texas Appleseed, and we are in support of HB 692. So I think it's pretty simple, right? We shouldn't exclude homeless kids from our schools that don't have a home to go to. We know that our homeless students in Texas schools are at risk, and I think, that's something that we all recognize, but the numbers are pretty staggering. So they're 5 times as likely to drop out. They're 2.5 times more likely to be given out of school suspension. And we also know that they're higher risk of being trafficked and being involved in the criminal justice system. When we look more closely at the reasons that kids are given out of school suspension, what we see is that they might really be tied to misbehavior that's coming from that unstable home environment, that lack of a place to go. They could be, we have unaccompanied youth in our schools fleeing abuse and neglect, and so we're basically sending them back to that same unsafe situation. We also know that 17% of the homeless students that are given out of school suspension are also special education students. And when we dug deeper into, some of the reasons for out of school suspension, for instance, in Houston, in HISD, we found that 8% of homeless kids were given out of school suspension for skipping school. So it just sort of goes against what we know about helping homeless kids. We know that homeless kids in our schools see homeless kids' school as a refuge. It's a safe haven, and it might be the only place that they are guaranteed access to food. And so that is why we are in support of HB 692.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions for the witness? All right, thank you very much, sir.
Go ahead.
Yeah.
I'm Bryce Jackson. I'm a student at the University of Houston. I'm also representing the Youth Adult Leadership Council for CNOIS. So basically, I have experience being in foster care and being homeless during school. I spent a couple parts of my junior year of high school homeless, and I spent, I would say, more than half of my senior year of high school homeless. So basically, I feel like there are so many different reasons that a youth would be homeless. I was completely unaccompanied during these times, right? So for me, I had moved around through school, through foster care so many times, going to so many different schools, I had lost a lot of school records. So from the perspective of being in foster care, school is really your only chance out. When they show you all the statistics, they show you how many people are homeless from foster care, how many people are in jail from foster care, how many people are dead from foster care. It's like school and college, higher education is your only real way out. And so I was seeing that be compromised from being in foster care. I was having so many placements not getting me to. I was in speech and debate. I was in theater, and I was not getting to a lot of my rehearsals and events on time. I was not getting to school on time. I was not getting picked up from rehearsals on time and things like that. So that's why. And so when you're homeless, like, and you're in school, like, those are your meals. Like, that's like your base. That's your safe space, right? So you go there, you can get breakfast, you can get lunch, and at least, you only have to worry about having to make something happen after school, And so I feel like those are things that I feel like should be taken into account. Like, you should not be sending someone back home to, like you said, an abusive environment. You should not be sending someone back onto the streets. You should be seeking out different disciplinary plans, because, I mean, when you think about why you suspend someone, you send the child home to, basically defer to their parents, because their parents know they're suspended. They know why they're going to be at home, so they can, parent them from there. If you have nowhere to be sent, you're basically just like, I feel like it goes from being discipline to being outright punishment at that point.
Understood. Thank you for coming and for your testimony. Members, are there any questions for the witness? All right, and just for the record, you're for the bill?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry.
Okay, great. Appreciate that. All right, well, with that, thank you both very much. Next, we have Lauren Rose. And after you will be Casey Alexander. Hi there.
Hi. Good afternoon or morning. Lauren Rose, the Director of Public Policy at the Texas Network of Youth Services. We're a statewide organization, a network of youth-serving providers, and we also work with youth who have experienced many of the systems in our state, including youth experiencing homelessness. We are here in support of HB 692. Just to give you some numbers to this, according to TEA data, in the 2016-2017 school year, more than 111,000 students experienced homelessness at some point during the school year. 16 to 18,000 of those experienced homelessness without a parent or guardian. What we hear in talking to youth who've experienced homelessness, we learn that many of them live on the streets, talking about park benches, behind the schools, staying as close to their school as possible so that they can get to school on time. But I don't know about all of you, but I think sleeping on a park bench by yourself when you're 16, 17 can be pretty tough. And so what we find is youth get in trouble in schools for things like falling asleep in class, being hungry, and acting out. And so we see this bill as a step in the right direction to supporting youth who are already experiencing trauma.
Great. Thank you, ma'am. Any questions? Representative Salarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. First, I just want to thank you for testifying on this bill. I think Chairman White's bill is great. I had a question about operationalizing this legislation. As you mentioned, students experiencing homelessness is something that can be temporary and not a constant state. So I'm curious about how that's flagged for a district when a student enters into homelessness or exits out of it. Just to know when this policy is being enforced and when it's not being enforced.
Well, so part of homelessness is housing instability, and so I would see it as needing to be the entire school year if they've been identified as homelessness, because there's still housing instability.
Got it.
And looking at it from that direction is if they've been identified until they know otherwise, they should just be treating this as let's keep the student in school and learning.
That makes sense. So currently, how do students, if they're classified as being homeless, does that stay with them, or does that label come off at a certain point? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that.
Okay.
one. Yeah.
Okay. No, that's helpful. Thank you.
Just any other questions? Thank you, ma'am, very much.
Thank you.
All right. Casey Alexander. What does that mean? What does that mean?
She didn't want to testify, so she spread it out. She doesn't show up on your list.
Thank you, committee members. My name is Casey Alexander, and I'm a policy analyst for the Center for Effective Justice at Texas Public Policy Foundation. I'll be testifying in support of House Bill 692 today. House Bill 692 is a common sense policy that avoids undue hardship on homeless students and their families. The purpose of school discipline is to maintain safe and productive learning environments, and to that end, it can be necessary to use out-of-school suspensions as a punishment. However, no school discipline should ever be detrimental to a child's well-being. And I'm not going to reiterate those numbers and the data that they've already provided you earlier, but I think an important note of this bill is that it doesn't take away from the school's ability to still administer punishments through alternative measures or in-school suspension, but it just ensures that the punitive measures account for housing security status, and failing to make that consideration can result in harmful discipline that ends up being potentially detrimental to a child's well-being as well as their educational development. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for yours. Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Next, we have Desiree Viramontes, who registered as not wanting to speak, but you do.
I do want to speak.
Yes.
You guys were talking about it.
Yes, and so you're going to speak, but still give us those three things that we need, because we don't have it here. Your name.
Desiree Viramontes Lee.
Oh, now here you are.
Yeah. I am an active homeless liaison and foster care liaison for Round Rock Independent School District. And what else did you need?
Whether or not you're for or against the bill.
For 692.
Thanks.
As an active homeless liaison, I'm the intermediary between a vulnerable student population and principals who are calling very angry at different student situations that are happening on a daily basis. I had 2 principals this morning, ironically. In working with students that are in a homeless situation, there's 4 different indicators that can throw them into homelessness. As you guys, I don't know if you guys know that, but if they're doubled up or they're in a motel, hotel, or they're unsheltered, they're facing huge baggage coming into the school. And their behavior is manifesting out of something, and it's usually hunger, or they're getting bullied because they're coming in because they couldn't shower, or they're wearing the same clothes. It can be very, very difficult for the students to acclimate and behave normally going through such traumatic situations. I know that like over the last 30 years, the few decades since 1987, we've gotten increasingly more legislation to help this vulnerable student population, but we're still not reaching post-secondary success for the student population. Most of them are going from high school straight into dropping out or into adult homelessness. We need measures to safeguard against this, and one of them is to not create a situation where we're having a school-to-prison pipeline instead of having schools be a refuge. To answer your question that you had earlier, so if a family gets into housing instability and they get coded as homeless, it is for the whole school year, but we reassess every year. And so we can have a large number of students be homeless for 5, 6, 7, 8 years, just depending on when they get out of that. And that helps safeguard their school of origin.
Transportation reimbursement.
So that they can stay in the same stable environment at school at least. That's it.
Okay. Members, any questions? I was just checking with the clerk, just one of the parts of the school finance bill that we haven't talked about a lot is there is consideration for a sort of transportation reimbursement weight for McKinney-Vento students. So
Right.
hopefully that'll help a little bit. Thank you very much for your
thank
time. Anyone else?
You should ask.
Is there anyone left who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 692? All right. Seeing none, the chair recognizes Representative White to close on House Bill 692.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. And just a footnote for those that are probably skeptical of this legislation for a variety of reasons or in opposition. I do believe in Texas we do have this legalism of in loco parentis, that when a teacher, educator, administrator assumes control of a student when they're on the campus, they are acting in the place of that parent. So just to release someone, even for discipline, but just to release them and not knowing where they're going, what's going to happen to them. Obviously, we need to make sure our classrooms remain an opportunity for all of the students that are behaving appropriately in the classroom, but at the same time, we do have this legalism of in loco parentis, so there's still a responsibility there. Even if the student does have poor discipline, it needs to be removed from the classroom. And if there are no other further questions, I close.
I do.
Any quick questions? Okay, so let's
I'm sorry.
we'll
Dr.
start
Allen,
with
please.
Dr. Allen,
Please.
and then we'll go to Mr. Meyer and then Representative Salerno.
I just want to make a statement. Thank you for bringing this bill. It is so needed. An average of 21 students a day appear in the courts of in Houston, either the homeless or those who have aged out of foster care. When they age out, they become homeless, they go under a bridge, and we have a place in Houston where they go. It's a very tough situation for children, and when we turn them out into the field, that puts them in a very vulnerable position for even for committing crimes, being killed. So I would love to see this bill in effect so that we could be sensitive to the needs of these students. It is a tough road to hoe. I wouldn't want to be there. I feel the pain for these people, and I hope those who are on the fence will consider it and put yourselves in those students' shoes. When we send them to the street, these are the kids who come back sometime and shoot up the school. You have taken them away from their food, their counseling, if you have it, their opportunities to get out of homelessness. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Allen. Representative Meyer.
Thank you, Chairman Allen. I agree with Dr. Allen's sentiments and think this is a great bill. Curious, though, I do see on here that we have two people who registered against this bill. Who is opposed to this bill and why?
Well, usually I don't go looking for people who are against me, so I don't know.
But you have
no, but
fair point, Mr. Chairman. I didn't know if anyone had approached you.
No, I
prior.
don't. No, I don't. I can check with my staff, recheck with my staff.
I'm fine.
Right.
Look, I think it's a very good bill. Thank you for bringing it.
Thank you.
Appreciate it.
All right. Representative Salarico.
Yeah, just want to echo the same sentiments, Chairman White. I think it's a wonderful piece of legislation. Just a logistical question.
Okay.
I know the coordinator from my home district in Round Rock said that students experiencing homelessness are coded at the beginning of every school year, and it lasts for a school year. And if they kind of regain housing stability, then that code is taken off. Is the intent of this legislation to apply to students who have the code for that school year, and if it's taken off, it no longer applies?
Well, if they're not homeless, then it no longer applies.
Okay, so if they were once homeless and no longer...
Right,
okay.
absolutely.
I just wanted to clarify.
Right. Thank you, Representative White. I would be surprised if there's anybody on this committee who has any issues with this bill.
Yeah, we close. I close.
All right.
Okay.
Yes, 8, 11,
All right. Why don't you hang out right there?
Okay.
All right. The chair lays out House Bill 811 and recognizes Representative White to explain this measure.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chairman. And apparently, we've got a lot of homelessness in Texas. A lot of it. Homeless youth and foster children are some of the most vulnerable members of society. I think I said that before. Yet they tend to be disciplined at disproportionate rates compared to their peers. Homeless youth experience unique barriers to success in the classroom, including a lack of stable housing and support from caring adults. Limited access to basic necessities like food and medical services, a lack of consistent access to bathing and laundry facilities, unreliable transportation, and histories of trauma and abuse. As such, our schools should take into account a student's homeless or fostered status when disciplinary action is deemed necessary, and should not use out-of-school suspension if the student has been identified as experiencing homelessness. This bill asks school districts to consider a student's status as a foster or homeless student or youth when discerning the appropriate disciplinary measures to be taken. I reserve the right to close.
All right.
How you doing, Mr. Chairman?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Is there any questions, Chairman White? All right, we'll give you the right to close. You have 3 witnesses so far. Brett Murfish, Texas Appleseed, testifying for the bill. Hello.
So my name is Brett Murfish. I'm from Texas Appleseed. I'm in support of this bill. And Chair Huberty, I testified on similar bill, HB 692. So I don't want to repeat myself for the committee. I just want to add that thank you all for your support of 692. I think 811 is a natural companion to it, just in making sure that when we're making any school disciplinary decision, we're thinking about the child's background, adding foster care status and homelessness status to a list of other mitigating factors that already exist in the Texas Education Code. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Any questions? Just sit right there for 1 second. You brought up the other bill. I just want to make sure you're testifying on this bill, which is HB 811. You're for this one,
Yes.
right?
Yes,
All right.
sir.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Brian Mars, Public Policy Fellow, Texas CASA, testifying for the bill.
Good afternoon, committee. My name is Brian Modis, and I'm the Public Policy Fellow at Texas CASA. Thank you for the opportunity to testify in support of HB 811. The idea for this legislation came out of an education work group with a variety of stakeholders and agencies that include TEA, DFPS, and the Children's Commission, in addition to Texas Appleseed. Just to go over a little bit, foster youth are 3 times more likely to be disciplined at school than their non-foster peers. And what's more is over 50% of foster children in Texas have a diagnosed mental illness, which can be impacted by the trauma they experience in the child welfare system. A child's time in foster care can mean several life changes, including enrolling in a new school, sometimes twice in 1 year. 47% of foster youth attended 2 or more schools in 1 year, which is 6.5 times that of non-foster youth. Every time a child changes schools, they lose 6 months of academic progress. These sudden and traumatic life experiences and academic challenges may unpredictably yet understandably lead to a foster child or youth exhibiting behavioral challenges in a classroom setting. These statistics are important given the connection between justice involvement and school discipline. It is especially alarming to note that nearly 70% of youth in the juvenile justice system currently are or were at one point in their life in the child welfare system. A lot like the previous bill, we think this is a common sense, and it opens a discussion to some of the issues this vulnerable population faces outside of school. Children in foster care deserve a supportive educational experiences, not problematic or unnecessary classroom removals that lessen their sense of normalcy and further reduce classroom time. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Members, any questions? Thank you.
Thank you.
Bryce Jackson testifying for themselves, testifying for the bill.
Hello, I'm Bryce Jackson. I'm a university student. I'm here to speak for House Bill 811. Like I said earlier, I am a former homeless youth, and I think it's a very common knowledge. Like you never know what people are going through. You never know what the next person is dealing with. And I feel like homelessness causes a huge social disconnect. And aside from academics, the social part of school is very important. You spend most of your day there. They're essentially raising these children in a way. So I feel like when you're disconnected from that and you don't really feel like you're a part of the community, whether it be for bullying, whether it be for not having the same things others have or lack of family, that can cause legitimate issues. It can cause fights. It can cause various forms of teasing. It can cause people to not really be focused. And I think that when you're homeless and you're a student, you're juggling a lot of things. You're juggling your social life. You're juggling your academic life. You're juggling the fact that you're living on the streets. How are you going to eat? How are you going to bathe? You know what I mean? So I feel like if we allow them to experience the same disciplinary action, not really have that taken into account when deciding what to do with them in these situations, we're kind of forcing them to deal with more. And you want them to be able to focus, you want them to finish school, because you never know those people could be, I know I'm formerly homeless. I'm not sure who else in here is formerly homeless, formerly has been living on the street or anything like that, but I feel as though you want those people to end up in places like this, or somewhere working with a career, with their degree, and having their life in order. You don't want them to be on the streets. You don't want them to be committing crimes and things. So I feel like we should take into account what they're dealing with and allow them to be able to deal with it with reasonable disciplinary action.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. Any questions, members, at all? Thank you. We appreciate you being here today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, is there anybody else willing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 811? Seeing none, we'll call on Chairman White to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for the opportunity to lay this bill out, and I want you to know that you and your committee are doing great work, and even though I'm not here late at night or early in the morning, I am up watching it on TV, okay?
Well, you need to find something else to do with your life then, because...
Hey, I've got a lot of interest in this 26 school districts back home, dude. Okay, I close.
All right, at this
All
time...
right. All right.
Thank you. You're doing good work, too, in your committee. Appreciate it. At this time, House Bill 811 will be left pending. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 233 by Representative Kraus. Make sure you don't have a sub. He does not have a sub. And recognizes Representative Kraus to explain his bill.
Thank you, Chairman. I've enjoyed hearing the two previous bills. It seemed like they have unanimous approval, so let's just do a third one on this one. But today, House Bill 233, I'll keep the layout very short. It's a simple bill, but I know it has a lot of profound implications on a lot of things. And so what we want to do is move the school year from Labor Day to Memorial Day. And instead of me talking about it, we have quite a few witnesses who are going to talk about it. But one thing I wanted to do, Mr. Chairman, is I wanted to apologize, because I think the last couple of sessions we've made this, and as we've talked about, amusement parks versus kids. And that's not the discussion that needs to be had. There's a lot of educational value in the summer. Even if you're not in the classroom, there's a lot of educational value when you are in the classroom. And so talking with many members on the committee, I think we can figure out a way to to work this situation out, and I'm committed to that. So we don't have a committee substitute today, but I'm sure we'll be working on language that will accomplish that. So I'm happy to answer any questions you have, but other than that, I'll reserve the right to close and we can get started on the witnesses.
Members, do we have questions for, yes, Mr. Allison?
Not so much questions, but maybe just comments in anticipation. Maybe the witnesses can answer some of these questions. But I get the picture. In fact, I came up, I know it was a long time ago, and it may be simpler times, but I came up through a school district that we went to school from Tuesday after Labor Day, but we went into June. But so I understand the basis and the arguments in favor of that type of schedule for vacations, impact on the economy, summer camps, etc. But there's a lot of moving parts, and particularly if we go from Labor Day to Memorial Day, how do we get in the required minimum hours or days, one? How do we get around having to extend the school day? And if we extend the school day, how do we get around the problem with bus routes, scheduling other events, extracurricular activities? So it just seems like there's a lot of moving parts that we need to address to see what's educationally sound. And then if we look even further in the school finance bill, there's increasing interest in extending the school day rather than moving this direction.
Yes, sir. And your points are very well taken. And one thing that I think is different about this time where we're discussing it is the coalition that are pushing for House Bill 233 is so much broad. And we even include educators who you'll hear for today who have a similar type calendar that we're pushing for today. And they make it work. And it may not be exactly what we're proposing, but we're working with them as well. So I think you'll hear from educators in the field doing these things. And one other part of the groups that we've never heard from before, military families. And so we actually have a letter today that we'll hand out to y'all from a military group saying how impactful a knowable school start date is. With all the uncertainty and all the variation, it's really tough on them as well. So we want to look out for the military community. We want to look out, obviously, as a tourist-heavy district, we want to look out for the tourism industry, but we also have the voice of the small businesses today. We have other components, but the educators, the families, the parents, and the teachers who have been talking to us about this. So you're right, there's a lot of moving parts, but I'm confident with these conversations, ones we've had with Vice Chairman Bernal and others, that we can get to where we need to be.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions? Representative Van Deaver.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I admit I haven't read your bill, but
that's all right.
but I know he doesn't like it.
That's usually what's followed by that.
Just a clarification question. Assuming it applies to public school districts, so I'm assuming your intent is that it would also apply to public charters.
Well, that's actually not in the bill, but again, we've been talking to members, and I don't see how you could testify that this is in the best, the best interest of the educational community and the community outside that without including all of our public schools. So that's something we're working on as well.
Great. Thank you.
Yeah. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. Representative Krause, thank you so much for your leadership. I did read the bill, but I just want to make sure. Is this only for DOIs or it's for everybody?
Well, it kind of take away the DOI component of the school start date. So you'd still have all the other 60 DOI components to it, but this would effectively take that out. And so we'd go back to the system we had in place for years before that.
And I think this is great because, well, I'm biased, right? But DOIs are supposed to create the flexibility for school districts. However, we're not even assessing whether or not schools who are asking for these exemptions, if their exemptions are actually making their schools or academic settings better. While on the other hand, we have research that demonstrates that by changing the school day, there are some impacts to families, military families, and or the economy. And so if we're at least, and maybe as you're doing your committee sub, if we're going to keep it, if we're going to allow this flexibility, then I feel it should at least be measured. Like, we should know if this flexibility actually creates a positive outcome or if it's just for convenience. And if it's for convenience, why would we hurt the Texas economy just for that? Just
right.
in my opinion.
We may as well call them districts of flexibility instead of districts of innovation.
I have been saying that.
Yep, I agree. Very good point.
Representative Tellerico.
Yes. Thank you, Representative. I know you and I have discussed this bill prior. So I have two questions. One is, I know there's a lot of concern on the committee about granting local control to our school districts. So do you see this as a local control issue, and if not, why not?
No, I see this as it has a statewide impact for what we're doing, not only on the military families, not only on businesses. And so I think this legislature has looked at when you have issues that actually have a statewide impact, that's when it becomes the state has the ability to step in and talk to it. And not only that, but I don't think there were a lot of local control issues or frustrations or concerns when we had the fourth Monday in August debate for years, almost a decade worth of that. And so I don't think there were a lot of local control concerns raised at that time. And so I really don't feel like it's a local control issue. I feel like, okay, we tried the DOI approach. We've seen that it may not be working, as Representative Gonzalez had said, or haven't seen the data for that. So why not go back to what was working? And then it has the benefit for all these other reasons that actually go and help fund education as well. And we're also working on a few other proposals that maybe the tourism tax dollars that come in during the month of August go to education in order to buy down some of the tax burden on education. We've got another one that on that tax holiday weekend that goes into help incentivize those who start later. So we're working, trying to a holistic approach this time, and not just saying we want a school start date here, but trying to work out a way that we really are complementing the educational system that's going with it, not working against it, but actually enhancing it and making it better.
Thank you. And my second question is HB 3. Obviously, there's a component to incentivize districts to lengthen the school year. So how would it work if this bill were to pass and also HB 3 were to pass? I mean, does one kind of preempt the other?
No, I think they go hand in hand. In the discussions we've had with Vice Chairman Bernal, I think they have to be worked out where they do go hand in hand. And so that's what I'm committed to sit down with everybody and figure out a way for the reasons that you have that in HB 3 for the longer school days. There's certain reasons you have that I think we could take care of in a bill like this and make sure that that's available for the students who really need that, but also not having the ancillary effects, the negative effects that we've seen, just allowing all the school districts to go a different way.
Okay. Thank you.
Representative Bernal.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Dr. Allen.
How many days does that add to, how many days are you asking for? How many days does that add to the summer break?
How many days? Well, I guess it would be different for each school depending on when, where they're starting now and where the school date ends up with what we get. I think it could be anywhere in the range from about 7 to 17 days.
7 to 17.
Now, we have educators who's going to testify as well. They may be able to speak better to that, but from the numbers I've seen.
This educator
yes,
wants
ma'am.
to speak to that too.
Yes, ma'am.
We take the tests in March, right? So if we're preparing children under the accountability system, if we're going to hold teachers responsible, if we're going to hold children responsible, are you thinking about shifting the testing dates?
No, in fact, the superintendent from Comal ISD, who's going to be here today, we've got their schedule that gets in all the testing dates, it gets in everything done. Even with the later school start date, they get done before the winter semester or the winter break happens. So I think you don't have to adjust all those testing schedules to fit this in.
But that cuts the instructional period. Not just take the test, but the instruction that the children get. That's 17 days without instruction, average of 17 days without instruction. But the test date is still the same. I'm advocating for kids in this respect, not tourism, not some slit a bomb, none of those. I'm advocating for kids. Okay?
Yes, ma'am, and that's what we're here today to do as well. We think there's a way to address some of the negative statewide consequences that may come with the earlier school start dates, but also to ensure that kids are getting a first-rate education. That's what we want to do. We don't want to work against education. Again, I think you'll see there are some schools that have a very similar calendar that what we're trying to do that are doing very well, whose students are achieving incredibly well. And then if we have to have those instances where those kids need more time, I would love, and I defer to your knowledge on that, and I want to work with you and others on the committee to see if there's a way we can accomplish both.
Okay, and one more statement that I want to make.
Yes, ma'am.
17 days. You have to think about all of the kids. And this year we are talking about those kids who won't have the opportunity to visit all of those places that you're talking about visiting and making the economic engine run in Texas. There are children who will be losing regressing in their knowledge when they go back to school. So we have to think about them too. So I am not a proponent of this bill. I just want you to know that up front, because I do have to advocate for children who
Yes,
don't.
ma'am. And even though you're not in favor, I would still love to talk to you and glean wisdom from you on how we could make it better, to see how we could make it better.
Not do it, that's it. Okay.
I appreciate you.
Okay.
I think you're,
Yeah.
yes, Representative Bernal.
That's what I was telling you about, Representative Krause. So I think that what's important is that originally last session, the request was to make a choice, choose between public ed or tourism, hospitality. As someone who represents downtown San Antonio, the Alamo, all of those hotels, the Riverwalk, and that has a district that's a DOI that uses the flexibility and swears by its effectiveness, I think my one request is that you don't make us choose, that you get in a room with the districts that believe that there are real academic benefits for certain students and would feel like it was a loss if it was taken away, and see if there's some middle ground compromise, whether we go from a DOI to using individual campuses that might need that flexibility the most. But the last thing that any one of us want, it's really an unfair choice, is to choose between doing harm to students, which some educators will say, in some areas will say this would do, and then doing harm to the economy. You might as well ask us to hold a grenade to our face.
Yeah.
Right. And it's an unfair choice. And I think I appreciate the fact that you're saying we're not going to ask you to make that choice until that conversation happens. But I can almost assure you that no one will make that choice until that conversation happens.
Yeah, and I don't disagree with any of that, and it's one of the reasons I apologize to the chairman of the committee that we haven't discussed this in the right framework in the past. But
you have time and you're
committed
to
to doing that this session, and I think, again, we
appreciate that.
It's not one or the other, it's and or. It's and both. And so I think we can accomplish both and still give kids a great education.
Thank you. And if you need our help in getting everyone in the room together, we're happy to do that.
Absolutely.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Anybody else? All right. A couple questions for you.
Yes, sir.
So you and I have talked about this back and forth many times. And,
Many times.
You know, my perspective is not too dissimilar from what Dr. Allen just brought up, which is that the reason that we did this originally was because of creating flexibilities within the system. One of the things you would you know, as a former board member, we would deal with is stability within your calendar, figuring out how you're going to create it. And DOI created that, and I've heard from superintendents, and I know we're going to hear from one that's positive on it, Dr. Kim. And love to have that conversation with him very shortly about that. But I'm wondering out loud, you know, the intent of the DOI was never to allow school districts starting August 1st. That was never what the thought process was. You know, we were saying, okay, maybe a week earlier or something like that. And we're seeing that slide a little bit. So I'm worried about that too. I'm worried about going too far the other direction, right? And so, you know, there's right now we're the fourth Monday, and so you want to actually push it past Labor Day. So I'm concerned about some of those issues as we go forward. And I know that I would just recommend for the travel industry, you know, this is the Public Education Committee, not the Travel Tourism Committee. But I also recognize that it's important from the perspective on the taxes. And if we start earlier, we're ending earlier, right? And because we put the minutes bill in place, that schools ought to be able to take advantage of that. That's the reason we did that. And so I think we're very concerned about this. I will say to you is that the recommendation from the commission, specifically on the half a day during the summertime, is something that I believe is going to be non-negotiable for the majority of the people on this committee, because we have a problem with children, especially in our urban areas, and especially children of color, who go backwards much more drastically than their Anglo counterparts. And so we're very concerned about that that's out there. Now, it's not going to be a huge program. And, you know, I think that, you know, a lot of those kids are trying to figure out how to actually eat lunch during the summertime. So it's not like they're going to be going to you know, Six Flags and you know, Splash Town and all the other places. So just be cognizant of that as we proceed, because I'm not interested in having that discussion.
Well,
being personally, I don't know about the rest of the committee, but
Well,
I am not. So
to me, that's part of the discussion. I mean, there's got to be give and take on both sides, right? And I think there's a
not
reason.
necessarily.
Okay.
Not necessarily. I think there is some concern on the committee, however, that we don't want school districts starting, August 5th. I've seen some school districts in Texas that are putting out calendars that have, some very interesting schedules. I don't think that's what we're shooting for, but we also, I think Dr. Allen hit right on the head, which is that part of the reason that we did the DOI is that we had, the shortened window of time in the first, what I would call semester, which is how, kids are learning, and then you get back after Christmas break, and within 45 to 60 days, you're getting into the test. So we want to be cognizant of that as we go forward. I'm not suggesting that there's not some ability to discuss some compromise here, because I think some of us are, I am at least interested in that. I can't speak for the rest of the committee relative to, putting some governor on when it can be. But part of the District of Innovation is to allow and I think Mr. Tellerico asked a very poignant question, is, when is local control really local control? And so we want to be very cognizant of that. And so I'll be curious to hear from some of the other people that you have coming here to testify as we go forward.
Well, and I guess the reason I said what I just said was that it's incumbent on me to make sure that we're cognizant of the fact y'all have worked very hard over the interim on these school finance commission, and that those are a big part of where the future of education is going in Texas. So if we just totally dismiss that, I'm not doing my job either. So I'm here today to, let's figure it out. Let's talk about it and see what we can do, again, to complement what the educational system is doing, not to work against it.
You betcha. Thank you. Members, any other questions? I'd like to welcome our Speaker Pro Tem, Mr. Moody, to join us. I'm sure he's either listening or has a wonderful piece of legislation in front of us soon. But we will give you the right to close.
Thank you,
do
Chairman.
Have some witnesses. First up, Dan Decker, President and CEO, Texas Travel Industry Association. Welcome. Tell us who you are, who you represent, and what your position is on the bill, please.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm Dan Decker. I'm the President and CEO of the Texas Travel Industry Association. We know you all had a long day yesterday. We've comprised our coalition down to a few testifiers with very distinctly different messages, so we're not going to be repeating a lot of what we're saying. I have written testimony, as Vice Chairman Bernal suggested. Rather than read this, I'd like to share just a few thoughts with you and turn in a written testimony. We represent 1.2 million, I'm sorry, and I'm in support of HB 233. We represent 1.2 million Texans who work in our industry. Many of these are students. And what I'd like you to think about is that we are part of the educational process that goes on. It may be difficult to maybe think about, but we give the opportunity for teachers to work in our industry to supplement their salaries that they have. We also give an opportunity for students to work in our industry and apply practically the things that they've learned during the school year during that time. As summer shrinks in our industry, and by and large, we employ a lot of teenage kids in all socioeconomic levels. But by and large, when they work for us, they learn cash handling skills. They apply process and practices and things that they've learned in school. They learn that throughout the summer. They're able to apply it and practically apply it. And if you think back, the first week we usually all went back to school. We talked about, our report was on what we did over the summer: travel, summer camps, working during the summer, those types of things. So we do work very closely with the educational process. They are the backbone of our workforce. It's very important. You also mentioned that really that there's concern with the Schlitterbahn or Six Flags or SeaWorlds. We represent 60,000 small businesses in the industry in the state of Texas. That's 70% of our industry. That's where the impact comes from that economic standpoint. And most of these small businesses depend on June, July, and August, those travel months out of the year, to support their businesses, to make it work for the rest of the year. So when somebody leaves school in the middle of June and goes back to the school in the middle of August, they essentially have about 8 weeks of time to work. And it's a third of their time gone. So thank you, and I'll be happy to answer any questions you have.
Thank you, Mr. Decker. Members, is there any questions for Mr. Decker? Understand your concerns, and obviously we've listened to your association over the years, and we appreciate everything and the money you generate on behalf, and we'll try and figure out some balance as we go forward, so we can just end this conversation.
All right, thank you.
As we continue, so. Yeah. Andrew Kim, Superintendent, Comel ISD, testifying for the bill, I was guessing. Can we get him up, please?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, members of the committee, appreciate you inviting me here this afternoon to testify. I think you have a calendar that's going to be passed out to you. This is our adopted 2019-2020 calendar for the Comel Independent School District. Certainly, the interest that you have with teacher quality issues is a very prominent one for us in our calendar work. And for us, we're predicated in our school district to look at the quality over quantity issue. When we talk about the issues of the number of standards that we have to cover in our state, it's quite a bit. The question becomes, how do we go about doing that? And certainly the way we have addressed that in our school district is to really rely upon making sure that our quality of our teachers at the highest point. We maximize our number of days, certainly for our students, but also we maximize the opportunities we have with our teachers. Currently, we do start, and we have started. We do have a distinction of starting at the last day in the state of Texas on Tuesday, and we do that for a purpose, for the sense of giving our students and our teachers a time to actually get to some work. Once again, when we talk about quality of education, we're talking about how do we incentivize teachers to also get better with their work, to make sure that they're applying those skill sets to our students. So we do work with our teachers during the summertime, more so than probably maybe some of the few school districts that I know that I've worked with in the past. We do try to do a lot more with that to make sure that we have quality of those times with our teachers. We think that, once again, teacher quality is our number one asset when it comes to making sure that students' academic performance is addressed in our school district. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'll turn it over to you for any questions. I know there might be some based upon some of the conversation that you had just recently here.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Kim. Members do have questions for Mr. Kim?
I do.
Representative Sanford?
Yes. Thank you for your testimony, Dr. Kim. I was curious about your observations on the summer slide.
Very good question.
Do you observe that?
You know, I spent 11 years in the Dallas Independent School District. And when I was there, we were under a year-round schedule at 2 elementary schools that I've served as a teacher. There was always a discussion about the summer slide, and thus we should do a year-round schedule, meaning a whole year. I think that, once again, while that perception may exist, and certainly perhaps some data, my observation has been that, once again, in order to address issues about any type of loss of instruction, it's really making sure that there's meaningful instruction up front. If instruction was great to begin with, then students are going to keep on remembering those things. So what that means is that quality of teachers and making sure teacher quality is our number one issue is something that we concentrate on. And for us, when we hired 40 new teachers in our school district per year because of our growth, additionally, when you look at the additional new teachers that we hire, we have to ensure that their quality is at a certain standard that meets our level in our community. So we do spend a lot of time with them. When we had we feel like if we were to start the school earlier in the school year, we don't really get the time to work with our teachers as much that we would like to. So once again, when we work with our teacher quality issues, we try to front load that issue, and throughout the school year, we sprinkle that throughout the school year. In fact, Representative King's bill about the minutes bill was, in my opinion, one of an asset to us, because we were able to go ahead and utilize that to create early release days throughout the school year where our students are home, but then our teachers are together where they're getting additional professional development just in time throughout the school year. So once again, the answer I will have for you is that to combat that, if it exists, is to make sure that teacher quality is our number one issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yeah, Representative Bernal.
Thanks for being here.
No, thank you.
What's your FRL? What's your economically disadvantaged population in your district?
29% of our school district.
29%. And the state average is around 60, 61?
I believe so.
And so our experience has been that districts that have very high concentrations of poverty,
right,
85 and above, 90 and above, are the ones that seem to be the districts that rely on this the most, or at least praise it as gospel because it gives them a tool.
Right.
Do you disagree with that?
I think every school district and community has their own understanding about how to approach those things. The prior school district that I was in charge of, we had about 80% of our school district was low SES. We had a late start every Monday. Once again, how do we address the issue about student academic performance, regardless of our demographics? And the way we address it, and the way I've always addressed it, is making sure that our staff, our teachers, what we can control, is at the highest performing level.
Right. How far back was that, where you were in charge of a 80% FRL district?
That was about 7 years ago.
Because that was before the DOI option
That's
was
correct.
available, right? I think what I'm trying to get to is that some districts see it as an asset or a tool, and I think that there's a hesitancy, at least by me, to take that away, not disregarding the other economic issues that the representative is bringing up. But I'm trying to. It seems like that's also a drastic measure. If there are districts, SCISD, for example, very high poverty rate, one of the worst zip codes in the state. They use it, they need it, and they say they need it for this purpose for these kids. I think it's a tall ask to ask us to get rid of it. And so that's why I'm saying if there's some solution, if there's a compromise, let's find it. But otherwise, I think it's an unfair request of us. And on top of that, your district is very much unlike most of the districts in the state. And it's those other districts are the ones that seem to use this as a tool. And so I'd like for there to be some conversation about that. That's all. And I appreciate you being here, but you understand the point I'm making.
No, absolutely. I certainly, having served in majority of my career, has been in the school districts such as San Antonio IS and others.
Right, and you know that those. But to my point, those districts will take every opportunity they have. They will apply every tool required to get through to those kids.
Absolutely.
They'll leave nothing on the table. If it's available.
Right. I will say that the regardless of how the days are shaped, we still are under the guidance of the minutes, so 76,500 minutes per year. So we do go and chunk those out regardless of when we start or when we may be the case. I do think, once again, when we talk about the issue of quality versus quantity, the issue of teacher quality issues, and I think certainly this committee has addressed those things, discussed those things. When we talked about the STAR readiness report, for example, I think that's a very important discussion to have. For example, our school district, we hire 280 or so new teachers per year. So that's a lot of quality issues to really think about. I do think that the work that this committee has done with House Bill 3 about extended day is a good one, because I think that does provide perhaps an opportunity for additional time during the summertime.
Just because I'm beating a dead horse.
No.
Would you agree that your district probably has a harder time attracting and retaining teachers than a district like SCISD?
No, I mean, we actually have a very healthy applicant pool, even though we don't pay well overall in the area, but we do get quite a bit of applicants.
Right. Thank you.
Mr. Kim, you need to state your position on the bill again. I think I said it. I assumed you were for, but can you tell us your position on the bill, please?
I was here to be on the bill to present.
Thank you. Representative Van Deaver has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Looking at your calendar, you have 4 9-week grading periods, and you actually have one 8-week, one 9-week, one 10-week, and one 11-week grading period. So does that create any challenges for your teachers to get, adequate number of grades, balance those grading periods when there's, such a...
No, that's a great question. As you know, we had to make some adjustments to our curriculum in terms of our scope and sequence to kind of meet those aspects of it. So it's not a perfect 9. I wish it was that the case, but we made some adjustments on that. When I first came to the school district 7 years ago, we actually had a 6-week grading period, and that did cause some issues in terms of being able to squeeze in as much for the grading purposes. So we did go ahead and transition back into a 9-week schedule, which I think gave a lot more flexibility for our teachers. So once again, I think looking at how we flexed out our curriculum to meet those aspects of it has helped out quite a bit.
Yeah. Thank you.
So thank you.
Anybody else?
One more question.
Yeah, Dr. Allen.
Kim.
Yes, ma'am.
How many months is the academic school year?
About 9 months.
Actually, it is 9 months. Do you remember when the summer break was 3 months?
Boy, it's been a long time.
I do. Actually, and in that time period, the students and the teachers are off for Christmas, 2 weeks?
Yes, ma'am.
They off for spring break another week?
Yes, ma'am. We're on it right now, in fact, for us.
They're off for MLK one day.
Yes,
They're
ma'am.
off for President's Day. You take President's Day? Some people do, some people don't.
Right.
How many days they're off for Thanksgiving? That's end up maybe a week, or sometimes it's 3 to 4 days. Then you might have a bad weather day, or hurricane, like we had before.
We have.
So essentially, they're off another month already, right? And so we want to take some more time, well, another 3 months, 3 weeks or so away from the academic school year.
Well, great question. I think I appreciate that. Once again, we had to adhere to the total minutes that require by the
And
state.
days, and
that's
days,
76.
185.
76,500 minutes is what we had to take care of. So that's what we do in our school district. Once again, we're trying to maximize the quality within those minutes during that time period. And in my opinion, the way we go about quality is making sure we have great teachers in every classroom.
And I'm trying to make you sensitive to the amount of time
Yes,
that
ma'am.
they're already off.
Right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So you're just on the bill. I just want to make sure, you're superintendent and this is your calendar where it's at. I guess my question is that for you as a superintendent, and your board makes their decisions based on their calendar, wouldn't you want to be able to have the flexibility, or have your board have the flexibility to make those decisions themselves? And again, I'm not suggesting that
Right.
starting August 10th or 15th is the right day, whether it's the third week or the fourth week or, after Labor Day. I'm just
Yes.
trying to understand. You're a superintendent. Give me your thought process.
Mr.
there.
Chairman, I think, we certainly, as a board, I think our board would testify that we certainly would like to have more flexibility than and options considered as a board for our local community issues and community needs and anything else. So certainly that will be the case, absolutely.
Okay. That's helpful. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Kim. You
Thank
did a
you.
good job. By the way, we sent your stuff over to you.
Appreciate it very much, sir. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Yeah. All right, Danny Doughty. I hope I got that right, Danny. Owner, Highland Lakes Baptist Camp. It looks like he's testifying for the bill.
Chairman Hubrey, members of the Public Education Committee, thank you so much for taking this time to talk about this bill. I am Danny Doughty, Executive Director of Highland Lakes Baptist Camp, and I'm representing the Highland Lakes Baptist Camp plus the Texas Baptist Camping Association. Highland Lakes Camp and the 30 other Texas Baptist camps in Texas are in favor of this bill. Over 150,000 children and with diverse backgrounds attend Baptist camps throughout our state. Their parents and their churches have realized that education continues through the camping experience in the summertime. Catching that first fish, or jumping off the tower to the zip line, or learning how to get along with your cabin peers, and we can go on and on and on. Today, like never before, teens and preteens are under tremendous pressure. Things like self-doubt and peer pressure and substance abuse and self-injury and a mirage of other things that are pumped through social media, games, and cell phones every day. These kids, every one of the kids in the state of Texas, need a time when they can step back and take a break and unplug and get a breath of fresh air. To catch a vision for the bigger picture of their life instead of staying in the routine day after day after day. Kids need summer. For 10 years, from 2005 until 2015, you legislators ensured the fourth Monday in August school start date across the state, and it aligned our state together. And we are a statewide camp, so it really helped us to be able to plan our calendar in the summertime to know when to hold camp. Now we see schools starting as early as the 12th, and I saw one just this year that starts on the 4th. And then you kick out band practice, and you kick out two-a-days in football, and you kick out other activities that they start early with, and that kicks it back into July. At my camp alone, for every week that we lose in the summertime, we lose the opportunity for 1,000 kids to come and be kids at camp. Our churches are finding it harder to find time for vacation Bible schools, for camps, and for mission trips in the summertime, because it seems that our calendar in the summer gets shorter and shorter. We need a school date. We need a school end date as well, so that we can get counselors who are often teachers trained according to the rules of the Department of State Health Services.
Mr.
So
Daddy.
camps can start.
I don't want to cut
sorry.
you off, but I'll
okay.
Maybe you can wrap up.
Sorry.
It's all right.
Okay, just thank you so much. Uniform school date, start date, and end date would tremendously help the camping industry.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Mr. Tellerico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the amazing work that you do. I was curious about the kind of students that attend your camp, and I don't know if you have demographic or economic data about the population you serve, or if you could help us understand how much it costs to attend the camp.
Sure. So our camp is geared to the lower social economic and median class of kids. So for 4 nights and 5 days, a student can come to camp for about $280. And churches, because we're a church camp, churches bring those kids. So many churches help pay that. And we also, like this year, we are scholarshiping many students so that they can come if they don't have the money to come.
Is that a full scholarship or a partial?
We try to get them to pay $10.
Okay.
So they pay something.
And I appreciate that. The reason I ask is to build off of Vice Chair Bernal's point earlier that kind of the students we're most worried about in terms of regression during the summer, or students who don't
Salvation
participate.
Army does a great job in lower socioeconomic kids and getting them to camp and working with them in the summertime, along with Boys and Girls Clubs and many other YMCA, many other entities that help those students.
Sure.
in
Well,
the
thank you.
summertime.
Thanks for being here.
All right. Thank you. Members, any other questions? Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
All right. Next, we have John McCord.
Sorry about that. Good afternoon, members. My name is John McCord. I'm here on behalf of NFIB, and we are in support of House Bill 233. For those of you who aren't quite as familiar with NFIB, we are proud to be the voice of small business here in the Texas Capitol, but also with elected officials on the state and federal level around the country. Here in Texas, we have about 20,000 member businesses representing every segment of the economy, covering all 254 counties. We are here in support of House Bill 233 simply because it touches and highlights a significant intersection between the policy that drives public education and the backbone of the Texas economy, which is that of small business. As we see just more and more ISDs moving to be districts of innovation and that start date sliding earlier in August, our guys are directly and adversely impacted. The obvious one that comes to mind is the shorter travel time during the summer, and of course that hurts our guys in the restaurant, hotel, and tourism industry. But that is not where the impact ends with us. You know, as we ballot our members before every session, one of the things that they say every single year is that they are looking for consistency and predictability in regulations. Having a sliding start date that could be anywhere from the first week of August through the fourth week of August removes all predictability for our guys when they're trying to plan, whether that is to hire additional employees or simply to try and keep their doors open another 3 or 6 months or another year. So really, to Chairman Huberty's point earlier, what our guys are always looking for is just that predictability and that consistency regardless of when that is. We're just looking for the consistency that we can plan off of. Happy to answer any questions that you all may have, and appreciate your time this afternoon.
Thank you very much, sir. Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Brad West. Mr. West.
All right. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee. Thank you for having me and this discussion today. I'm Brad Weiss, third generation owner of Natural Bridge Caverns, father of 4, and testifying today in favor of House Bill 233. I've provided written testimony, so I'll just touch on a few points of discussion with y'all. So we're obviously certainly supporters of innovation and innovative school districts, but I wanted to share what the current DOI and school start date is doing to our business and many others in our industry. So this past August, approximately 75% of Texas school kids started back before the fourth Monday in August. And we're projecting that this coming August, that over 80% of Texas school kids will start back prior to that fourth Monday. That is having a tremendous economic impact on the state of Texas and on my small business. My small business alone, after this coming August, will have lost over $1 million in revenue because of the school start date. Also wanted to share with y'all, I've experienced firsthand the process of a school district considering and deciding to become a district of innovation when one of the local districts where we get about 30% of our student employees from went through this process. And I spoke at their school board meetings, and they were gracious enough to allow me to participate on their district improvement committee as a non-voting member. And this was the committee that was considering the school district's proposals for DOI and then making a recommendation to the school board. So what was really interesting is that last meeting when the committee had their vote and decided to recommend becoming a district, or proposing that they become a district of innovation, I had several committee members come up and speak to me afterwards, and they thanked me for participating and sharing my ideas on, how other districts like Comal Independent School District, schedule their calendar and use instructional minutes to balance their semester. They thanked me for that, but then they said, we would like to do that. We think that's a great idea as opposed to starting the school year earlier, but please understand that in this setting, we don't feel comfortable expressing that when our boss is running this meeting and this process. And so, I was, really pleased that they were willing to share that with me, but that's just a little insight to how the process works. So this season, Natural Ridge Caverns will employ about 120 students, and for a lot of them, it's their first job. And so, they learn a lot working, as you guys probably remember from your first job, about just how to be responsible. But, with us, they learn about public speaking and all other things.
Mr. Wiest.
Need to wrap it up. Sure, yeah. So
don't
just,
enjoy being the bad guy.
In closing, just as a father and someone who wants quality education for all the kids in Texas, I hope that we can come to a good compromise that's good for everyone. So,
all right. Any
questions?
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Next, we have Johnny Blevins. Mr. Blevins.
Good afternoon. Thank you for your time today. My name is Johnny Blevins. I'm the president and CEO of Splash Kingdom Water Parks. I'm also a educator. My wife and I both started our adult life as teachers. We have several teachers in our family. One currently is a superintendent. Our son went through public education and graduated A&M. And several years ago, my wife and I were praying about what we needed to be doing for families and what we needed to do for students and help them continue their growth as students. And we decided to open a water park. And so we opened a water park in Canton, Texas. Our mission there at the water park is to glorify God while providing a safe, fun recreation experience for families. And our goal there is to help our students learn how to work, learn how to show up on time, and do all the things that it's important to be successful. And we do a great job of that, I believe. And over the years, we have opened additional parks in Greenville, Texas, Nacogdoches, Texas, Weatherford, Texas, and we had other growth plans as well. But with this development of schools going back so earlier, and as was mentioned before, with the two-a-days and things like that, which I was a coach as well, those two-a-days starting students going back in July. Our Canton Park alone, August of 2015, our revenues were just under $900,000. The last couple summers, our revenues in August are just barely over $300,000 because we just don't have the time for families to come and do that. So we are very pro-education. We would love the best for our students. We continue to want the best for our students, but we do need some parameters to where we can operate a business. And we were one of the fastest growing water park companies in America, and now we're just trying to hold on with these short summers. Love to answer any questions.
Thank you, sir. Members, any questions? All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Scott Joslov. Scott.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Scott Joslov. I'm president and CEO of the Texas Hotel and Lodging Association. We represent over 4,000 lodging businesses throughout the state of Texas. I'm here in support of the bill because it ensures a full summer travel period for Texas. Having a full summer travel period has huge financial impact in terms of our ability to be an economic engine for Texas and for generating taxes at both the state and the local level. When I look at the resort properties and I look at from when we had the fourth Monday in August versus what we have right now, which is a lot of schools that start as early as the first week or the second week of August, the resorts in Texas, whether it's in Corpus Christi, Galveston, South Padre, or other areas, go from 80 to 100% occupancy to 30 to 50% occupancy. And it's not just in resort areas, also in non-resort areas. We see all family travel basically come to a stop where you won't see grandparents and kids joining their parents on leisure travel. So throughout the state, all of my hotels know exactly when school starts and when they're starting earlier and earlier because they see their business profile go dramatically down. What that means for the state is when you look at the 6% state hotel tax, 11/12 of that all goes to state general revenue. And so that's money that all goes to funding schools. When you look at the local level, the property taxes that hotels paid are all based on the income approach. So the 254 appraisal districts look at the income of a hotel, multiply that by a multiplier, and that determines what the appraised value is. When our income goes down so dramatically during the shortened summer period, so does our valuations for property tax purposes, which again are a resource for school districts, cities, and counties. So we would just like to be a partner on whatever compromise is possible so that we can be an economic generator of state taxes and local taxes to try to help fund the schools and create a good business environment for all of Texas. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott. Members, any questions? All right. Thank you, sir. Next, we have Jeff Hentz. Thank you. Mr. Hentz? All right. Who's next? I got it. All right.
show Mr. Hintz not testifying, but he was not registered. Well, this is okay. Well, let's. All right, Dan Neal, owner director, Camp Double Creek. Mr. Neal.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, members of the committee. Really appreciate your time on this. I'm hoping it says on there also representing Camping Association for Mutual Progress and myself. Okay. Camping Association for let me just also say I am in favor of this bill. Camping Association for Mutual Progress represents 30-plus camps across Texas. We are all licensed Texas youth camps. And we will serve 70,000 plus campers across the state of Texas. I do want to make one quick point here because I do know that a lot of you are thinking that this may be an income-generated conversation. One of our camps is out of South Texas. They actually pay a stipend to their kids to come to camp so that they can get college credit. Summer is very important to them also. We feel that the end date is very important because it does allow us to have that training time to get our staff ready for a safe, productive summer, to develop kids. And, you know, as just like in school, it takes time to train your staff and to continue to train your staff. Obviously, we have only 3 months, not 9 months, so our training can be a little smaller, but we do need that time. And the end date, start date is important, obviously, for planning. You know, we've already discussed that issue. It's all over the map right now in August. We just want to see something that's set that we can plan on. We plan our summers 2 years out. And I will say in addition to that there are some camps that have 4-month-olds that are applying for when they're 8 years old, and these things are happening way early on, and so families are wanting that planning time also. Having said that, I don't want to use any more of your time, but I do appreciate this opportunity to speak in favor of this bill. I'm open for any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Neal. Questions? Thank you for being here. Thank you. David Teal, President Emeritus, Texas Travel Industry Association, testifying for the bill.
Good afternoon. I am David Teal, President Emeritus with Texas Travel Industry Association. I don't really have any prepared remarks for you, but there were a few things observations I wanted to make, and a couple of things I wanted to add.
Your position on the bill, sir?
Pardon me?
Your position on the bill?
I am for the bill.
Okay, thank you.
We've heard from several people today. I think we kind of give you a micro view of what their business environment looks like. With Texas Travel Industry Association, we commissioned Dr. Ray Perryman to do a study for us several years in a row. The most recent one was done a couple of years ago. And Dr. Perryman assessed that a week of extra summer equates to an extra $1 billion of economic activity. And along with that comes about $124 million per biennium of additional state tax revenues. I've heard today the spirit of working together, and I think nobody in this room questions the need to have a better education program. And certainly when we look at the percentage of disadvantaged kids in our public school system, it's a need we have to take care of, and we're all stakeholders in that. We hire a lot of disadvantaged single parents, a lot of disadvantaged household wage earners, folks who have disadvantaged kids, parents of those folks, of those students. So it's important to us not only from a workforce standpoint, but just from a public cost standpoint. When we look at the amount of revenue that's being left on the table, I think it makes us sit back and say and wonder, what could we do? How can we find that common ground where we're taking care of the kids who are at risk the most and who need that help the most? And how can what we do help you do that? And so I think as we move forward, I know that everyone here representing our industry is committed to sitting down and trying to find where that common ground is, because it only helps all of us in the long run. And I think that's closing my comments. I'll answer any questions if anyone has them.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Mr. Teal. Questions? Thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it. Scott Murray, Superintendent, Spring Branch. It says ISF, Scott, FYI. And we also have you as TASA registered again, TASA registering against the bill on both occasions.
Yes.
I'm assuming ISF is a typo.
That's probably a typo. Yeah. ISD. Thank you, Chairman Huberty and committee members. Scott Murray, Superintendent, Spring Branch ISD, representing the Texas administration, or the representing TASA as well as SBISD, Spring Branch ISD, speaking against the bill today. One of my favorite quotes is by Edwards Deming. Your organization is perfectly designed to achieve the results that you're achieving. And today we live in a public school environment that is unfortunately has a group of students that are the victims of the way we are designed, a compressed school year and a lengthened summer. And what that has created is really an unintended consequence for a group of kids. Primarily, the majority of kids in the state of Texas that are living in poverty. We call it the summer slide. In fact, yesterday in this very room, we were talking about the summer slide. And in House Bill 3, there's an opportunity to address that. This committee knows and understands the value of adding some more time, in fact, 30 additional half days to a group of students that could really use that additional time and quality experience as we think about that summer slide, which indeed is a reality. The flexibilities that local schools have been given with District of Innovation have allowed us to begin to address some of those concerns that we see within our students. First of all, that flexibility allows us to provide more supports for individualized students, not only remedial supports, but also opportunities for kids to be accelerated and experience enrichments throughout the year. Specifically with remediation, that flexibility allows us to target those remediation opportunities for kids throughout the year during the moments in which that time occurs for those kids. We're able to provide professional development for our teachers with an extended school year. We call that job-embedded professional development, which allows us as individuals to provide supports for teachers during the school year rather than loading it at the front end or at the end of a particular school year. And finally, the DFI and the flexible calendar allows us to meet the social and emotional needs of our kids as we scatter breaks throughout the school year that allows us to take care of the specific needs of those kids. But ultimately, DFI is about local control. It allows the local community to make decisions that are in the best interest of the students that they serve. In Spring Branch ISD specifically, 59% of our kids live in poverty. And so we are able to create a calendar that is most effective for the students that we are serving every single day. In the state of Texas, the majority of our students live in poverty. And so each of our school districts that are DFI have that opportunity to be flexible and create solutions that effectively meet the needs of kids that they serve. A well-educated populace fosters a great Texas economy. And it is our responsibility as an educational institution to make sure that our kids are well educated so that we can feed a healthy and lively Texas economy. Thank you for your time today, and I'd be happy to respond to any questions that you have,
Scott, good
Chairman.
to see you. Questions for Scott? I probably have one for you.
Sure.
So you heard me, my line of questioning with Mr. Kim. Obviously, you as a superintendent and your board would like flexibility within this system.
Absolutely.
However, I do worry a little bit. I'm seeing some things happening in the state where we've got school districts, pushing to the beginning of August, which I don't believe was ever kind of the intent.
Certainly.
So, is there something TASA would view as some period of compromise relative to saying, okay, we get that, that's not what we really intended. Instead of somebody come back and putting in a hard date of whatever it is, if you were a district of innovation, is there a date that you would be comfortable with locking in as an association, or are you not prepared to speak about that?
Yeah, not prepared to speak about that. I think what we will lock into, Chairman Huberty, is just maximum flexibility. Again, there are different communities throughout the state that represent different types of students. And so I think about in my own district, as we go through this process, we talk with our constituents. The creation of a calendar is a lengthy process. We first look at our data, what's happening within our own organization. What are our moms and dads saying? What are the specific needs of our kids? What are the needs of our community? We engage the business community, our parents and teachers in these discussions on a regular basis. And so that flexibility is something that TASA would support, as well as individual school districts. So I don't want to put a date out there, but the flexibility is what's most important in DFI.
I've talked with several superintendents about this, and obviously Representative Krause won't leave me alone until I figure something out. So I got to come up with some ideas and concepts. I'm not opposed to putting something out there, but I don't know if you spent some time with the representative or not, but I would encourage Tassa to go see him and visit and see if there's a way to come up with something that's reasonable. I'm not suggesting as a locked-in date for the natural date, but if you're a district of innovation, which I know you are, that would be something I'd be interested in and talking about as we go forward.
Certainly.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Good to see you.
All right. Thank you all.
All right, buddy. Christina Corson, Executive Director of Communication, Lockhart ISD with the Lockhart Independent School District, testifying against the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, good afternoon. My name is Christina Corson, Executive Director of Communication for Lockhart ISD in Caldwell County, and I am testifying against House Bill 233. In Lockhart, we believe that leadership is a responsibility to the people that we serve. And we know that the foundation of a strong Texas economy is a strong Texas workforce. And for that reason, we prepare every day, every single student to be competitive and future ready. House Bill 233 would have a negative impact not only to Lockhart students, but Texas students overall. It imposes a state prescription that ignores local needs of our students. Bill proponents assert that there's no statistical evidence early start dates improve educational achievement. While this is true, we do have statistical evidence that the average student loses 1 to 3 months of learning over the summer, called the summer slide. We know from the National Center of Education Statistics, and you have a copy of that before you, that this loss is more significant for children who live in poverty, have learning disabilities, or are English language learners. And in Texas, of our 5.4 million students that we serve, 60% live in poverty, and 1/3 of them, 1/3, have learning disabilities. 18% of students are English language learners, and that's a population that has grown across Texas by 31% over the past decade. In Lockhart, it's grown by 353% in the last decade. DOI flexible scheduling gives districts a chance to minimize impact of summer slide with additional weeks of instruction and enrichment. Bill proponents assert the earlier start dates result in less family time and decline in overall wellness of the family. 60% of Texas students receive free or reduced lunch. When they're in school, they have consistent access to nutritious food, social emotional support, and academic engagement. They can still have breaks scheduled in other parts of the year, incidentally, which allows families with limited resources to travel more cheaply. And I know everybody cares about families having those experiences. The whole family benefits. Bill proponents assert that early start dates have a negative impact to the economy. The best investment that Texas can make is in its children. The return of investment is a Texas economy that thrives from an educated and skilled workforce. We're not willing to shortchange our children. Thank you.
You're welcome. Questions, members? You start on August 14th, I see?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And is that when your kids actually show up to school?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And you end May 22nd?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the reason that you've done that is because of a more balanced semester for your kids. I saw that in the beginning it's 83 days. At the first semester, 88 days, second semester. Is that correct?
That is correct.
Okay. And so, and you have, I'm looking at it right here, 2 weeks off at Christmas.
Yes, sir.
A week off at Thanksgiving. And then you got a variety of different holidays that go in there. So do you balance out your holidays in the second semester versus the first semester, or no?
They're fairly balanced, and they also have built into this staff development days throughout the school year. So staff development is not front-loaded. It's something we do throughout the school year.
Okay, sounds good. When does your UIL sports start in high school, certain get middle school and high school? When do the kids start training for football, et cetera, et cetera? Do you know?
I'm sorry, I do not know the exact date of when we start.
Okay. It's in August, right? Or,
Yes.
End of July, I'm guessing, right?
Sure.
I think you can't start until, what, 4 weeks before first game or something like that, training? Is what football is? Yeah. So early August is when you're starting? Okay. Okay, good. Thank you. Appreciate you being here.
Appreciate it.
All right, Columbia Wilson testifying for herself, testifying against the bill.
Good afternoon, Chairman Committee. I think I made a mistake when I was going to be on the bill.
Okay, do you want us to change that? To
Yeah,
be on-
please. I just, me, I get all dingy.
Okay.
I just wanted to take
Tell
into.
us- all right. Well, let's start out with your name.
Okay, my name is Columba Wilson, and I'm on the bill.
Okay, thank you.
And I'm talking about, of course, I don't have children in the public school anymore, but I have two children with disabilities that attend the camp. So when you make your decision, I would like for you to consider that the hours of the days or whatever, because, for instance, camp, where my grandson goes, the one with learning disabilities and autism and all kinds of things, they need the children from the high school because they're the ones that always go and they either volunteer or they get paid, and we need that because that's the only camp that our children with disabilities, that's the only recreation that they have. Because like my grandson being autistic and we live it, wild, even the ARC doesn't take him. So we need to have all the children that volunteer for that camp. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Doing okay?
You're welcome. Thank you. Any questions
Thank
for Ms. Wilson? Okay. All right. Thank you very much. All right. Is there anybody else willing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 233? Seeing none, we'll call on Representative Kraus to close.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to have this discussion. Amy, the committee clerk, you do an incredible job as well. I know you do an incredible job with all these folks, so thank you as well. Hopefully we've had a good discussion. Again, at the end of the day, we want to work with the educational system in Texas, not against it. We're willing to work and do what we need to do to find a solution, as Chairman Huberty has talked about, and I look forward to doing that. Look forward to working with you and many other stakeholders. Again, I don't think we can overstate. Parents want predictability too, and a lot of times with these DOIs, they have switching dates quite a bit. I think that helps, and so I'll answer any questions you have, but I think we've talked about this quite a bit. We'll continue the conversations. I know the chairman was kindly offered to leave this pending until June 1st, but I don't think I'll take him up on that offer. But we will.
No. I said the 21st.
The 20. We got flexibility.
It's my birthday.
Flexibility. There you go.
Something to
Flexibility.
celebrate,
And if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer. But otherwise, I'd ask for your favorable consideration. We'll keep the conversation going.
All right, members, any questions? Okay, at this time, House Bill 233 will be left pending.
Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, the chair lays out House Bill 1093 and offers a committee substitute for the measure. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The chair now recognizes Representative Moody to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Want to thank you for your hard work yesterday. I know that was a long day for you all, so I will try to. I know we do have some witnesses on this bill, so certainly want to be as efficient as possible. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1093 today. As all of you know, navigating the special education system as a parent is difficult. Unfortunately, many of the policies that have been put in place at the state level have not made that process any easier. In 2004, the TEA implemented a cap on special education enrollment at 8.5%, resulting in many students being denied access to an assessment or rolled off of services before their needs had been adequately addressed. Last session, TEA removed the cap, resulting in an increase in the student population. In November, a federal district judge ruled that TEA had continued to deny access. Additionally, in November, a federal judge ruled that TEA had continued to deny access and support to students with disabilities by reducing special education funding by $33 million in 2012. According to the Texas Tribune, the percentage of students with disabilities served plunged from 11.6% in 2004 to 8.6% in 2016. The U.S. Department of Education found that the agency was more likely to intervene in school districts that provided services for more students with disabilities, incentivizing administrators to cut back on services. While the passage of a new school finance bill that fully funds special education will help to remove previous roadblocks, and I certainly hope we get there, we also need to make more resources available to help support a parent's right to help determine the best education solutions for their child. Part of those resources are special education due process hearings. Currently, Texas state law says that a due process complaint must be filed within a year, despite federal law recommending it at 2 years. House Bill 1093 would bring our state in line with federal standards and with, I believe, 43 other states by directing the TEA commissioner not to create or enforce policy that would set the statute of limitations for a due process hearing at less than 2 years. There was a concern raised about the effective date, and so the substitute, just to explain the substitute, that is what the substitute does. It changes the effective date of the bill. I'm aware there's a general concern that increasing the timeline will lead to more parents invoking their right to due process, but I actually don't think that'll be borne out. There hasn't been an explosion of these hearings in other states with longer timelines, and last session, this committee passed out a bill that extended the timelines for certain military families, which didn't have that impact across the state. In fact, in Texas, due process is used on an average of 28 times a year. That number is so low because if a serious conflict arises, it's resolved in mediation. I always want to be clear, the due process procedure is the last option for parents to remedy a grave mishandling of their child's education plan. According to the parents who have been through it, it's arduous, painstaking, and emotionally draining. It's not an easy path for anyone. For families in that situation, the least we can do is give them time, the time that they would need to remedy that situation. With that, I'm happy to answer any questions. I know there's several witnesses and reserve the right to close.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. King has a question for you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative Moody, I guess I was just reading it different. My concern is by expanding it to because federal law requires 2 years, right? And yes. Texas has shrunk it to 1. I guess the concern, the way I was looking at it, is would that not allow us potentially leave a special ed child in a bad situation a year longer, or no?
No, I mean, I think communication from children with special needs sometimes take longer. I mean, those processes take longer, and so I think the 2 year window is a window that gives them the opportunity, and they can still go through the other pieces of the process. It doesn't remove them. It doesn't fast track this. It just says this last step in the remedy, we're going to allow that up to 2 years, and so not to short circuit all the other remedies that are available.
Couldn't file a complaint in a year.
Correct.
But I don't know. It just
saying that as they go through the process, they still have this. My guess is, and like I said, I think that the fear about having more of these situations arise, I don't think is well founded, because I think this will actually promote quicker resolution to these, because we know that there is more opportunity to take this last step.
Well, you certainly know more about this than I do. It's just the way I was reading it. The way it came across to me is like we were shortening we were potentially leaving a special needs child in a bad situation an extra year.
No, I certainly wouldn't. Certainly, it's not a policy that I would promote. It just brings us in line with the federal recommendation to give that opportunity for 2 years.
Okay. Yep. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Speaker, I have a couple, I guess, going down the same path as Representative King did, which is that the intent of the due process is to make sure that you solve the problem for that child if they have in an IEP. I think we both know that, right? And so, they litigated this many years ago and said, the 1 year statute is acceptable. But I guess the damages or I guess what the end result of this would be is that we're trying to make this better for that child, right? I mean, that's ultimately what the due process hearing is, meaning a parent of a SPED child or maybe even a 504 student is unhappy with their particular finding or the IEP or whatever it may be for that particular child, and as a result, you go through depending on where it's at, if it's denied at, their ARD meeting, and you go through the different levels and ultimately get to the final level, which is level 3 at the board. They have the appealable right at that point to then appeal to TEA, and obviously, continues on and on and on, right? And I've seen both sides of it. I see the sides where school districts have been egregious, in the sense of just denying something and then ultimately the parent wins. And then on the other side of it, the parent asking for way too much beyond, what not suggesting they're entitled to, but what would be in the scope of what their services would be. So I'm getting to my question a very long way, which is the 1 year period of time. I mean, we don't want to leave a child in a period in a situation for 2 years. So is that what the intent is? Where you're saying, okay, on day, 720 or whatever it is, or 740, you're going to file a suit, and you've had that child in that same place. We're trying to expedite solving the problem quicker.
Well,
so I don't want to prolong. I don't want to create a new problem with this.
No, and I think everything within the dispute resolution systems that we have, the goal that everyone has is to create a solution for that family, that child, as quickly as possible.
Yeah.
I think in most instances, your 1 year time frame is going to be satisfactory. Unfortunately, a lot of parents have challenges to familiarizing themselves with the diagnosis, the process, different therapies, and appropriate programs. And incidents like a sick family member, divorce, these are all things that can impact that process. So this opens the window for those unforeseen circumstances and for parents trying to figure out how to navigate this system, let's say for the first time. And so my hope is that the overall thrust of the philosophy behind these systems is to get that child in the right place as quickly as possible. But this hopefully balances that with the ability of the parent to navigate a complicated system.
Understood. Okay. Do you have a question, Representative?
Yes.
Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Chairman. Thank you, Speaker Moody. So I think what's really important here, and I think about it like our border community, is that, for example, my stepfather only speaks Spanish, right? So if there are other, like you said, divorce or other things that make things more complicated, we know we have a growing language of Spanish speakers in the state. If it takes a little bit longer for a family to kind of understand what's going on, they just need that flexibility. And I think you mentioned this in your layout, not that I heard it, but I read it, that very rarely does it get there, and most states are already doing this. So we're just trying to do what most states are doing for a very small population, just to make sure everybody's taken care of.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. Actually, and including some of the situations I talked about, I think language barriers is another one. I mean, I certainly have had experience in visiting with families that I would consider very fortunate in their position. They have a lot. They have a lot of.
They have all the social
they have
capital
all the
to
things
navigate
possible that could help them navigate the system and still have difficulty. And so, for populations like we serve in El Paso, I think that's might have larger stumbling blocks. And so, this just it gives that extra space to breathe to make sure that we're able to solve the problem.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, you do have some witnesses, and we will give you the right to close. We're going to call on, I'm going to screw this up, Jackie Benestante, Director of Advocacy and Outreach, Austin Autism Society of Texas, testifying for the bill. She not here? No. Oh, I'm sorry. I was in my own little world there. I was waiting for her to show up, and I was like, what the heck?
Very patient.
Yeah, I'm very patient. We'll call her one more time. Jackie Benestante, Director of Advocacy Outreach, Awesome Society of Texas, testifying for the bill. We will show her for the bill, not testifying. Linda Litzinger, Public Policy Specialist, Texas Parent to Parent and Self, testifying for the bill. Linda Litzinger. All right, we will show Linda not testifying before the bill. Holly Wardell, Eichelbaum, Warden, Hanson, Powell, and Mel, PC, and Self testifying against the bill. That is a long, you guys got to shorten that thing, man.
Very good job.
You know, our corporate law firm is Morrison and Forrester.
Thank you.
I'm not going to tell you what their acronym is, but figure it out.
Will do.
Go ahead.
Chairman Huberty, members of the committee, thank you for this opportunity to testify. My name is Holly Wardell, and I am testifying in opposition to House Bill 1093. This is actually my first time to testify about any piece of legislation, so I beg your patience on this. I am here today as a parent of a child with a disability. I have one brother. He has Down syndrome. But for the last 22, 23 years, professionally, I have had the privilege of representing school districts and educators all across the state of Texas in special education litigation, people who have dedicated their lives to working with children with disabilities on a daily basis. And so I have the unique perspective to share with you some information about the potential economic and financial impact of this bill. These due process hearings, well, let me first assure you that educators work very hard to resolve complaints that parents have regarding students with disabilities, but on occasion that is not possible. About 90% of these cases actually settle, 10% go to hearing, but let me put some numbers on that for you. The average cost of one of these due process hearings for the school district's defense is about $70,000, and that's if the school district prevails. If the school district loses, it has to pay under the IDEA the parents' attorney's fees, which can be anywhere from $80,000 to $200,000. This has been such a lucrative business for for attorneys who represent parents and students that attorneys are moving here from other parts of the country solely for the purpose of suing school districts. And no special ed funding can be used for this type of litigation. This all comes out of state and local funds. And so it's a very lucrative business. In fact, there was a firm that moved here from New York to open up a law firm in Austin for the sole purpose of suing school districts. They also have a traveling set of experts that they take around with them. And when we get to a due process hearing, it becomes no longer about what the parent was initially concerned about. It becomes what the attorney thinks they can make stick on the hundreds of regulations that we have under state and federal special ed law involving very squishy legal standards. What is appropriate for an individual student based on their unique circumstances, which is a moving target because they're growing and developing. By doubling the statute of limitations, you are doubling school districts' exposure, going to double their cost of litigation, and that is something that will come out of state and local funds. I'm happy to answer any questions that the committee might have, and I appreciate your time.
Thanks, Holly. Any questions at all for Holly? I think just a personal comment experience. I've dealt with this on a personal level with my children as well. I think that I think there's some school districts that have behaved poorly related to this over the years, and I think that certainly TEAs or the unnecessary cap or the cap that we removed last session. We're still seeing some concerns about that, and I think certainly from the state's perspective, the maintenance of effort that we haven't been doing. I mean, there's a variety of issues that's causing this issue to percolate a little bit better. So, and I think the one big issue I know that I'm not saying I'm for or against this, but I think I put this in perspective as you're a defender of the school districts that have millions of dollars to pay while the parent doesn't. To advocate on behalf of their kids, and I would love to see. I guess depending on what happens with this, our messaging needs that our school districts need to do a better job with their special needs children. I don't think that it's gotten to the degree that I'm comfortable with it at this particular time, nor any other people. And so part of the new plan as we move forward is to provide those resources and increase the basic allotment so that you can do a better job. And Representative Gonzalez we're working on some mainstreaming ideas and things of that nature, because we do want the resources to be done, and we want these expedited. So because
could I respond to 2 points?
Of course you can.
One being that it is because of the cap and the problem that has created, school districts are bearing the brunt of that. When we get a due process hearing, it's not the agency that gets sued, it's the school district. And they were simply trying to comply with TEA requirements. And so it's not fair now that school districts are getting penalized for doing what the state required, which is what's going to happen in the litigation involving the cap and child fine cases. Another thing I'd like to point out is that a lot of our rural school districts in particular, their legal budget may be $5,000, $10,000 the amount that they budgeted. They may have a fund balance of $50,000. One case like this could potentially bankrupt the school district and exhaust their fund balance. So I just hope that the committee would keep that in mind.
I do, but also remember that the backstop is the state and TEA as you continue to go forward. And so my message is that I think that in generality, I think school districts have been doing a better job, but I think it's proven through the variety of investigations and things that we've seen out there that some are not still. Right. And I'm just messaging whoever you represent, just the reason you're seeing stuff like this is that the thought process as legislators, we only come once every 2 years, and we haven't seen the impact that we had expected. In fact, we had expected a bigger impact on SPED than what we're seeing, and we're not seeing it yet. So that's my message to you.
Thank you. I'm very proud to represent the educators of the state of Texas.
You bet.
Some
Thank
very
you.
fine people.
Jessica Whitty, Texas Association of School Administrators, testifying against the bill.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Chairman Huberty, members of the committee. My name is Jessica Whitty. I'm also a school law attorney at the law firm Thompson & Horton. I regularly represent school districts and special education matters, and today I'm here on behalf of the Texas Association of School Administrators to give testimony in opposition to HB 1093. First of all, I would like to thank Representative Moody and his staff for listening to concerns from school district stakeholders and offering the committee substitute that's under consideration today. However, the bill still presents significant concerns for students and schools. This bill attempts to address a problem that already has an existing solution in the federal law and Texas regulations. The statute of limitations on due process hearing requests begins to accrue when a parent knew or should have known about the alleged actions that form the basis of a complaint. The Texas regulations also already remove the 1-year time requirement if a school made affirmative misrepresentations to a parent or failed to give the parent required notice of their procedural rights. So, if a parent genuinely did not know that they should have a reason to challenge their student's educational placement or services, they're already exempted under current law from complying with the 1-year statute of limitations and could bring that claim 2 or more years later. Similarly, under the current law, if a parent was not provided with their procedural rights, they're not bound by that 1-year timeline. Texas was really at the forefront of ensuring that disputes about a student's educational placement and services were resolved promptly by first implementing the 1-year statute of limitations and regulation in 2001. And this was before the federal statute had the fallback statute of limitations of 2 years. The current federal statute says 2 years or what a state has decided. So that is how Texas has a 1-year statute. The Texas 1-year statute was also upheld in litigation nearly 20 years ago, and it's worked effectively ever since in Texas. Texas is not alone in using a 1-year statute of limitations, and some states have a shorter statute of limitations for certain types of claims. The current system also already permits independent hearing officers who adjudicate due process hearings to fashion the compensatory educational remedy that they deem appropriate. So independent hearing officers in those hearings are already empowered to hear expert testimony and carefully craft a compensatory education plan to address a student's needs as appropriate based on the evidence in that hearing.
You want to wrap up real quick?
Yes. I'll just say in closing that even meritless claims, as Holly was saying, cost districts thousands of dollars to defend against, and this would be a balloon on draining resources and costs for school districts. Thank you.
Thank you, Jessica. Members' questions, Representative Gonzalez.
I just have 2 questions. You said this 1-year statute has been working effectively. I would like to say maybe it's working effectively for the school districts, which might be fair, but it may not be working as effectively for the families in which they are trying to navigate the process of having a child with a disability or in special education. And I think that that's a really important point to say, like, what is effective to somebody may not be effective to everybody. And especially people who have maybe low income or English language learners who are at these intersections of identity who might struggle to navigate both a special ed process and a legal process at the exact same time. And the only other thing I would add is most of these situations, don't they end up in mediation?
That's true. It's accurate that most cases settle in Texas do not end up going through a full due process hearing.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you, ma'am. Kara Schwartz testifying for herself, testifying against the bill.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman and committee members. My name is Kara Schwartz. I am representing SELF, but I'm also an executive director of special programs, which includes special education for Pflugerville ISD. Most importantly, I'm a parent of 2 sons that have been identified with disabilities throughout their educational career. So I navigate the world of both. So I fully understand what it is to be the parent that sits in the chair and goes through the process. Even being an employee of a school district, sometimes that can be difficult. I want you to know I've devoted my entire career before even becoming a parent to students with disabilities. That is a span of 22 years in education as a special education teacher, a district coordinator, a principal, and a director. I'm here today to share with you that I am against the bill for many reasons. To change the statute of limitations, this could potentially be harmful to both students and schools. Under the Federal Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, the students, parents, teachers, and school administrators complete an annual review. That annual review is an opportunity to discuss things that might become potential problems. Again, our goal is early resolution and to support our students and their families in the best way possible. Texas's current one-year statute of limitations fits perfectly in the system to ensure that issues with the students' educational programs are raised in a timely manner so that we can work to resolve these issues on behalf of students and with their families. I'd like to give an example. An example of this would be if the parent waits until their student is in 9th grade to challenge decisions that were made about a student's educational program from 7th grade. In the intervening time, the student has had 2 additional years of school, may be attending a different campus, and may have had changes in their program. A hearing would require the participation of the students, teachers, and providers from 7th and 8th grade, although the student is now in high school. So if it did rise to the level of due process, you're pulling teachers and you're pulling staff through what has already been mentioned as a very emotional process. And again, the goal is early resolution. Therefore, it makes sense as a school district administrator and as a parent to work to resolve things in an early fashion.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Kara, I want to clarify one thing. You registered just as yourself, but you mentioned who you work for, but you are just testifying as Ms. Kara Schwartz, testifying for herself against the bill?
Yes.
Okay.
And my superintendent does know that I'm here today. He is supportive.
Okay, let's go back. Right, I got that.
So,
that's not my point. My point
I
is
am for self, and I am against.
Thank you.
Yes.
That's what I needed. Yeah, that's it. Perfect. Appreciate it. Any questions? Thank you for being here today. We appreciate it. Christine McGuire, Director of Government Relations, T-Case, testifying neutrally on the bill.
Good afternoon, members. I'm testifying. I'm Kristen McGuire. I'm Director of Governmental Relations for T-Case. I am testifying neutrally or on HB 1093 today on behalf of T-Case. I want to be clear, of course, that T-Case, and as Speaker Moody mentioned, supports resolution of disputes as soon as they occur, and that's what's best for kids. T-Case acknowledges that federal law does allow for that longer statute of limitations of 2 years and realizes that the majority of states also follow that 2-year time frame. I sincerely hope that we can continue to focus and build collaborative partnerships with among districts and their attorneys and parents and their advocates and attorneys, and that will take all of us. That said, I am appreciative of Speaker Moody and his staff for the dialogue that they have had with us and appreciative of the committee substitute they've offered. So thanks for your time.
Thank you. Representative Gonzalez.
Thank you, Kristen. So T-Case is interesting because you represent special educators, but you're also, you're just so connected to the community. And so I really appreciate you're neutral on the bill. Is that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
I know it's probably a very difficult place to be. I just want to say thank you for kind of being at the table. Speaker Moody has been working really hard on this and trying to navigate between being at the table with special ed folks and also representing educators. I'm sure this was a difficult conversation.
It was difficult, but we want to do what's best for kids.
Thank you so much.
Any other questions? Thank you for being here. David Hodgins, Attorney at Law, Texas Urban Council, testifying against the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Speaker and members of the committee, my name is David Hodgins.
I'm here today to testify against the bill on behalf of the Texas Urban Council, which is a coalition of large school districts, Dallas and Fort Worth and Houston and many others. But I also come to you as a school practitioner, a school attorney that works a great deal with lots of school districts in working with families on special ed issues and staff members to resolve disputes. And that comes often even before sometimes a due process hearing, where we're giving advice and really actually upfront training staff on good legal processes to the chair about doing good things for kids and how to meet the legal requirements. But we are against this bill, and I do testify against it because it does extend litigation, in my view, and also mainly, as we've talked about today, it does not help early resolution. It cuts against it. As Chairman King asked the question, if I may, about if this goes forward as opposed to what the state has been doing for 20 years, is this more helpful to a student that 2 years ago there was some issue of concern in placement, and that student has remained in that placement because the issue has not come forward, and now it comes later, 2 years later, and it comes in the form of a legal claim as opposed to a phone call, as opposed to a meeting, as opposed to a question. I regret to report that multiple due process hearings, in my experience, have been filed where the administration and the special ed director doesn't even know, has never even heard of the claim until it's filed. And the way litigation works in this arena, there are automatic attorney requirements, complaint responses, there's expenses going up, money out of the general fund that's not going to staff or to students, but going to attorneys like me or others who are on the other side. This is actually helpful to attorneys. It is not helpful to the process. And so I recommend against it. And I'm happy to point out also that from a federal law standpoint, Texas is one of the largest states. The larger states with the multitude of potential, they actually have, a lot of them you will see, have smaller statute of limitations period. And this debate was addressed, yes.
All right.
I apologize,
I know
Chairman,
that,
yes.
that
is a red light, sir.
Yes, Representative Gonzalez has a question, but I wanted to just ask you very quickly, are you saying that that the length of statute of limitations has to do with the geographic size of a state?
I'm saying that Texas is a large state with lots of challenging issues, and that impacts the amount of litigation in this arena.
These are district issues, right? I mean, the role is between a parent, student, and an individual.
Yeah, absolutely, Chairman. Yes, and many of them, even to the mediation point, the mediation issue actually doesn't often come, unfortunately, until after a suit has been filed, sir. All
right, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Wow. So, I will be honest. There was a lot of things to unpack in that you said that you feel that by increasing the statute of limitations, it will actually deny justice to some kids even longer. And here's where I'm going to challenge you a little bit. If a family realizes there's a problem after the statute of limitations and they're not able to remedy that, then you're denying justice for the family that did get hurt. And it doesn't say that just because we are able to now that we are able to have this suit, that they won't get a hearing or a phone call. There's two things that can happen. The child can still be re-examined and can still get the services they need while the suit happens. But this is important. I think one of the reasons this is granted, we never want there to be a suit, right? None of us want there to be a kid who had a bad experience or a family that had a bad experience. But if there was a bad experience, shouldn't they be able to have a legal recourse? And doesn't that prevent future kids from having the same problem? And I would like to push back a little bit on you on the states, because it's a large size, Chairman Bernal. Sorry, Joe. I mean, the states that have a 1 year are smaller smaller states than Texas. The states that have to 2 years are bigger states than Texas. New York, California. Kentucky even has Kentucky. Can we do better than Kentucky? Has a 3-year statute of limitations. I just feel like, what frustrates me is this is a very, very, very small amount of litigation that actually happens. It's a very small amount. And it's usually the most extreme situations. Most of them get mediated out. And so shouldn't, for the most extreme situations, we be able to extend the statute of whatever? I'm not a lawyer, so sometimes I forget the words. But you know what I'm trying to say. Because it's usually the people and the kids and the families that are the most vulnerable that need the additional time.
May I respond?
Yes.
A couple of thoughts, if I may. First of all, I want to clarify that I apologize about the confusion about the large state. I was trying to point out that the size of our state will impact this dramatically. But let me go to your points that you've shared, if I may. And the first one is Texas does have purposely. Well, I'll start with this. The federal law already has in place for all students with special ed a mandated annual review of their programming, of the concerns or the need. Parent is required by law to be a committee member of that. They also are required by law, with respect to language issues and stuff, to have information in Spanish, which I think you brought up earlier. And that is done annually. So that is the time to address those concerns. If we wait, yes, it can have a negative impact if that's waited.
Of course, that's the time to address those concerns, but sometimes it doesn't happen. I'll give an example. My little sister has Down syndrome. We talked about it a lot. My stepdad, who goes to her meetings, only speaks Spanish, and they're not part of an active, until very recently, a Down syndrome community, right? And so if later on, by talking to the parents, they realize, oh, maybe there was a gap here I didn't know existed because they're barely getting engaged or barely finding a community that's bilingual. I mean, there's all these other things, and now they realize it's a problem, and now you're saying, well, it's been a year, we're sorry.
Oh, no, ma'am, I'm not saying that. I would say call the director, call an ARD meeting, work through it.
And they can still call, but shouldn't they also have the option for a suit? And they're not saying they're not going to call, but you're just trying to protect an injustice at this point.
No, I'm not trying to protect injustice. I'm trying to have injustices resolved quickly and timely and appropriately, and not.
But what if they don't know that there was an injustice?
The school districts, the agency, the state, we have responsibilities and obligations to inform parents. We do it in multiple fashions.
You can inform me that I may not know that's an injustice.
That we have lots of educators, staff that work very, very closely with parents to address concerns. Teachers every day. Directors principals every day. So there's not, in my experience of the hearings, I haven't found a school district that I've worked with that have said, I don't want to hear the concern or educate or address concerns or help inform or respond.
And neither have I. I have only worked with amazing educators and amazing school districts. This is not about the people who are good actors. They're not about these are the great. It's about the moments in when there might be a break. And when there is a broken part, for us to remedy it, and so we learn our lessons and then it doesn't happen again. Right? I feel like
agreed.
This is not about, I love all the special education teachers I've ever met in my entire life. And I'm not saying there even is bad actors, but I'm also think that law, policy, is about creating and making sure there's a safety net for all. And so this is making sure there's a safety net, particularly for those who are the most vulnerable. Thank you.
Chairman?
Members, any other questions? Did you want to respond? Do you want to?
I would just say, finally, members, I appreciate the time. There is a safety net. It's in place. It's in multiple fashions, and it should be continued as is. Thank you very much.
One of my questions is, I don't assume that all the legalities are the same, but I actually have two questions. One is, what's the role of insurance in this conversation? Normally when I talk to schools about lawsuits, there's a sort of insurance part of.
I can only give you my experience, Chairman. It is out there, but it's very limited.
Okay.
It's very limited.
Because folks have said that it comes from the general fund, so this may not be covered by insurance?
in my experience, that's rare.
Right.
It normally comes from the general fund, and that has created lots of financial issues for
And
districts.
Representative Gonzalez mentioned that there are several other states that are, I think, decent comparators to Texas that have a different statute of limitations than we do, and has their experience with the 2 or multiple year statute of limitations resulted in the sort of bedlam that we're saying would befall Texas? Has that been their experience?
Chairman, I even though I've done training in other states, I don't know the answer to that question.
Right.
I can only speak for Texas. And from working in Texas and being involved in these cases and seeing the claims and how they impact even the ability to mitigate, if you're talking longer periods, I am concerned for the state of Texas.
And is it also the case that if something results in mediation but not litigation, that's still some sort of lucrative enterprise?
Yeah, I didn't hear your last part.
Is that a lucrative enterprise? Is that a moneymaker, even if you're not going into litigation, to go immediately into mediation? Because what we heard is, on one hand, most of these cases go into mediation, and on the other hand, we heard testimony that a law firm relocated from the East Coast, from New York, to come here specifically for this purpose. And so I'm trying to see how those two things can occupy the same space.
Let me try to help with that, if I may, Chairman, in the regard. First of all, it is absolutely true that folks have moved here in order to sue school districts to make money in this arena. That is accurate. But number two, on the mediation point, it's important to understand when mediation is used and how, in two fashions. A parent with a concern today, regardless, by the way, before involving attorneys of fees on each side, can request mediation. That, in my experience, though, that mediation, when requested, it is not involving attorneys. That's when they come together. There's an independent mediator that comes from TEA that's assigned, works with the family. That would be great if more of that was done. Unfortunately, what transpires most of the time is that an attorney files a lawsuit, starts the legal process, and then after discovery, and then, or somewhere along the line, maybe even early, but they request mediation. Then you have lawyers, you have fees on both sides, and the mediation is about not only programming to meet the needs of students if there are disputes and resolving those, but they're involve attorney fees and payments to those attorneys.
Is both the front-loaded and the back-loaded mediation available after the statute of limitations?
Mediation is available at any time. Okay. The request for mediation, how the agency, but yes, mediation, or to request mediation, you can request any time.
Representative Ashby, thank you, sir.
On the legal fees, David, I was just trying to get my mind around this. I know the school that I used to be on the school board of, we had a contractual arrangement with an attorney, annual basis. Is that cover these type cases, or is this an additional legal fee that?
No, Representative Ashby, that does. I assure you that does not cover these cases.
So these cases would be outside of that.
Yes, Representative. They are much. Yes, and they're, as has been testified, they're very, very expensive. And for someone who represents school districts in lots of areas, we're happy to train and assist in other areas than spending the resources at this stage. And in this fashion, but no, that does not cover the finances at all.
And I guess last question, and I think you've pretty much answered it, but so in your, I guess, professional opinions, and this is what you do for a living, would you say the current system in Texas is, while it's not perfect, that it's not broken, obviously, are there some components, let me ask it differently, are there some components of this bill that you like?
I'm sorry.
Are there some components of this bill that you actually like? Or do you feel like that?
Although we've worked with Representative Moody's office and will continue to do so, I'd say the simple answer is respectfully no. Okay. But there are certainly needs in this area has been identified for funding, et cetera. And one of the things, there's not even a requirement in law that the school district be presented the concern officially before the litigation is filed. Okay. Unfortunately, that'd be a good change somewhere.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
Thanks. Any other questions? Representative Tallarico.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm, like Representative Gonzalez, also not a lawyer, so I'm learning about this process.
Yes,
A
Representative.
local superintendent in my district said that should a family go to mediation, the statute can be extended there. Is that true?
Well, I'm not sure a statute can be extended, no, but I would say that in mediations and handling multiple districts, we have the districts have provided funding, concerns, and things for more on behalf of the student than necessarily a hearing officer in a hearing could award, even legally. And that that happens multiple times, where if there are true disputes, they come together in mediation, sometimes with counsel, preferably with not on the front end, the front low, but those concerns can be addressed very much so.
Okay,
and have consistently.
Thanks, sir. Just out of curiosity, and if this was answered while I was out of the room, I apologize.
Yes, Chairman.
You know, I see that it's been, litigated or set the trend on this. According to what I've heard, 20 plus years ago, we went down to why did we do that? What was the rationale? I'm assuming you know the answer.
I'll give it a best shot.
Okay.
Yes, in fact, Texas, the federal law did not have a statute of limitations. That only came in 2005. Prior to that, Texas had great discussions about what would be appropriate, weighing the interests and concerns of students and families with that of early resolution in districts and staff members. I can't speak for the commissioner who's ultimately implemented this, but from our awareness of the dialogue, it was balancing all of those respective interests, which is something this committee and these members do often. And so that's the best I know. I was not in the actual conversations, Chairman, but that's my understanding.
So the answer is we established our guidelines before the feds established their guidelines.
That is correct, sir.
We never matched what their Fed guidelines were. Okay, fair enough. All right, thank you, David. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you, Chairman
Columbia,
and members. Good to see you.
Yep. Oh, yes, I'm sorry. Lisa Flores, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Lisa Flores.
Chairman, committee, thank you. Speaker Pro Tem Moody, thank you very much for this bill. My name is Lisa Flores. I'm representing myself, and I'm in support of this bill. I'd like to clarify that we're not asking to change statute. We're asking to align with federal statute. 43 other states have 2 years. This change was made by a commissioner's rule. It was not made any other way. It just aligns with federal statute, and that's what we're asking. I am the parent to 2 children. My older son had a school-caused trauma, a very egregious one, and maneuvering special education is a hostile environment. You're expected to be an expert in law, an expert in procedure, and when you don't have the money like my family didn't, you can't get a lawyer. The reason I'm such a good advocate is because the buck stopped with me. So now we're asking people to become experts in a year, when some people in their journey of disability don't understand disability, and they're kind of struggling with what that means and what it's like to have a child with a disability. So we're asking them to, get over their grief, get over whatever feelings they may be feeling, and become legal experts, and be aware that the civil rights of their students possibly have been violated, and take that action in less than a year. And that is asking too much. The 2-year guideline set out in IDEA is a reasonable one. And the statute that the commissioner rule set forth, in my opinion, is not really necessarily to protect students and to make sure that they're ensured the civil rights. It's to protect legalities and to protect the system. And I respectfully ask that the focus be on student outcomes. Like, we're changing the culture in special education. There's a lot more people at TEA for monitoring and for all kinds of stuff. Let's let the statute align with federal statute and let the cards lie where they will. If school districts and people are making good choices for students, then this should not be an issue. We need to change the culture of special education in Texas, align with federal statute, and start changing the culture to stop being one of deceit and control and one of collaboration, cooperation, and better student outcomes. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate you very much.
Do you have any questions?
I do not.
Thank you. I think I was clear.
Columbia Wilson, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Columba. Sorry.
Has some papers here. Good afternoon. My name is Kuluma Wilson, and I'm completely for this bill. I am ashamed to be even listening to the people that's talking against this bill. I've been put through hell back and forth by the district. I cannot talk about it because they will sue me, they take everything I have. It took me years to try to get services for my child. My child was abused. Both of my children were abused in school. And I was forced to have mediation. And when they're talking about $80,000 for due process, that is not true, because my due process, my attorney charged me $2,000 retainer, and she got paid by the school district, I believe, close to $6,000. The one that made the money is the attorneys that work for the district. And when you go to a mediation, there's two attorneys that get paid, which is TA attorney and the school district attorney. And we, like when I went in mediation, I could not afford an attorney because I cannot even find an attorney. So what they telling you on the back, that's just a pure lie. I'm sorry. It's just so sickening, because right now my child is in a school only 14 hours a week. And he's a child with autism, intellectual disabilities. And that's not fair, because I don't know, that's my English or whatever it is, I don't know. And when they say we parents sue the school district, no. The school district bully us. The school district gave me a criminal trespass without a due process. And that I challenge them because they mess with the wrong Mexican and the wrong grandma. But let me tell you, I challenged them in federal court. I lost probably $30,000. I won that case because now my case is precedent or whatever you call it. But the school district, the superintendent could have said with me, because that was a video when he shows that I never touched, that the director special, whoever it was, I never touched his fingers. He said I touched his 2 fingers, so that's how they gave me the criminal trespass and due process and all kinds of things. So to make the story short, I challenged him in federal court and I won. Then the district spent a lot of money on that, because the attorney that the district is paying $350 to $450. And anything, if you please read my paper, because that paper that I'm giving you tells you my whole story. Since 2010, I've been fighting them for one child that right now is 14 years old. And I'm still fighting them because now he's going to school only 14 days a week. Is that fair? No, it's not. So now I'm going to have to fight again for another due process. Can I hire one of those attorneys to help me? No, I won't. Thank you so very much. I apologize. I'm leaving right now.
Okay, thank you.
I'm so sorry.
Let me thank you, Chairman. Let me thank you. Ms. Wilson, real quick.
I'm sorry, sir.
No. Just real quick. I just want to make a point. One, some of you may remember we passed the criminal trespass bill out of this committee. Came over from Senator Menendez.
Yes.
That was a bill that related to your situation that passed. You won your federal court case.
Yes.
And right now you've got a school district sort of paying for. You had the school district paying for the education of your grandson. So maybe you're the right Mexican.
But can I answer that one real fast? Yeah. But see, when I signed the agreement and whatever, I know. But what I mean, they said, no, I know, they were going to pay for the school. So they decide, now they're paying only for 14 hours, which is against the law anyway.
Listen, yeah.
I know. Thank you so very much. I apologize.
Okay. That's okay.
I'm not coming back today.
Fawn Carter testifying for himself, testifying for the bill. I hope I have that right.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I have a cold. But I am for this bill, 1093. I'm probably going to be one of the most well-rounded witnesses that you'll find, because I'm a parent and I'm also a public school teacher. I'm also a military spouse, but I've been on both sides of the table as far as advocating for my children in the ARD meetings and advocating for my students in the ARD meetings. But we talk about attorneys. I've had to hire attorneys for due process hearings for my own children. I have 3 of them, and they all have special needs. The school district, the reason why I mentioned military spouse is because the school district that we live in was out of compliance for 7 years. So you gotta have to imagine that now. And I need an attorney, and attorneys for parents are hard to find. They're just a handful around the whole state of Texas. Most of the attorneys work for the school districts. The school district paid their attorneys about $40,000 to handle my case. Now we talk about mediation. They mentioned something about insurance. They basically go in there with thought, we'll be willing to sit there and agree to no more than $5,000. That's where their cutoff is in a mediation. But they don't want to tell you up that. But if you ask any advocates, they'll tell you, yes, the school districts do have insurance, and that's what they're willing to pay in mediation. But some of those things aren't mediated. And then when we talk about due process, most parents don't want to go ahead and say, I want to go due process, because the process takes so long. For instance, if you get your child evaluated, they have 45 days. Okay, if you disagree with that evaluation and you want an IE, that's 45 more days. So the clock is still ticking when you're talking about that 1 year statute of limitation. And plus, you want to put in, you want to be cooperative. You want to agree with the yard. You want to work together and say, okay, let's try this process, or let's try this intervention and see if that works before you say due process. Because as soon as you say due process, they're going to invite their attorneys in to the next yard meeting. And now you're sitting there in an adversarial situation, which you don't want when you can't afford it. So that's a situation we're in, and as me as a teacher, I've also complained to TEA regarding my students. And that's not a situation that we should be in. We should feel like, that our kids that are, they may not find a situation until, like they said, it may be a year and a half later. Because you're still trying to work that process, trying to be cooperative, and then now all of a sudden, now you realize we're at the end of the tunnel and it's not working, and now your timeline is, you're done. And that's what the situation is. And so I agree with meeting with the federal statutes. I think that's just the fairest thing to do that we can do.
You're out of time, but Representative Gonzalez has a question for you.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I have a question. Thank you. It's okay. I'm sorry you're sick. Thank you for being here. I think what's really interesting about as we watch this happen, and I'm sorry I got really passionate in my conversation earlier, but I guess I just feel like I love schools and I love our school districts, but they have an institutional system that supports them through the attorneys, whereas sometimes parents don't have the same resources in order to help their kids. And so if we can just give parents just a little bit more, and it's, you're right, just asking what the federal, just doing the federal, is, I just don't see why it's bad. But when you found your attorney, how difficult was that for you to find the attorney that helped your
I went through
child?
3 for the same child. That's how hard it was to, and then of course you have to think about, not everyone is experienced in going to due process. They're experienced to go to mediation. And so that's what I found out. The first one, he's like, yeah, I've been in due process. We figure out halfway through, he's like, oh, actually, I've never filed. So, well, I don't want you representing me, So you have, and I went through all the whole state of Texas. And then, of course, you have a situation where if someone does take your case and you have to let them go, for instance, his lack of experience, an experienced attorney is not going to take up where someone else left off, if that makes sense. And so you're left again looking for an attorney who is willing to do it. For my case, we appealed it and went all the way up to the, I think, 3rd District Court in New Orleans, but it shouldn't have to be that way. And that's what the issue is. So it's like, okay, if we had more time, then we could have solved the alternatives. And same thing, if a kid gets disqualified, that timeline, that a year went by and you're still trying to go ahead and make services, you're trying to get them retested, it keeps clicking. It doesn't stop.
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. Appreciate you being here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Steve Alaman, Attorney and Policy Specialist, Disability Rights, Texas. Testifying for the bill. Hello.
Good afternoon. Nice to be back with you all. I'm Stephen Alaman, Disability Rights Texas, testifying in favor of this piece of legislation. So a lot has been said already, so I'll try not to jump on too many points or repeat too many points. But essentially, this bill is about getting your day in court. It's not technically a court, it's an administrative hearing that students with disabilities and their families rely upon as a last resort to protect their rights. In effect, what we're saying is that you have the opportunity to bring this state in alignment with federal standards that is adopted by the vast majority of states. It is something that was adopted by commissioner authority, and over time, the deference was left with the commissioner to adopt that rule. But what we've discovered in the last several years is that if we wait and just defer to the agency, the interests of students with disabilities are not always represented. That's why we got into so much federal trouble in the last year. So this is the opportunity for this legislature to say, we're going to address, as a state, certain key policy issues, among others, what's fundamentally the right of a student with a disability after exhausting all other options to have a chance to pursue their legal claims. Very quickly, in summary, I just want to say that it is essential that we continue to focus on resolution at all levels, both here at the Capitol and in school districts across the state. That being said, this procedural safeguard is the bedrock of IDEA and the federal protection for students with disabilities that we have to honor and make as robust as possible in this state as a policy that we're trying to do the best is turn this state around in compliance with federal requirements. Lastly, I'll say the committee substitute does try to provide a nod to school districts in the spirit of compromise by allowing the deferral of this law so everyone has ample opportunity to be aware of it and take advantage of it when it does eventually come into place. So the substitute is an attempt to be reasonable about the change in policy. Thank you.
Thank you. Questions? No. Thanks, sir.
Thank you.
Daphne Corder, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill.
Thank you. My name's Daphne Corder, and I'm here to testify in support of the bill. I would like to just state that I am a parent and a social worker, and I'd like to tell you that this bill didn't, even though I could have probably been one of the families that could have gone to due process, I did not. This bill will not help families like me. Okay? Because if we just get fed up with it and you have the resources, have a child with dyslexia, I was so overwhelmed with it, I just ran out and got tutoring every day after school. I was able to pay for that. A lot of people are not able to pay for that. If I, knowing what I knew, being a social worker, working with children with disabilities, if I had had that struggle and I had to run out and pay, try and fix the problem. This is really about giving time, and time that aligns with federal law and with many other states, to give parents time by the time you figure it out. And if you try and go to mediation first, that doesn't stop the clock. The only thing that'll stop the clock is going to be that due process paperwork. And so there's even case law on that shows that a lot of hearing officers don't go to the date of discovery of when they knew or should have known, but they go from the date that you file the due process. So I know there were some people talking about that, mediation lasts forever. No, you have 1 year from the time you knew or should have known. And I just, it was very difficult as a parent to hear some of the lawyers testify in the way that they did to talk about frivolous lawsuits. I will challenge them to give you any information about any kind of frivolous lawsuits. That just doesn't happen. People do not want to do this. They want to go every other way than to do it. And sometimes they only do it because they can't afford to just go out and fix it themselves, like I did, and maybe some of the other people that may have been testifying as a parent of a child with disability. I'd be interested to know if they spent any of their own money on tutoring in private schools, because this bill really is about those that can't sit here today, that can't afford it. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I appreciate it. Ma'am, any questions for Ms. Quarter? No? All right. Thank you for being here. Kyle Pickle. I don't think we did a Pickle-Cola. But you have a Q. That's just screwing me up. So I think there's supposed to be an A at the.
So that's my bad.
Yeah, that's why I had a little. I was trying to get the Q in there. I'm guessing there's an A at the end, right?
There is an A. Yes. Thank you.
The ARC of Texas testifying for the bill.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair, members of the committee. I'm Kyle Piccola with an A, not a Q, with the ARC of Texas in support of this bill. We agree with a lot of the testimony, and I won't repeat it, but I will give you two really good examples of why this bill is really important. We have a lot of chapters across the state. Our chapter in Houston, our chapter in DFW, our chapter in San Antonio, and many others all provide special education advocacy to parents and students. And by and large, when I reached out to them about this, each and every one of their advocacy chapters said, yes, we need this bill to happen because we've seen that 1-year statute of limitation hurt families. Our chapter in San Antonio in particular works with a group called Autism Links for Life, and they have a process by which they can track every entry point where people live who come into contact with autism services throughout the San Antonio area. And those areas that are poor, that are minority areas of the city, those areas by and large are not getting connected with these information and these resources. So this bill will help those populations and particularly give them another year to try and find help. And then there was a notion that the ARD meeting meets every year, that these things can get brought up. Well, we have been working with a lot of families in the Rio Grande Valley, and their school district told this mom that, children with Down syndrome, they go to special education, inclusion is not for them. This is the mom's first time ever really being educated about services for students with disabilities. And so she believed them for many years until she got connected with the ARC, until she got connected with other advocacy organizations. So just the idea that the school districts are providing accurate information or providing the best information up front is not always the case. So please, this is a bill that absolutely will help kids with disabilities. We don't think it will hurt school districts. And as it's been repeated over and over and over, mediation, everything before is what is practiced and what's strive for. This is the last resort. So please support this bill.
Thank you. Any other questions? All right, thank you. Is there anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1093? Seeing none, testimony is closed. We'll call on Speaker Moody to close on his bill.
I think it was short compared to your journey last night, so I appreciate your all's patience and the work you do on this committee. It's incredibly important to everybody back home. So if there are no questions, I will.
Before I stop you, before you close, at this time, the chair is going to withdraw the committee substitute for House Bill 1093. Now I recognize you to
Thank you very much. And with that, I will close.
There is a question for you.
It's not so much a question, but
I got 23 witnesses waiting for me in the next room.
Yeah,
So
well, I'm gonna
happy
hurry.
to answer your question.
But it's not really a question as much as I asked you a question based on the way the bill read, and not very often does the testimony really explain the rest of the story. And I got a lot out of it, so I appreciate you bringing it.
No, this is an issue that we've heard about in our office. I think others have too, and we want to continue to. I think Representative Gonzalez really kind of built the framework correctly. This depends on which lens you're viewing this through, and the lens that I view it through is through the lens of the families and the children that are trying to navigate this system, because it's complicated. I certainly have, I certainly do understand the concerns that districts have about these cases. I just think that there are so few of them that we can probably do something here without creating the problems that they are citing today.
Very, very good. And I guess that was just my point. Getting to see the other lens made a difference. So but I appreciate it.
No, thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
You gonna close?
May I be excused, sir?
You can close, and then
I
you
close.
Thank you.
Sorry,
All right,
I'm used to being in court.
At this time, House Bill 1093 will be left pending. Thank you. Okay, Cortez, and then we'll bring up. Looks like Stickland only has 0 witnesses, so we might bring him over at some point. You got how many? You got what's your bill number? 340. He's got 10. Let him sneak in. What's that, Jonathan? He's behaving. He's doing good. I like Jonathan. Yeah, I don't, because you got 10. What's Clardy got? 7. That's our heavy lifting. Yeah, I got Don and everybody else. Phil, you mind if I see if Jonathan can get over here real quick? Oh wait, he said he had to go to another hearing.
He's right in front of us.
Did you hear me calling your name?
No.
All right, well, get over here.
Yes, yes. Am I going?
I don't know. Where's your tie? Yeah. Don't listen to him.
Good afternoon, members.
Well, I haven't called you to the table yet, nor recognized you, so give me a second. See what your bill number is here, if you got a committee substitute. All right, here we go. Chair lays out House Bill 1133 and recognizes Representative Stickland to explain his bill.
Thank you, members. House Bill 1133 was a bill that Arlington ISD brought to my attention. What we are simply trying to do with this bill is to move the K through 4 requirement of 22 kids per teacher to a campus grade level average instead of the individual classroom. It was interesting when I started working on this bill because I started calling some of the other school districts. This is not an issue that any of the other school districts that I have in my district face. This is specific to Arlington. The rest have become districts of innovation, so this is what they chose to use that with. And so Arlington originally wanted to not have the waiver on this issue because they didn't think it would be a problem. It has become a problem, and it's become a burden, and it has affected the school district greatly. So that is why I am bringing the bill here today. There has been some misinformation. I've had a lot of great folks. Has the letter been distributed by chance from Arlington?
We emailed it.
There's a letter from Arlington School District about this. But in talking to folks, I think there's been a little bit of miscommunication on what this bill actually does. We are not trying to change the 22 level. We're not trying to bring this to have that discussion. This is simply going to affect a couple of school districts, and we think it's for the better. We believe in local control, and we think that the local school district should have the option and make these decisions themselves instead of the state.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman.
You have some questions. Representative King.
You said a couple of school districts. It's my understanding that this was for Arlington only. You said there was a couple. What other school district?
Well, in my district specifically, this is the only school district that will be affected because they have, through the District of Innovation, does not apply to them. Currently, this is a statewide bill, but I'm specifically worried about Arlington ISD at this time.
So would you be willing to bracket your bill to just that school district?
Would be willing to do that, yes, if the committee would like to.
Thank you.
Representative Van Deaver.
Thank you.
Sir.
So why have they not applied to be a district of innovation or applied for this waiver? Why? That seems so much more simple to just get the waiver.
I have a written response for them on that question. At the time, the trustees made the decision not to apply for this as part of their plan in order to demonstrate their intention to not stretch the class size limits. Since then, the school has grown, and as they are a school of choice, they have influxes of students throughout the year, and the amount of paperwork they're doing is becoming burdensome. So I think it is still their intention to be well below that. But what has happened is Arlington and in the suburb areas, there's been a lot of turnover in homes. We've had a lot of folks moving out because the property values are changing so dramatically, and a lot of people moving in. And what we have had happen is where we originally started at 22, we may add a couple of kids into a class, and then we lose another from another class, and it's become a problem. So what they've been facing is the decision whether to go through all the paperwork and the waiver process or move a kid halfway through the year, which nobody wants to do, move him out of the class and away from his friends and whatnot. So we thought we could avoid this, but hopefully this piece of legislation would solve that problem.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Bernal.
Representative Stickland.
Sir, Chairman.
Would it be per grade, or would it just be a campus-wide average? Because you can imagine you could have...
It would be both, Mr. Chairman. So I believe Arlington told me that the most that would be affected is we're talking about potentially averaging 5 different classes. So it would only be like first grade at one campus. They would still have to be under the 22 average. So we're not talking about like a huge average where this could be abused potentially.
I guess that's my question. Is you can have a school where most of the classes are the right size, and then you have one grade where it's 6 kids and 30
right.
kids.
I don't think that's what we're trying to stop. I don't think that will be a problem.
Arlington still fast growth? I think they are. They are.
I believe so.
Yeah, they are. They're fast growth. It's this. I kind of go back to what Representative Van Dever said, is that DOI it provides this opportunity, but sometimes you have something in place where you don't have that in your DOI, and all of a sudden you pick up a bunch of kids because you hit a fast growth, or you hit some development that opened and you didn't know, and you gotta deal with it, and it's a problem, and that becomes the bigger issue in the fast growth guys, And I know this has always been the concern on this waiver issue and all these other things, so we'll be thoughtful as we go forward. So. Yeah, it's how it's done. We'll just have to look at it. So.
And I will tell you too, I know last legislative session we honored the superintendent of Arlington ISD for his great work. He won Superintendent of the Year. Arlington ISD does not want to increase classroom sizes. This is simply a paperwork measure for them and making sure that we don't have to transfer kids mid-year.
Yeah, got it. No. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I just comment to my classmate, Representative Sticklin, that I appreciate him bringing this forward. I think it's great that you're listening to your local school district there, and I understand the situation, and it may be that we have to look at a bracket, but I just wanted to commend you for supporting local control and for bringing this bill forward.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. Good.
I reserve the
well,
right
I think
to
you can stay right there for 1 second.
Okay.
And we will give you the right to close. And I'm just going to say, is there anybody willing or wanting to testify on HB 1133? You have no testifying witnesses at this time. All right, seeing none, testimony's closed, and we'll call on Representative Sticklin to close on his bill.
Would love your favorable opinion. Based on my history, would request we don't go to local in consent, but would like for all of your support.
We might just do that. You never know. So,
Thank you, members.
And you close.
Close.
Thank you. At this time, House Bill 1133 will be left pending. Actually, that would be funny. I may do that to you, Jonathan. You never know. All right. All right. Stand by. And then we'll bring Mr. Clardy in after Mr. Cortez. All right, the chair lays out House Bill 340 and recognizes Representative Cortez to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair Bernal, members of the committee. Very handsome and lovely group of committee members here. Outstanding. Thank you. Thank you for the opportunity to lay out House Bill 340 for the committee. House Bill 340 is asking to set a minimum school recess period for public school children kindergarten through 2nd grade. This recess bill would get younger students to participate in regularly scheduled recess activities in order to get exercise, develop social skills, and engage their imaginations. The necessity for my bill stems from the fact that there is currently no state requirements to include recess as a part of a student's instructional day. Studies have shown that increased recess time can have positive effects for students, such as developing physical health, building important social skills, and improving academic performance. House Bill 340 would establish TEA guidelines to set minimum required time for students in kindergarten through 2nd grade to participate in recess activity. I'd like to give my personal thanks, Chairman and members of the committee, to all the parents that are here, community leaders, and child health advocates who have traveled today to the Capitol to express their support for this important bill. I look forward to working with Chairman Huberty's office and the members of the committee to see this legislation through. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and I would like to reserve my right to close.
All right, thanks, Mr. Cortez. Members, questions? We will give you the right to close. Before we start testimony, I want a reminder. I know that Chairman Bernal read this for people. There's this little thing that's right here. It goes green, yellow, and red. And every time somebody says, I'm going to briefly testify, I've timed it. It ends up at about 3 minutes and 30 seconds, and I'm giving you 2 minutes, which we've posted on there. If you have written testimony, please don't read it to me. Give it to us. We'll read it. I promise you, we read a lot of stuff while we're sitting up here. Just tell us your thoughts and try and be brief. We've got, we had a long day yesterday, and we've got lots more witnesses and lots more bills to go today. And so your testimony, I'm not lecturing, I'm just sharing, is that your testimony on this particular piece of legislation, when somebody's a little bit later in the calendar and it's 6 and 7 o'clock at night, somebody may not be able to testify because they have to go home. And so let's just be cognizant of that as we continue to proceed forward. Okay? Thank you. Okay. All right. I want to actually have TEA up here because I'm just confused on this for 1 second. And I guess we're going to bring Monica. Okay. Come on up.
Monica Martinez, Texas Education Agency.
Hi.
Hello.
Help me with this for a second. So, do we need a law that says that kids have to have recess? You got parents shaking their heads back there. I'm asking you, though. I'm asking the people that actually know what the law says.
So currently there's a law that does require physical activity. And that physical activity can take place as part of structured activity during recess or as part of PE. But the law is currently silent on whether or not a district must be required to allow students to have recess.
Okay. Yeah, please. Representative Ashby.
So do we know how many school districts don't provide recess?
We don't collect that information on actual recess.
Man, that's hard to believe that they wouldn't provide that. Okay, thank you.
Yeah, so, okay. So there's nothing in statute. I mean, I just think my kids are all almost done. So I remember elementary school. I thought they played. I mean, they had playground equipment and stuff. And I don't know, Dr. Allen, you want to help us out here? I mean, you were a principal. What the heck?
I'm thinking this comes from the people who are working with childhood obesity. Am I right? The ability to exercise, because recess is.
It's mostly parents. These are mostly parents.
Okay, I'm looking at you. We've always had recess. I don't know why people don't have recesses, and I do know that there are some teachers who don't want to go outside. I know that. You have physical education. That's an organized play with a PE teacher. Then when you have the class, that may be once or twice a week. But then recess should be taking place every day. And you don't have that. Well, they can kind of skip on it. That's what you're saying. You really want to mandate, right, that they have it. I don't know what you want. Let them come up.
I don't know. I was just trying to get your opinion, Dr.
Allen. I'm concerned because I have a bill on recess too, but it's about children's obesity and health and having organized recess. Like, we don't just let the kids go out and play, just run over each other and throw each other on the ground and break each other's legs and that kind of thing. We're talking about organized recess.
Play kill the carrier, dodgeball, or something
like
that.
Yeah,
Yeah, I got
Chairman,
Yeah.
I think there may be a difference between because there is the requirement for the daily physical activity, whether that's structured or unstructured. I think we have heard that some schools will opt for the structured physical activity, and it's not the unstructured playtime that many of us probably remember from when we were in school.
Oh, is that what you're advocating for? Unstructured recess, run, play? Oh, no.
Okay, well, we're going to listen to that testimony here in a second.
Then when they come home with a broken leg.
Unstructured, but
Whoa. That's not how this committee works. Thanks. We'll get you up here if you're on our deal. So, thank you, Monica.
Oh.
All right. We will take public testimony now.
Sorry.
So Cecilina, I'm sorry if I really screwed that up. Santini, school counselor, and herself. Cecilia, is that, well, that's not how Cecilia and the other one's pronounced. Testifying for the bill. Yes. Hi.
Good afternoon. I had good morning written. I scratched it off and I put good afternoon. Good afternoon, committee. My name is Cecilia Santini, and I'm a school counselor at one of the A+ rated school districts, UISD, Laredo, Texas, from the greatest state in the nation, Texas. Okay, I work with students from pre-K all the way.
Your position is what on the
My
bill?
position is I am for the bill.
And let me clean up one more thing. You just have school counselor here. Are you representing the school district? Or you just representing yourself? You're just telling.
Myself.
Okay. Go ahead.
So I drove up in the rain today in the morning because I strongly believe in House Bill 340. I work with children. I'm getting multiple counseling referrals for children displaying behaviors of concern like school refusal, angry outbursts, inability to sit still, inability to focus, inability to make and keep friends. And I really think that the studies that are out there prove that students that are given the freedom to choose, and I'm all about freedom, I'm all about small government, by the way, but I'm about freedom for children. Giving children the freedom to choose what they want to play, who they want to play with during recess allows them to have that control. And remember, people have anxiety because they feel that they have a loss of control. So giving students that ability will foster their overall well-being and will benefit everyone that's involved. Schools, communities, parents, families, everyone will be benefited from this. That is why I'm here to support House Bill 340, Recess for Our Kids. It benefits all. It gives children the freedom to choose, the freedom to be children, and the freedom to choose. So thank you so very much for listening to me, and I invite you to visit our school district, UISD in Laredo, Texas, so you can see for yourself how much our kids are awesome kids, the best, but also how much they would benefit from it.
Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Representative Van Deaver.
Real quick. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So as school counselor, do you see a correlation over the last 10 years of less recess, more emphasis on standardized tests?
Exactly. I'm seeing that, sir, and I think that's truly detrimental to the development of a child. And I see it, and as I sit here, we are doing harm to our children by denying them that freedom to just go out and play and scream and unstructured. Because I understand that a lot of school districts will say, well, we do have mindful training, and we have even some when we teach them relaxation techniques. Yes, you're teaching them. They're not doing it on their own. They're not choosing it. And when we take that control from kids, we're harming kids. That's why we're having a lot of kids when they enter college, problem solving that should come natural to them, they're not able to problem solve.
So do you see more recess time for, say, pre-K through 2 than 3 and above?
I'd say more. I strongly advocating for recess for all grade levels, even high school. No.
But what is your experience? What do you see in your school district?
What I see that should happen?
No, what do you see happening today?
Okay, what I see happening today when my own children is my little girl getting home from school and says, we didn't go to recess today because so-and-so misbehaved. Or today we had indoor recess, and she said, it's not even fun, Mom. And I said, that's not right. That's not right. That's what I'm seeing. And I'm seeing kids on the recess that there's, only 15 minutes, and that's not even recess itself. They really need a break.
Yeah, and I'm not going to belabor this. I know we have a lot of witnesses, but I'm just theorizing that as school districts feel more and more pressure to perform on tests, then is it not accurate to say that they feel pressured to have these students in the classroom preparing rather than? And is that not something maybe that eats into the recess time?
Yes, exactly. But studies do have indicated, and that's why they're doing it, because they said we need more instructional time. We need these kids. We need to pump them in. No, in actuality, kids need more time to play and to go to camp in the summer. And studies do indicate kids that play, they do better in the classroom. Believe me, I've seen it. I've seen it with the kids that I work with. I can tell you countless, but I'm not, because of limits of confidentiality, I'm not able to. And I've even said it in the art meetings when I've been there as a counselor. I'm like, I'm going to start recommending recess. They're like, what? Well, I'm part of the art committee as a counselor. I'm going to start pushing. Just give them recess just make sure that the student plays every day. And that would help them.
Yeah. And I agree with that. They should have recess.
Yes.
And then they go back to the classroom and they that helps them academically.
Definitely,
really.
definitely. I've seen
Now,
it.
the
It
other side
works.
of that coin, I want you to listen to this side of the coin. I understand recess. Are you telling me recess to you means let's go out and play, free willy, jump around, holler bone, play? Some people don't get chosen. You know, that's
okay.
This is the other side of the coin. Kid comes up with a broken leg, he falls off the monkey bar. I'm just giving you.
That's right. Yes,
See,
and those
for all
are valid.
parents out there. I was a principal for 16 years. These are mine, and a teacher for 14. So I'm giving you what I really know. Okay. So, and that's the consequences of just free willy. Are you talking about supervised?
Yes. No. Yes. Supervised recess.
You want the
Supervised
teacher
recess.
to go out
yes,
and
definitely.
do what? What is she doing? Standing
She's
around?
supervising, walking around. We got to work. We got to compromise. Teachers, we're going to push for this bill, but you're going to be active
And what are
supervisors.
children? What are the children doing?
Children are playing. Children are playing.
Playing what?
Playing whatever they choose to, because we want to give them the freedom.
Jump on each other's backs.
We can go over rules of proper behavior, but that goes with the conduct of the school as a whole, as a district.
The other side of the
Yes,
coin. Now, which one
definitely.
outweighs for you is okay with me, but
Definitely.
I want you to know what will happen when they're outside and she has 20 or 30 kids, and you have to make sure that they are safe, that they're not.
Yes, safety comes first.
And then that every kid is involved, and that every kid is chosen to play the game. They need some instructions.
Well,
on
they
how to-
do. That's like but that would be like student conduct. What's expected at the beginning of the year, wherever we're at, students, you're at the best behavior. If you're not on your best behavior, then there's going to be consequences. But consequences not as far as restricting you from playing in recess.
No. But if I go out for recess, there should be something you learn from doing recess.
Exactly, and you also learn how to communicate.
How to involve everybody, how to communicate.
Well, you know what, kids, actually my observation in 18 years, believe it or not, yes, you can count, 18 years in the school district. I started as a pre-K teacher, and then I went to First, and then I went to the residential and rehab. Kids themselves, when they're together, why do we always make it seem like they need our input on how to act, how to behave as kids? They do a great job at it. When the kids don't like, I'm against bullying, I am, and I will speak up all the time. Yes, but sometimes I have to ask myself, when my personal kids, is there something that maybe you're doing? Not that it's your fault at all, but I want you to grow as an individual, and I want you to learn from this. Why am I going to rob them from that opportunity? How do we know how many of these problems that we have nowadays in college with our kids could have not been resolved on the playground? I mean, not everybody's going to like you. That's okay. That's a part of life. So in recess, when we talk about safeties, which is a valid concern, we can distribute some of our assistance. Parent volunteers would love to do it, but remember, we want to get parents involved. We're always pushing parental involvement. Child development is important. All of these testimonies, I mean, I heard some feedback from the community members about the kids. It's all about the kids, but basic needs that they have, we neglect because we know better. We know better than the kids do what they need, and I think that honestly they're being harmed, and we need to push for this bill, House Bill 340.
Okay. Any other questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you
Jessica
so very
Bailey,
much.
testifying for herself, testifying for the bill.
All right, good afternoon. I'm Jessica, and I am here for House Bill 340 for recess. I am here in support of it. I want to start off just by saying that recess is not a break from learning. Play is learning. It is the work of childhood. This is a quote by Jean Piaget, a child developmental psychologist. I am a parent, and I'm a pediatric psychiatric nurse. I have worked in nonprofit pediatric psych for 5 years. The kids come in for destroying classrooms, poor focus, hyperactivity that lead to negative behaviors, depression, and everything in between. In my 5 years, there's been a trend that every summer the census drops, and we have less kids coming into the hospital. The same goes with other school breaks, like spring break right now. As soon as school starts again, we fill up again. When our patients come to the hospital and they don't get to go outside for weather or whatever, we see the tensions on the unit go up. The kids are jumping on furniture, they're picking fights, and so forth. My most impactful memory was a day that I was with the pre-adolescents, the 10 to 12-year-old boys. They were fighting, arguing, couldn't get along, and then we went outside, and I don't know what it was, but when we were outside and they just had that unstructured time, they did well. They were calm, they were happy, and I'll never forget that day. For some reason, it just stuck with me. Research shows that physical activity and nature improve behavioral issues and increase focus. Yesterday I took a test at work, and one of the questions that popped up said it's recommended that school-age children get at least 60 minutes of physical activity a day. Not just preschool through 3rd grade or 2nd grade, but at least up to 5th grade. They should all be getting that. Some of my fondest memories were when I lived in Hawaii and England, and we had lots of recess and just running around on the playground, you know, choosing what we wanted to do and where we wanted to go and what we wanted to play. Working adults, they're mandated a minimum of 30 minutes of lunch break in 8 hours, and some places get an hour lunch break. And these are adults, so why aren't our kids getting the same? With homework, dinner, families have to do in the evening, it can be hard to get the kids out and play after school. It's vital that we mandate recess across the board for all Texas children. Our mental health systems are on overload, and if we can do something as simple as mandating 30 minutes of recess a day, we can maybe help ease that load on the mental health systems just a little bit. I'm passionate about helping the kids of our future generations get the best possible start in life. Recess is just a small piece of that puzzle, but it has shown wonderful results in the schools that have implemented longer recesses, unstructured. And
Ms. Bailey, could you finish up, please?
time up. Okay.
It's okay. Do you have anything else you would like to add before you finish? I don't need you reading the rest of it, but do you have anything you'd like to share beyond that?
Just my daughter goes to a nature-based preschool right now. She's in preschool, so I asked the school director there about behavior problems, and she told me that the kids that were labeled as behavior problems in other preschools came to this nature-based, play-based preschool and have done fine. They've never had, as long as she's been there, they haven't had behavioral issues like kids tearing up the classrooms or things like that. So that's all.
I don't know if I thought she said it. Can you just repeat your name one more time for us?
Jessica Bailey.
And your position on the bill, please.
I'm for House Bill.
Okay, thank you. We wanted to make sure we got it right, so, okay, thank you. Any other questions from the members here? All right, thank you very much. Crystal Scott, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill.
Hello, my name is Crystal Scott, and I'm here today to speak in support of HB 340, the recess bill. It's only been about 3 years since my oldest child started kindergarten. I remember being really shocked when I found out that she only had 15 minutes of recess during a 7-hour school day. It just didn't feel right, considering when I was a child, I know we had over an hour of recess a day. So being trained as an engineer, I decided to do some research. And if you look at the research, it's very clear. Children need the unstructured playtime for their physical, mental, and social development. The skills that are learned on the playground are skills that you can't teach a kid. Skills such as learning how to make friends, how to build community, and how, honestly, to deal with difficult situations and sometimes people. These are the same skills that children will need as they move into those very difficult teenage years and ultimately as they move into adulthood. Our schools really work so hard at giving our children the best education possible. Perhaps it seems counterintuitive to give up classroom time for additional recess, but children, like adults, need unstructured brain breaks so that when they are in the classroom, they can be fully focused and ready to learn. With an increase in productivity and focus, it is possible to teach the same concepts even with additional recess time, ultimately making additional recess time essentially free. Having worked with my own school district to get recess time increased from 15 minutes to 30 minutes, I can attest that it is difficult to get this done at the local level, even with huge community support. And that is why I'm supportive of setting this minimum standard at the state level. There are a few things that I think this bill should also address. I think it should be extended to all elementary aged children. And then also, I think we should go for more than 30 minutes. I think 45 minutes makes sense. There are already schools within Texas and in other states that do 45 to 60 minutes a day, and they see great results with that. In closing, we really need to let our kids be kids while also providing them a great education. I thank you for your time, and I ask for your support for this bill.
Okay, Thank you very much. Members, do we have questions?
Real quick.
Sure.
This is the second time someone's mentioned the sort of interplay between recess and class time eating it up and testing. I just wanted to, if you guys want to come back, Representative Van Dever has a bill to reduce the amount of testing in schools. So just know that, all right, that's all.
Okay. Anything else? Thank you.
Look at you, man. Zach Bellanoni, and I'm really sorry, Zach, if I screwed it up, buddy. Testifying for himself, testifying for the bill. And I'm assuming your mom. Mom, did you register by chance?
Yes, sir, I did.
Okay, are you Summer?
Yes.
Okay, I have you with the one of you didn't put an I and one put an O on the end. So, which is right?
Belloni.
Okay. All right. Well, Zach knows how to spell his name. Apparently, you don't. Go ahead, Zach.
Hi, my name is Zach Bellany, and I'm 7 years old. I support this recess bill because I think kids should have 30 minutes of recess up to however much the teacher wants to give the kids. At my school, first grade gets 50 minutes of recess, and second to fourth grade gets 35. But fifth and sixth grade only gets 20 minutes of recess. We want to let them have more recess. It's not fair for them. They should get at least as much as 30 minutes of recess. Kids should get recess every day because it's good physical activity. If I didn't get recess, I would be asking my teacher to go outside. If she said no, I'd feel mad. I might want to open the door myself and get outside. It would make the kids behave bad and act crazy if they didn't have recess. Recess is also good because I get to play soccer. I keep asking my mom to sign me up for soccer, but she never does.
Mom.
At least I get to play at school. When I first went to my new playground for first grade, I thought it was pretty big. At the beginning of the year, I would always try to climb on the top of the monkey bars. Then I got really good at it, so I started trying to find something else to do. So I asked the friends to bring his soccer ball to school, and he did. So now we play soccer. We make up our own teams, our own out-of-bound rules, and we work out our own problems. Please vote yes to this recess bill, and I ask you to please include all elementary grades so all kids at my school get at least 30 minutes of recess.
Good job, buddy.
Thank you.
You're welcome. What grade are you in? What grade are you in, Zach? What grade are you in?
First.
First grade. Look at you. That's your reading champion. Did you go to pre-K? Huh? You didn't go to pre-K? No, you didn't have any school before kid? Yes, you did.
I did.
Yeah, don't lie to me.
You did like a couple days.
Yeah. All right. Do you want to speak to, or you just came to support him?
Yes.
All right. Well, tell me who you are and what your position is on the bill, please.
My name is Summer Bellany. I'm representing myself. I'm a former elementary and middle school teacher. I currently live in Midland, Texas. Came in to support this bill. I currently serve on our district's Student Health Advisory Council, also known as SHAC. During my time, we've strictly followed Chapter 28 of the Ed Code, which says that we need to research the benefits of recess. We need to gauge our community's values, and we need to recommend a policy. So we did that, and we found out that 92% of our community parents wanted their children to have more recess than they were getting at the time, which was 15 minutes. Most schools, when we shared this information with them, did increase their recess time, but sadly not all, and that's part of why I'm here. I've been advocating for recess in our district for a while, and I've learned that the TEA currently has no enforcement mechanism in place to ensure that districts are following published guidelines and recommended best practices. Districts are currently allowed to disregard the state's recommendations and refuse policy language regarding recess altogether. In my district and in many districts across Texas, we have no written recess policy. And so we're asking for a legislative fix to safeguard recess for all elementary schools. In my district, it's become a game of hot potato. The parent asks the teacher why their child is only getting 15 minutes or maybe less. The teacher says they're just doing what the principal's told them. The principal says they're just doing what the district has told them to do. The school board says they follow the guidelines from the superintendent and they're not going to mandate it. So we go back to the principals, we go back to the teachers, and sometimes, fast forward, the good news is that teachers have said, you know what, we've been told we can give more recess now. Thank you, we're doubling our recess minutes. This is great, we need a break too. Other times, teachers say, we can't give more recess. We don't have enough time to prepare our kids for the STAR. And so, I'm sorry. So we have districts playing hot potato all over Texas, but this game isn't fun because nobody wants to play, and meanwhile, our kids suffer. Historically, I know there's been bills here, and they've been tossed back to the districts for local control. I'm advocating that we need it at the state level. Parents are saying enough is enough. We need your help to say yes to recess. We can't allow the local control argument to continue to neglect our children.
Okay, thank you very much. Members, any questions for Zach or Summer at all? No? Hey, buddy, your mom, Dick, maybe she's going to take you somewhere nice? You're going to go get some ice cream or something tonight? Well, at least you should do that for you since she won't let you play soccer, right? You did a good job. See you later.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, give me somebody next. Karen Johnson, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill.
Good afternoon. My name is Karen Johnson, and I'm testifying in support of HB 340. I'm very aware of the time limit because anyone who knows me can tell you that when you bring up play or outdoor time, I tend to talk for hours. I can give you studies, I can bring you the research, I can tell you everything. But most importantly, play is learning. The American Academy of Pediatrics just released a statement saying that exact thing, that play is not frivolity, it is brain building. That's the same article where they recommended that pediatricians prescribe play because kids are not getting it. And that's something that I think makes this a particular challenge. We sit here and we think about our childhoods, and I think about riding my bike for hours, and that's not the reality for most of my kids. I'm a teacher, I'm a parent, and even as a parent, I don't get my own kids outside as much as I would like. So being able to ensure that there's 30 minutes of recess where students get to choose what they play, who they play with, how long they play for, that's the type of activity that research shows builds critical thinking skills, critical problem-solving skills, as well as critical self-regulation skills. Every time I go back to thinking about the power of play and unstructured activity, because it's such a hard sell, I think, when we're looking at we only have X number of minutes, I only have this much time with my children, I think about Dr. Karen Purvis of Texas Christian University states it takes 400 repetitions of something to build a synapse or create learning when you do not do it playfully. When you use play-based approaches, it takes 12. And I just constantly think, do I want to spend as a teacher, as a parent, 400 times on something or 12? Thank you guys for your time. I ask you to please support the bill.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Questions? All right, thank you. Hannah Norman, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill.
Hello, my name is Hannah Norman. Thank you for letting me speak today. I'm in support of House Bill 340. I am a teacher, and I've been a teacher for almost 10 years now in San Antonio. I currently teach kindergarten, and I'm a strong supporter of this bill because I think it's something that all students in Texas desperately need. As we said before, there are many students who have no recess in Texas right now. I believe it's 24% of Texas children do not have recess. And a study done in 2016 found that young boys who spend more time sitting and less time playing do not progress as quickly in reading and math. And what we want to do is give them that movement and allow them to grow. And I know we're really quick to say we don't have time for this because we have to study, we have to do this. But It's been proven that children can sit for the same number of minutes as their age. So a 5-year-old can sit for direct instruction for 5 minutes. So if my lesson goes past those 5 minutes, I'm teaching to nobody. And if you look at a room of 5-year-olds, they're probably staring at the ceiling, they're probably looking at their shoes, they're doing everything but listening. So I'm spending more time reteaching than I would be if we took a break. And that's what they need, is they need these breaks during the day. Think of yourself right now. You've been sitting here a long time, I'm sure. You've probably shifted your weight, you've probably moved your hands. That's how you increase your focus. My kids cannot do that. So once those 5 minutes are over, they don't know to shift their weight. They're done listening. So I spend more time teaching what I just taught because they can't extend their focus. So what we're asking to do is just to add recess for all kids. They need that break cognitively to be able to refocus themselves. Recently, my school has introduced a second 15-minute recess, and I've noticed a drastic difference in my ability to teach. We would have one 15-minute in the morning and one in the afternoon, and now I'm able to teach all the way through the day due to that. So thank you.
Great, thank you. Members, any questions? All right, thank you. Dixie Silva, testifying for themselves, testifying for the bill. What's this?
Good afternoon, Chairman Huberty and members of the committee. My name is Dixie Silva, and I'm a former kindergarten, second grade teacher from San Antonio, as well as an early childhood specialist. And I'm also the mother of 3 boys, ages 2, 4, and 6. I'm here to support HB 340, mainly for the reason of equity. We talk a lot in public ed about equity in finance. We talk about equity with teacher qualifications, but there is a huge disparity in the state when it comes to recess between our wealthier districts and our low-income school districts. According to the Center for Public Education, the more low-income a school, the less recess they are likely to have. This statistic is both sad and alarming, and unfortunately reflected in many communities across Texas. For example, in my hometown of San Antonio, Alamo Heights students in kindergarten have 30 minutes of playtime a day. Northside ISD, average middle class income, have about 20 minutes of recess a day. SAISD, as you know, is a majority minority district, very low income amount of student, or a high amount of low income students. They have 15 minutes of recess per day. So you can look across the state and you can find that that holds true. The more affluent a district, the more time their kids get to play outside. When children from low income backgrounds are denied adequate time to play outside, we are placing more stress on their already overstressed systems. It's a time for them to relieve stress, to reset their systems, to use their imagination. All of these things are needed in order for academic growth to actually happen. For many of these children, recess at school might also be the only time they have to play safely outside. When we leave these policies to be determined solely at the local level, it also does a disservice to children from low-income backgrounds, because as you've heard from my peers who are upper middle class families, it takes an army to get this done at the local level. It takes years. And meanwhile, children are sitting and waiting, and we're seeing a lot of detrimental effects of not enough recess time. Lower income families have a harder time being involved in school for many reasons, like rigid work schedules. They can't just leave their jobs to go to a meeting at their school. In closing, this problem really continues to contribute to inequities in education across our state, and I hope that you guys will, I hope that you will thoughtfully consider supporting this bill.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Members' questions? All right, thank you. Heather Stobbs, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill. Hello.
Good afternoon. My name is Heather Stobbs. I'm here in support of House Bill 340 to kind of give some guidelines about recess. I have been in public education for 24 years. I was a kindergarten teacher, a pre-K teacher, a first grade teacher and a PPCD teacher. And so one thing with the amount of time that I've spent in education is I've noticed that pendulum that goes back and forth and it swings back and forth. One of the things that has remained constant is the disconnection between what we know and what the research tells us and what we do. And one of the things that really hit home to me as I was researching and looking at this, because in my position as an early childhood specialist, I'm able to go to multiple districts, multiple campuses, and I found some data that actually shocked me. So there was a poll of school administrators, because last night as I was preparing this, I was thinking to myself, okay, this is not rocket science. We know that recess is good for kids. We know they need the unstructured play. So why are we having to show up? Kind of like the conversation that, was happening before we started the testimonies. And then when I read this data, I was like, oh my gosh, so here it is. So there was a poll of school administrators. It was by the Robert Wood Johnson Foundation. And it showed that 8 in 10 principals acknowledged that recess had a positive impact on achievement. 2/3 of them stated that students were more focused and listened better after recess. But in the same poll, 77% of the administrators, despite what they believe about the value of recess, stated that they withhold it as punishment. So it's used for kids to be tutored for academic causes. It's the kids that need it the most. Those that need those brain breaks, those that need that unstructured activity, those are the kids that are missing out on recess. And so really, while there's a lot of value in the local control of it, it kind of comes down to we need somebody to just do the guidelines so that it's safeguarded. So thank you very much.
All right, thanks. Any questions? Let me just ask you one quickly, briefly.
Yes.
I get it. Have you gone to your school district and talked to them?
A little bit.
Okay. Just here's my.
Because they believe in local control as well.
Okay. Here's my point: is that we're trying to change a lot of things about education this session. Mm-hmm. One of which is stopping mandates, and no disrespect to anybody that offers bills, because everybody's, we all have different things that we'd like to do and stuff like this. This is one of those things that, first of all, it's unstructured. If we're gonna, put a process in. I've listened to what Dr. Allen said. We're gonna do it. I'm more along the lines of that than we are in a different direction. But I encourage all of you that are here to testify. I don't know if you've gone to your school boards or talked to them, but those are the people that you hire at the local level to run your schools, not us. And the problem, and I'm saying this because many of the same people that where you come and talk to us and testify about stuff that you don't like us doing, you're saying stay away from our schools, except when you don't want us to stay away from the schools. And so there's this balancing act. Does that make sense?
Yes, it does. And so one of the things that I was thinking about last night is this whole, to me, and I don't remember what bill number it was, so forgive me on that, but about the pre-K to second suspensions. Mm-hmm. Okay, pre-K to second suspensions, like this, we should know based on the research that that's not good for kids. But you know what it took? It took a law being put into place that said you're not going to do it, you're going to figure something else out.
Yeah, but again, my question to you was, I asked, did you go talk to them? And you said a little. So my question is that I don't know where this is going to go one way or the other, but
I've talked to a few principals about it.
But go to your school board meeting. Go to your school board meeting. They got public comment. You're allowed to talk to them just like you're allowed to talk to us, and ask them, hey, why
but
don't
when
you
I
offer this one
when
thing?
I come here, to be honest, when I come here, I am I know you took my name. I know you see my face. You don't make my life miserable for bucking the system.
Okay, fair enough.
Okay.
All right. Well, I'm sorry that they do. You should elect better board members then.
I don't live in the district where I work.
Oh, okay.
So, that's the other reason.
Well, whoever lives in that district should elect better board members then, if that's the case, because that's not the way that they should be.
I'm not disagreeing with you.
I got you. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Is there anybody else wish to testify on for or against House Bill 340? If not, we'll call on Representative Cortez to briefly close on his bill.
Thank you, Chairman, members of the committee. I appreciate the opportunity to lay out this bill. I'll be happy to answer any other questions. If not, I do close.
Thank you. Members, any questions? All right, we'll give you that right to close. And at this time, House Bill 340 will be left pending at this time.
Thank you.
Chair lays out House Bill 684 and recognizes Representative Clardy to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. I want to tell you about Sam's Law. Some of you may have already had visits in your offices from some of the folks with the National Epilepsy Foundation and others promoting this bill, talking to you about it. The way this bill came to me, like most of our bills, from a constituent. And there's a story about another constituent, a young lady, Samantha Watkins, who on December 16 died from complications after having a severe epileptic seizure where the people around didn't really know how to deal with it or react to it. When we got through the last session, as y'all do, we do our town halls, and a lady named Sherry Dudo, who's in here with us today, is going to testify, came and related the story and was very emotional, said we ought to do something about this. Now, I will confess to you, when she talked to me about epilepsy and seizure disorders, I knew of the problem. But if you'd asked me how many students does this possibly affect in Texas, I said, well, maybe 5,000, 10,000, significant number. Our latest statistics show it's pushing 50,000 public school kids we know of have this disorder, and there's others that we fear are probably underdiagnosed or misdiagnosed. So this is a pressing issue. Chairman Huberty, you talked a while ago about mandates. I think this isn't a mandate. This is a can't wait. This is something that we need to focus on because it doesn't just affect a handful of people. It's a growing problem. It's an emerging problem. It's also a problem that's very easily remedied, and it's remedied with no cost to the state. This is all handled through the foundation. I will tell you, the group, you hear testimony today from Ms. Cindy Rosales, who's the CEO of the Epilepsy Foundation. They're looking to Texas, as most other states should, to be the model for the rest of the nation in what we do with this issue. Simply what Sam's Law does, it provides free teaching and support from the Epilepsy Foundation of what to do in the existence. I would encourage all the members to watch the video, very short video, and for all, not just the school nurses, but for the teachers, those school faculty members or administrators or others who are in regular contact with students, so if something does happen, they know how to respond. You'll hear testimony today from one of our staff members, works with Representative Rick Miller's office, who actually was able to put this into work at our cafeteria here in the Capitol just a couple of weeks ago, showing exactly why this is good common sense legislation. The bill does, we will be submitting, and I would be happy, Mr. Chairman, when the bill is hopefully voted on, if I need to come back and explore a committee substitute. It does do some additional things, one of which is to add a seizure action plan, which will be rolled into a district's or a campus's 504 accommodation committee process to deal with seizure disorders, so all those team members are part of it. Specifically, the bill would only apply to public school districts and charter schools. It does not apply to private schools for good common sense reasons, and also ensure that any prescription medicine used for treatment of epilepsy is administered on campus in a way consistent with, again, local policies regarding those issues. And finally, there's a liability concern, and this would be covered under Section 220511, the Good Samaritan statute, to protect people who act in good faith to take care of these students. So I think this is it's a pressing issue. It's an important issue. I hope you'll pay attention to and I know you will, to the testimony you're going to receive. With that, Mr. Chairman, I'd be happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
Thank you, sir. Members, do we have any questions for Representative Clardy? All right, we'll give you the right to close. Thank you very much. First up, Sherry Dudo, Purple Warriors of Texas and Self, testifying for the bill.
My name is Sherry Dudo. I'm in support of House Bill 684, and I represent myself and the Purple Warriors of Texas. I want to thank you for allowing me to speak. I'm a retired Texas public school teacher. I have taught school all my adult life. I had to retire early because I have epilepsy. I had my first tonic-clonic seizure, the violent convulsive type, when I was 52 years young. I was unconscious. I was convulsing. I stopped breathing. My skin turned gray. My lips turned blue. And when the seizure stopped, my husband thought I had died in his arms. After days of recovery from this seizure, I began to realize that if what had happened to me had happened to one of my students in my classroom, I would have had no clue as to what to do to help that child. I began to educate myself on this mysterious condition called epilepsy. I learned during some types of seizures that if you do the wrong thing, such as holding a child down or putting something in their mouth, you can actually cause harm or even death. I also learned some seizures are subtle, hardly noticeable at all, and the person having them may appear to be staring off into space, daydreaming, and not paying attention. As a teacher, we are worried about this child not learning the materials taught to them. We worry about how they will perform on the state tests. We may not realize seizures may be the cause of their inattention and struggles in the classroom. I also learned the most shocking thing about seizures: they can be fatal. Samantha Watkins, a senior at Kilgore High School, an honor student and a star soccer player, had a seizure in 3 short months. After struggling with seizures, she had a horrific seizure that killed her. When I learned from the Epilepsy Foundation of Texas that there are 49,050 children in Texas that suffer with epilepsy and seizures, I knew I had to do something. I had to help these children, their teachers, and our schools. I have been working with the Epilepsy Foundation of Texas on House Bill 684, which we affectionately call Sam's Law. Sam's Law is an efficient and cost-effective way to educate our teachers and schools on this most critical need that 49,050 of our children have. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ms. Dudo. Appreciate it. Members, any questions? Representative King.
I was reading about taking the training and it's online.
Yes.
Correct.
It also could be the Epilepsy Foundation of Texas could come out to the schools if they request that. Either way.
Okay. And I guess that's why there's no fiscal impact to the state, because
it is provided by the Epilepsy Foundation.
So on the online training, which I haven't been through it, I guess you have. What kind of stuff does it?
It will teach
to recognize signs.
It will teach about first aid, but it also teach about the different types of seizures, because like I said, some of them you do not recognize because the child is not convulsing. They're simply staring off into space. They are not conscious. They are not learning, but the teacher may not even realize that's what's happening to the child.
That it's about to. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. I was personally, when I was a kid, I had a series of seizures. They weren't epileptic, but I was trying to. I mean, nobody knew it was coming when the kind I had happened. So anyway,
Yes.
just wanted to clear that up and see what kind of how invested the train or how involved the training was. Number one, because with no fiscal impact, it was it brought up a question of how detailed did it get. Thank
Yes.
you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for being here.
Appreciate it.
Michaela Bencula, do I have that right? I hope I do. Testifying for yourself and for the bill. Hello, tell us who you are and your position on the bill, please.
Hello, committee, and thank you for your time. My name is Michaela Bencula, and I'm here in support of House Bill 684. There have been times in school where I have had a seizure, and my teacher did not know what to do or how to handle it. This resulted in me having a seizure in front of my class, and it was embarrassing. With this bill, we can focus on free training of our teachers and as well the safety of those who suffer from seizures. Thank you.
That's it? I read your story in this thing. It was pretty good. You want to tell me about the rest of it?
You just said just the shortened version of it.
Okay. Well, at least the young people listen to what I'm saying. So I actually read your story. So
That was the story, Mr. Chairman.
yeah. So I think your issue is you dealt with this personally at school and what was handled very poorly. Correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And I'm assuming those people are now trained to not handle it poorly any longer, but they had to learn the hard way, I'm guessing, correct? Or you don't know yet?
They're not trained. I don't believe so.
Okay. All right. We'll work through this, okay?
Okay, thank
Brave
you.
you to come up here and talk to us. Oh, is this where you're spending your spring break, or do you live here? Where do you live?
Yes,
Taylor,
it's my
Texas?
spring break.
Okay, all right.
I live in Taylor.
Taylor.
Yes.
You live in Taylor?
Yeah.
You're fighting duck?
I'm actually going to the early college high school.
Oh,
We're
great.
Phoenix.
What grade?
I'm a junior.
Junior.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, thank you for being here and sharing
Thank
your
you.
story.
Thank you. All right, Linda Litzinger, Public Policy Specialist, Texas Texas Parent to Parent and Self, testifying for the bill. She signed up. She's not here. We're going to show Linda not testifying before the bill. Gabriel Crunelli, Purple Warriors of Texas and Self, testifying for the bill.
My name is Gabriella Crunell. I'm representing myself as a public school teacher, and I am in support of this bill. I've been teaching high school math in Dumas, Texas for 5 years. Currently freshman Algebra 1, so please keep me in your prayers. And for every year that I have taught, I have had one or more students in my classroom with active seizures. In that time, I've witnessed a student have a violent seizure outside of my classroom window. She fell to the floor, it caused damage to her skull, and she started convulsing. 911 had to be called, and an ambulance took her to the hospital. I also know of many other stories of students having seizures in my campus. And when sharing about these experiences, my coworkers have admitted to not knowing what to do in that situation. Some did not even recognize that a seizure was happening because it wasn't the convulsive type. It was just a brief lapse of consciousness and fluttering of the eyes. Others have panicked when a student fell out of their desk and started shaking on the floor, which also caused the other students in the classroom to panic as well. The only thing that they do know how to do is to call the school nurse, who is located on the complete opposite side of my campus from where I am currently located. And if this is all happening on my small 4A school, I can imagine that it's also happening on other campuses across the state of Texas. As a teacher, of course, you know I already have training online every school year during staff development that cover what to do in case of having an allergic reaction or if I come into contact with a bloodborne pathogen. I've never had this happen in my classroom, but I am happy to have that training in case that it does. Teachers need to be educated about seizures for this same reason, especially since a seizure in the classroom can be fatal if a teacher does not know how to properly assess and respond to that. I deeply care for every single one of my students as if they were my own. I want them to walk out of my class not only knowing more about the content, but also with all the tools to be successful in their futures. I would be devastated if I was the cause or one of my other coworkers kept them from reaching that full potential because they did not know what to do or did the wrong thing. So please give us teachers the tools to be successful to help these students. Thank you.
You betcha. Thank you. Thank you for being so caring about your kids. Any questions, members? All right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you.
Cindy Rosales, CEO of Epilepsy Foundation, Central and South Texas and Self, testifying for the bill.
Hello, hi. You are better looking the closer you get up here. Hi, everyone. My name is Cindy Rosales, and I am in.
Talking to you.
I don't know. I guess the back of the room is not working. It's been a long day, hasn't it? And for some of us, we drove in a lot of rain to get here. I am in support of HB 684, and I represent. There are two epilepsy foundations.
Name, position on the bill. Who you represent?
I'm sorry, Cindy Rosales. I represent the Epilepsy Foundation, Central South Texas, and the Epilepsy Foundation of Dallas, Fort Worth, Houston. There's two of us in the state. I represent both of them, and I am in support of HB 684. And to me, this is easy. It's so easy to understand why this is so logical and why it's so important and relevant and valid. And as Representative Clardy said, there are 49,050 children with active epilepsy in the Texas schools. And what we are pledging to provide from the Epilepsy Foundation is training completely free of charge. We can provide this in a couple different ways. We have staff across our state that will travel to the schools and will provide this in person. And we will also provide it online. For the school nurses, we have a program that they will actually get 2.25 credit hours if they can complete the course online. And for school personnel, it's actually a 20-minute program online. So we're trying to make this as easy as possible with as few challenges and barriers as possible. And the program that we're offering is a CDC-sanctioned program. It's in partnership with the National Office and the Centers for Disease Control. As I said, they are offered completely free. The seizure action plan is a very, very important piece. It is a product that is going to be filled out by the physician, the child's physician, and with the school involvement. So that's really nice. It's going to be personalized specifically for that child. And what we think is very important is that we remember that there's 841 students to one school nurse in Texas. So it's important that they have help and assistance. And we're very sorry that Sam's tragedy had to bring this to our attention. But unfortunately, that seems to be the case in many of these circumstances. So I thank you very much for your attention and hopefully your favorable consideration.
It sure is. You betcha. Appreciate you being here. Thank you.
Thank
Any
you.
questions? All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Katie Graham testifying for self, testifying for the bill. Katie Graham. We will show Katie. Oh, there you are. You didn't recognize your name, or you were just
No, I was just
stunned that I called you, or go ahead.
No, I'm actually very excited. I could have run up here.
Great.
Hello, my name is Katie Graham. I'm here to testify in support of House Bill 684, affectionately known as Sam's Law. I'm grateful to the chair, co-chair, and the committee for the opportunity to be here. I'm here to provide a parent perspective on the crucial importance of mandating all three components of this bill: nurse training, personnel training. That means anybody who's brushing shoulders with someone who has epilepsy, and seizure action plans. Wanted to show you a picture of my sweet guy, Elliot, here. He's an 8-year-old. He loves Thomas the Train, and he goes to an Austin Independent School District Elementary. He's a second grader and spends half his time in a typical classroom, half his time in a SPED classroom. He started having seizures at the age of 2, and by age 5, he was diagnosed with a catastrophic seizure disorder called Lennox-Gastaut syndrome. Autism diagnosis followed shortly thereafter. He does experience regular seizures, has significant cognitive, speech, and social delay, and he requires the support of an aide at all times. Some of his seizures can be subtle, as was referenced earlier, and he's not verbal enough to express that he feels a seizure coming. He can have one anywhere at any time of day, on a field trip bus, in the cafeteria, or on the playground. Formal seizure training has never been mandated at the state level for any of the individuals that support him throughout the school day. So for the past 3 years, I've been the trainer, so to speak, for his entire team. His aide has reported that she had an online course at one point, but this is not mandated. This was something that perhaps the school did. Perhaps it's a Austin district thing. This isn't mandated at the state level. And that's what we're advocating for here. I mean, it's absolutely terrifying for me to consider what may take place with a personnel shift that day. His aide doesn't show up. I'm just having to trust that they'll know what to do. The Epilepsy Foundation would pay for all of this once again. I think the structure is 2.5 minutes for nurses, a half hour for personnel, and it's very doable. Kentucky was mentioned earlier, the first state that's mandated training statewide. So I'm advocating that you all support HB 684 and make Texas the second state to do so. Thank you so
Katie.
much for your time.
Thank you, Katie. We appreciate you very much. Questions? Yes, go ahead, please.
And I may have missed it when I was in the back, but you said we'd be the second state. What's been the experience of the first state?
I wish I could speak to that.
Okay.
I don't know. I know that it was fairly recently legislated. I believe it was in 2017.
Yeah.
But yeah, that's.
I mean, even if it gave educators the kind of confidence that we heard from before.
Precisely.
Right. Okay.
Precisely.
Thank you.
And the parents.
Of course. Thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. All right.
Any other questions?
No, I think we're good. Pedro Solis, legislative analyst, testifying for himself, testifying for the bill. Go ahead.
Chairman Huberty, Vice Chairman Bernal, and members, thank y'all for allowing us to testify on this. I'm with Representative Rick Miller's office and for HB 684, right? So Sam's Law is what we know it as. Reason why I'm here is to tell you a little anecdote as to what brought us into, or what brought me into this right now. So Sherry Duda presented the bill to Representative Clardy, and then they came over to Representative Miller's office. I the one who works with people with PubEd. So they spoke with me. They told me about the bill and what Sam's Law does. And in essence, the training of it's really interesting, very it's just a good thing to know. I mean, it's the first aid everybody should know how to do CPR. It's very simple, right? So watch the video, got all the information. This was a Tuesday morning, and I literally cannot make this up. So Wednesday morning at around 8:30, I was walking into the Capitol Grill, our amazing cafeteria, of course, and this lady had just collapsed, pregnant lady. She was having what at that moment was just a seizure, but ended up being a tonic-clonic seizure, which is known as a grand mal seizure, one that lasts for more than a few minutes, right? And there's people crowding around her. Somebody wanted to put something in her mouth, so on and so forth, and no one was really rendering aid appropriately. So I stepped in, helped her, laid her over on the left side, kept people from putting things in her mouth, which you're not supposed to do. Just make sure her arms didn't, flail and hit herself or hurt herself any further, and try to keep her as calm as possible until the emergency personnel arrived. And frankly, had I not been there, something worse could have happened to not only a lady that was in our Capitol, but to her unborn child. And it's just a positive thing. It's not that hard to back that up. So that's
not rocket science, is it?
Exactly. Exactly.
Give me your name one more time, your position on the bill, please.
It's Pedro Solis, and I'm for the bill.
Okay, buddy.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Thank you for your time. Appreciate
Good
it.
work on that, pal. All right, Lori LaChance, testifying for herself, testifying for the bill.
Thank you. My name is Lori LaChance. I am the Director of Student Health Services at Austin Independent School District. I hold a master's in nursing and public and health administration, and I am a certified school nurse, and I am in favor of this bill. What I wanted to let you know is that as a school nurse, we do a lot of training. I personally have trained a lot of staff members in the schools that I worked in how to deal with seizures. We do seizure plans. But this particular year, we tried to do across the board because we do recognize that teachers are probably the first person who will recognize that a student has a seizure. And so we want them to be prepared until we are able to get there and help them. And when I ask that this be done across the board for every person who had contact with students, the answer that I got was, where is it in the law? And so in schools that I have a relationship with the administrator, absolutely, they let me go and do my training.
Yeah.
So that is why I came up and asked
appreciate
that you
that.
support it.
You betcha. Thank you very much. I appreciate you being here. Oh, yes, of course, Dr. Allen.
Do you do other training? Do you do CPR?
So the training that we do personally for our group, our staff members are trained during our orientation. We CPR trained. We train on allergy, anaphylaxis, seizures. The training that we provide to the staff at the school district includes allergy and anaphylaxis training, bloodborne pathogen training. In the past, we've done asthma. We have done heat-related training. We've done, I think those are the...
How about Heimlich?
That is part of the CPR training. It's now, and that's not for everybody. We reinforce it with our cafeteria monitors. CPR and first aid is required for PE and athletics staff, and actually the school district in Austin actually does it for those staff members.
And how about diabetes?
Diabetes
Sugar
training.
drops.
So across the board, no. In our school district, anybody who has a chronic medical condition, diabetes, asthma, allergies, seizures, we do personal care plans and emergency plans, and then one-on-one training with teachers and staff members that are involved with those students.
Okay, and then there's heart attacks and strokes? Young kids are having them younger now.
Yes,
Football players are dying on the field.
We do not address any kind of training relating to cardiac events or strokes.
Maybe we should add all these to the bill. Would that be nice?
It would
Train
be great.
everybody.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate your time very much.
Thank you.
Is there anybody else wish to testify on for or against House Bill 684? Now we'll call on Representative Clardy to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members, for your attention to this bill and to the testimony. I want to thank the witnesses who came here and provided that. I think they tell a very compelling story. I hope you join me in that, and we'll hope for your favorable consideration of the bill. I would add that there has been medical testimony that's been made available. I think will be distributed to the committee. From that perspective, I know several registered on the bill or for the bill, I think, without testifying. So I think it's the right time. It's a good thing to do. I'd ask for your support and a favorable vote, and that this bill be sent to the general calendar. And thank you for your attention. And if there's any questions, be happy to answer those. Otherwise, I close.
All right. I don't think there's any questions for you at this time. We will leave House Bill 684 pending. Okay. At this time, we're going to... Yeah, 8-0. I'll get to Donna in a second. She's got some witnesses that got to get home. The chair lays out House Bill 880 and recognizes Representative Kalani to explain the measure.
Mr. Chairman and members, I'm here to lay out HB 880. I appreciate your time this afternoon. A good superintendent can lift up an entire district, but the rare bad actor can leave a district on the hook for hundreds of thousands of dollars in stiff penalties that result in lost state funds. This taxpayer-friendly bill did not come from one specific instance, but rather from dozens of superintendents being bought out by their respective school districts across the state. From 2013 to 2017, districts paid out $18.3 million in superintendent severance packages. To make matters worse for our kids and taxpayers, each severance package comes with an additional penalty from DEA, whereby the state withholds funds from a district that pays out a settlement worth more than the superintendent's annual compensation. This mismanagement of funding has been occurring across the state for decades. Penalties for school districts have been in place since a House bill was passed in 1995 requiring the state to withhold funds from a district that pays a settlement worth more than the superintendent's annual compensation. For years, districts have paid large sums to departing superintendents, either to help convince an unpopular official to leave or because the superintendent simply wanted to leave for a better job offer. In almost every case of superintendent payouts, the severance payment has been agreed to as part of the contract when the official was hired. The penalties incurred are a result of contracts that favor the superintendent regardless of the reason they leave. This bill is meant to strengthen the school district's ability to hire individuals who are not seeking employment simply because of a cushy severance package. HB 880 helps to put school districts on an even playing field as they recruit new superintendents. While wealthy districts can offer large payouts during contract negotiations, many districts cannot afford to offer these golden parachutes. At a time when our property taxes are skyrocketing on the local level, Texans rightfully demand accountability and diligent stewardship of our taxpayer dollars. We should ensure every penny of our tax dollars going to prepare our children for their futures and paying teachers a salary they can live on, not to several $100,000 multi-year payouts to outgoing school officials. And we did have a witness here today. He had to leave, Mr. Dribble. He was on the Katy ISD school board a couple years ago, and he was here to be in support of the bill, but today is his anniversary, so he wanted to have another anniversary next year, so he had to go home. But I do appreciate him driving up. So there are some other witnesses here to discuss this legislation further, but I'm happy to answer any questions the committee may have for me, and I reserve the right to close.
Okay. Of course, yes, ma'am.
Did I hear you say in your reading that if a district does this, then they will be, that the state will withhold funds from the district?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
So did funds mean all funds, or?
No, it's a portion. It's a portion. Yeah, like for instance, in 2016, the Brooksmith District enrollment of 143 between Waco and San Angelo was just moving out from understate conservatorship and nearing financial ruin with a $400,000 deficit. Yet when Superintendent Guy Birdwell left the district, accepted an $86,862 penalty from TEA for paying $194,000 to buy out his contract. And
okay, because I'm concerned about the school and kids rolling on, but we're going to take money from them. All right. Well, okay.
Any other question? Let me ask a question maybe to
this guy, but you can go first.
Go ahead.
You're the chairman.
No, please.
You sure? All right. So what do you do with existing contracts? Like, because obviously
It would go forward.
I'm sorry.
It would go forward. It
Okay,
wouldn't
so
be-
anything that has been
Right.
executed to
Right.
date, you wouldn't, this bill would not affect.
Right.
Okay, very good. Thank you.
So let me get this straight. You've had situations. I think I see where you're going with this. So you got a situation where perhaps, and again, to go forward, so it doesn't matter. So if there's there's an impact that's out there, somebody negotiates whatever it is. But for whatever reason, guy moves from New York City, new school board gets elected, maybe changed political factions on the board, meaning it went from a conservative board to a Democrat or liberal board, or a liberal board to a conservative board. They don't like the superintendent, and he's taken this deal, and he gets in the middle of the politics. I mean, that's part of the reason for the contracts there. So how do you deal with that particular issue? If they just want to just say, you know what, guess what, you're gone. No, no ifs, ands, or buts. Do you designate it separately for malfeasance, misconduct versus politics? Because that we have seen the instances of that happen here in the state of Texas, where the politics come into play.
Right. Well, it's a 1-year salary, so they're not getting just fired. They get a 1-year salary.
Well, I understand that, but let's just say, for example, that you moved your entire family and you come down here, and the board that's in place that hires you gives you a 5-year contract with a guarantee, and so you decide to leave your job that you love, and decide to come down here, and all of a sudden, because the board got elected, you get fired. What do you do about that?
We did talk about maybe the possibility of like a supermajority, as far as letting a superintendent go.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. All right. Let's talk about that as we go forward, because I think that I don't look, if somebody does something egregious and they're buying their deal out and get out of the contract, or something happened. I mean, there's many of us in business that have employment contracts that work for public companies, but the standard is there's certain standards associated with how long the payout is and things of that nature. But I can tell you, if there's somebody that does something wrong in our company for cause, they ain't getting a severance.
Right.
At all. I mean, there's zero. So I get both sides of it, but I'm just thinking out loud here for a second about some of the public policy associated with that, because what we don't want to do is put superintendents in a bad spot and not be able to get the best and the brightest, being able to go into these districts. Representative Van Dever?
Yeah, and not to, I'm not trying to beat up on anyone here, but just as a point of clarification, does your bill include heads of charter schools?
No, it doesn't have anything to do with charter schools.
Okay, so it does put this limit on superintendents, but not superintendents of charter schools.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Dr. Allen?
Don't superintendents sign contracts when they go to a district?
Yes.
So in a court of law, if this, when those contracts are binding, right? So whatever they decide together with the board, it's with the board before they come, is binding in a court of law.
Right.
Which makes it very difficult for school boards to then turn around and violate that contract.
Well, this would make it to where they're only able to give a 1-year salary if they resign, so that would be in their contract. So it wouldn't have them violating anything.
Okay. Then the other side of that coin is for when we get ready to attract capable superintendents.
And here, what was that?
When we want to attract superintendents to come to Texas, if you can no longer negotiate a contract under those conditions that you stipulate there, that's going to make it real hard for us to attract people into the state of Texas, because they can go somewhere else and negotiate a salary.
Right, but this is only if they resign. So normally when people are coming to take a new position, then they want to stay in that position. So this isn't the case where they're going to leave. This is actually gives superintendents and the school districts more capability to keep superintendents, rather than for a superintendent to bounce around to different districts, taking hundreds of thousands of dollars with them.
Okay. Representative Sanford.
Thank you. My first understanding of your bill is a little different than when I read the analysis. So, and when I read the analysis, it sounds like Dr. Allen would actually prefer your approach over the current approach. If I understand it, the current approach is that the Foundation School Program funds would be withheld if the termination amount exceeds a year. Is that correct?
That's correct.
That's current law. Okay, under your law, or your recommendation is that if there's a you just couldn't do a termination clause longer than you couldn't do a payout longer than a year,
right?
Worth of your salary. So there would never be a clawback,
right,
from the commissioner in that case.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
So the purpose, may I?
Yes, ma'am.
So the purpose of the bill, your purpose for the bill is to hold superintendents in place, or?
The purpose of the bill is to keep the taxpayer money that's supposed to go to the schools with the schools, and not to go in parachutes to superintendents that are leaving their job.
Okay.
I think you're dealing with, I'm not going to name the district, I think you're dealing with a very specific individual that happened. Please don't name it. I'm familiar with it. And there was an issue related to the superintendent, and I think they paid him 2 or 3 years' salary to go away. So I think that's what you're talking about. And it was a lot of money. They did want him to go away. That's right. That's right. So I'm just saying there's the contract issue we got to deal with. So we'll get there. So okay. Anybody else have any questions for her? How many bills have you laid out so far?
This is bill number 2.
How'd the first one go?
It went well.
Okay. How do you think this one's going?
It's a little bit more intense.
Okay. Welcome to the Public Education Committee. You're doing fine.
Okay, thank you.
You're doing fine. You do have a couple witnesses, and we'll give you the right to close. Neil Adams, attorney, Texas Association of School Administrators, testifying against the bill.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chairman, members of the committee, my name is Neil Adams. I'm with the law firm of Adams, Keith, and Lofton. Adams, Lynch, and Lofton, I'm sorry, an old partner, Floridian slip. PC located in Grapevine, Texas. I and my law firm since 1987 have been general counsel for the Texas Association of School Administrators. And next month, that'll be 32 years. So of representing the association and its legal matters, as well as the school superintendent of the state. I served as a member of the Board of Trustees of the Hurst-Euless-Bedford School District from 1979 to 1986. 4 of those years I served as school board president. 2 of those years I was a member of the Board of Trustees of the Texas Association of School Boards. I'm here today as general counsel of TAS, representing the superintendents and administrators of the state of Texas. I'm also joined by the Texas Urban Council superintendents to speak in opposition to House Bill 880. For 32 years, my law firm has represented the school superintendents and those who aspire to be superintendents. And in that 32 years, I've averaged about 200 superintendents a year that my firm represents in negotiating contracts and various other aspects of their employment, whether it be appraisals, issues related to SBEC complaints, those kind of things. There are, I believe, several unintended consequences that will significantly impact the relationship between the superintendent, the Board of Trustees, and the district if this bill passes. By limiting severance pay to only 1 year, House Bill 880 effectively creates a 1-year contract for superintendents, even though Section 11201B of the Texas Education Code provides for up to 5 years, just like any other professional employee. The impact of superintendents effectively having only a 1-year contract will limit hiring pools, specifically and especially in school districts that are struggling academically, financially, or having governance issues. Why would an individual want to become a superintendent in one of those districts and have to experience the cost of moving their family to that district with no assurances other than a 1-year contract? Experience tells us that school districts which have significant turnover in leadership of the school district, the superintendency, and our board members struggle to be successful. If House Bill 880 were passed, you would be asking an individual to become the leader of one of the most complex organizations in a community,
when you consider its primary purpose, of course, is to educate children in the community, but at the same time to effectively run a big business with only the assurance of a one-year contract. By effectively providing superintendents one-year contracts, you would negatively impact the balance of authority between superintendent's statutory, policy, and contractual obligations and the Board of Trustees' authority as policymakers. In my almost 32 years of representing superintendents in the state of Texas, I can assure you that my law firm has never represented a superintendent who's received severance pay and was in the process of being terminated for good cause. Instead, many severance packages are being developed only when there is a turnover on the board and the majority of the new board, without good cause, wants to terminate the superintendent and have a change in leadership. I can assure you that in virtually every case, superintendents of this state want to fulfill the terms of their contract and remain in their current district. It's not the superintendents who want to be paid severance to make a move. It's the majority of the board who want to pay severance to the superintendent to get someone else they desire in a leadership role. Why should the superintendents of the state of Texas be penalized and not be given an opportunity to fulfill the terms of their contract when they have done nothing wrong?
Mr. Adams, I'm going to stop you there because you went way over your time limit. I can read the last of your paragraph there. I mean, I got it. So,
in fact, the last paragraph addresses one of the questions that I think was raised earlier.
Yeah, I see that. I think that I get it. Your position is that you go from a 5-year potential contract to a 1-year contract by putting that in. However, let me ask you this question. If you were able to, in regular business world, which most of us guys here and gals up here are business people, say I have a 3-year contract. Let's say my company gets bought out and they give me a 12-month severance, right? Because I can't change control, something along those lines. Would you have heartburn about matching what a traditional business type contracts are? I've seen contracts, you can look up SEC filings and things of that nature with traditional contracts. Right. And now if they're just let go for no reason, for no cause, no whatever, then you can change that and stuff like that. But if you're resigning for cause, or you did something, or you're just retiring, I think some of the concern here is that you say, oh, well, I'm just going to retire and I've got 3 years left on my contract, so pay me my 3 years because that's my severance for retiring.
Mr. Chairman, in my experience of 32 years and representing the number of superintendents my firm represents, if somebody's retiring, I'm not familiar with anybody getting severance pay. There have been some things that have been paid at the end of retirement, for instance, accumulated leave, those kind of things that are already earned and many times are addressed in board policy, that if somebody retires and they have those kind of things. But in terms of the private sector and having a 3-year contract, it's going to come back to what that contract says.
Yeah, I think we've seen instances in Texas where people have resigned for a variety of reasons and there have been payouts.
Well, no, I don't think that. No, there's always a variety of reasons. But I in terms of, somebody mentioned earlier, leaving one district to go to another district, if it's the voluntary act of the superintendent is doing that, they're not being paid severance.
Understood.
It's when the board has come to them and says, even though you're doing a good job and there's no cause to terminate you, then we want to change leadership. That's when that contract becomes extraordinarily important. And again, one of the big issues in this state, at least my experience over the last 32 years, is where we've had, and I mentioned this in my statement, where you have turnover in districts, and typically where you got governance issues, it's a consistent governance issues in some of those districts, you've had all kinds of superintendents.
Don't disagree.
And that's a real problem. But but the effect of what you're doing here is, if this bill passes, you're giving superintendents a 1-year contract, and at any time under this bill, the board could decide, hey, I'm going to pay you 1 year and you're gone.
Yeah, I think though there's a way to solve some of the problems that we've seen happen as of late. Okay. And I think there's some real specific examples that are out there.
I don't disagree with that.
They're trying to solve. My suggestion to you is work with the bill author and see if there's a middle ground here somewhere. Just saying no is perhaps not the answer.
I understand that, and we'll certainly look at that and work with her on that and her staff. The one thing is my last statement, which refers to current law, has been that was a stifling effect on the amount of payoffs and severance it pays. when you've got a penalty against the district to their school foundation program for that amount of money that was above that 1 year's salary and benefits. So I think you already got that in place. And I think it has an impact on superintendents being able to stay in the seat because school districts say, hey, I'm not going to pay that.
I think the difference is that it's a penalty to the foundation school program with the exception of that, you've got Chapter 42s that, when you're getting the good percentage or the majority of your money coming from the state anyways, we're writing the check for decisions that the board's making. All I'm saying to you is I think there's a middle ground here somewhere. I think that I want to make sure that board members, to the degree are protected, not board members, superintendents for political purposes would be protected.
Okay.
Where I understand that if a school board changes the dynamics of new board gets elected, the old guys get wiped out or gals get wiped out, the new board comes in, right wing, left wing, doesn't matter. Whatever happens and they say, we don't like Amy Peterson as our superintendent, she's gone, just gone. There's got to be some protections there.
There does.
But at the same time, if you got a situation where there's malfeasance or something happens, and look, I'm telling you, in the district I represent, we've had a couple of issues, and
I understand
that. Those particular board members made a choice to pay the board member to pay the superintendent off, and he shouldn't have been, and it was for more than a 1 year period. So. All I'm saying is, if you can come up with some ideas, concepts, I'd certainly be appreciative of that. And let's not just
Sure. I'd be happy to answer any questions
you
might have.
Okay. Any other questions, members? Representative Ashby.
I have a quick question, Neil. On the last point you were making about the penalty for the school district in terms of funds withheld from the foundation school program. Would that be an amount that is equal to whatever the?
It would be the way the statute and the administrative reg that implements it, the way it reads is that any amount of money above the value of 1 year's salary and benefits will be penalized. For instance, if the salary and the benefits were $100,000 and you paid $101, that $1 would be a penalty. So it's anything above 1 year's salary and benefits now under the current statute.
So there's a pretty good incentive there. I see what you're saying under current law.
Correct. And if you look at those 141 severance pay, the LBB, I'm aware of that study. In fact, I have a copy of it here. Over a 5-year period, there were 141 severance pay. I would dare say there are probably not more than 5 or 6 that were over the 1 year salary and benefits.
So, okay. And I think...
We're not talking about
so you're talking about what Chairman... I mean, I'm not...
out of 23 school districts. It's not a big amount. Yeah,
I'm not aware of any of these instances, but it sounds like maybe
I knew of 2 of them in Harris County.
We have a handful of them.
Yeah.
Recently.
Yeah, I understand.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir.
No.
Appreciate you.
Thank you.
All right, James Quintero, Texas Public Policy Foundation, testifying for the bill.
Mr. Chairman, members, pleasure to be with you. James Quintero, Texas Public Policy Foundation, here to testify in support of HB 880. At the foundation, we have a major concern that the current system allows for a large diversion of public funds that ought to be going to the classroom. And as evidence, I would point to a recent Texas Monitor article that suggests just a small number of Texas school districts, around 24, approved $6 million of severance payments to superintendents from January 2017 to March 2018. That information, I believe, was reinforced by a LBB report published in August 2018 that found from 2013 to 2017, school districts awarded 141 superintendents $18.3 million. So there's a large sum of money that, again, I believe is being diverted away from classroom use. Now, on a case-by-case basis, I think the evidence is even more compelling. We, of course, have the situation that occurred down in Katy ISD, where a superintendent was awarded $750,000 as a severance payment. That was the equivalent of 2 years' worth of salary. In Johnson City ISD in January 2017, the school district, which is only 750 students, awarded its outgoing superintendent $256,000, and his salary at the time was less than $150,000. Now, why that's particularly notable is that the district was contending with $1 million deficit at the time. And then the third example that I found interesting was that in Garland ISD, the superintendent was awarded almost $700,000 as a severance payment, which was well above his $282,000 worth of annual base salary. So I think there are large payments being awarded to superintendents to the detriment of teachers and students. Now, to get to some of the concerns that have been expressed, I do want to mention the fact that California, Idaho, Minnesota, Florida, and even Illinois have instituted good government reforms in this area. Included on the back of your sheet is an excerpt from the Government Severance Payment Act that Illinois just enacted, I believe, last year. And the two things to note about what Illinois did, which, by the way, I don't ever tout Illinois, but they limited the buyout to 20 weeks worth of compensation. So a fairly big disparity between what is proposed in HB 880 and what Illinois did. And then the second thing that they did is they prohibit payouts to local officials who have been fired for misconduct. Also, I think a noteworthy reform.
Yeah.
So with that, I yield my time. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate you taking the time to come here. Is there any questions for Mr. Quintero? I just got to make this note. You know, Gina's just got here. I mean, you've been here, 3 months, 4 months, something like that. I've been here 10 years. I've never had Texas Public Policy Foundation testify for any of my bills. So that's pretty remarkable. In fact, last night I thought a great piece of legislation. The hell, you guys were still on it. So I don't know. You know, she must be doing something right. You sure you're not a Republican? No?
I can assure you she is not.
Oh, okay. We'll see about that. Yeah, go ahead.
Only because you were ticking through, and I think some good examples of superintendents.
Yes, sir.
I read an article about, and you guys had talked about the school district, I believe in one of our first couple of hearings, the La Jolla School District, if you're familiar, the school district that paid out $26.8 million to build a water park and all that other great stuff. Did I read that their superintendent just left and got some sort of...
Yeah.
Yes, and I'm actually a bit ashamed that I didn't mention that example. One of the reasons, though, that I think the public hasn't latched onto that particular issue is because the severance payment was not disclosed, the size. And so, I think there are also some disclosure issues here that could potentially be addressed in a bill. But yes, the superintendent departing La Jolla ISD was awarded a six-figure severance package according to Progress Times. That's correct.
Very good. Thank you, James. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you. Is there anybody else willing to testify on for or against House Bill 880? If not, we will call on Representative Kalani to close on her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wanted to circle back to what was said earlier, that some superintendents are not leaving one superintendent job to go to another one. And we actually had in Houston ISD, our superintendent left and took, I think it was around $700,000 with them to take a job in New York just within the last, 2 years ago, I believe, or less than a year ago. So this does actually happen, and not just with bad activity where they're just actually going to take another superintendent job and a ton of money with them. So with that, I thank you, Mr. Chairman, members, and with that I close.
Okay, we'll see if anybody has any more questions for you. Anybody got any questions? And then we'll let you close. Go ahead and close.
I'm ready to close.
All right, good job. All right, at this time, we're going to leave House Bill 880 pending. This time, the chair calls up House Bill and lays out House Bill 960 and recognizes Representative Howard to explain her bill. I don't know how to change this.
Am I the end?
Hey.
Am I the
Hey,
last?
Chan. Yeah, no, I got more. Can you get
Oh.
to the thing and close this one and open up
sorry.
the... No, we've got more. You're
okay,
just,
all right. Thank
yeah,
you. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. In 2011, Chairman Price passed HB 2038, which was called Natasha's Law, that created guidelines for the creation of in-depth processes to address concussed or potentially concussed student athletes in public schools and open enrollment charters. I was a co-author of that legislation, and I'm especially proud of that because the school districts and students continue to benefit from the guidance that was born from the provisions of that bill. One of the provisions lists out people who can remove a student from participating in an interscholastic athletic activity if that person believes that the student may have sustained a concussion. That list is comprised of coaches, physicians, advanced practice nurses, athletic trainers, neuropsychologists, physician assistants, chiropractors, and parents and legal guardians. All of these individuals either have knowledge about concussions, have regular contact with the student, or both. I think you'll see from the list that I just gave you that there is one category of professionals who are not currently allowed to remove students from play, and that's the school nurse. School nurses have both regular contact with students and general knowledge about concussions, making them well-qualified individuals to assess whether a student should be removed from play. HB 960 would simply add school nurses to the list of people who can remove a concussed or potentially concussed student from participating in athletic activities. And I do want to be clear that this bill does not make it so that school nurses can allow a student to return to play. HB 2038 took a lot of hard work, and Chairman Price was able to satisfy all stakeholders with a painstakingly crafted return to play protocol guidelines, and this was established in his bill. This bill that I'm here with you today, 960, does not make any changes at all to the return to play guidelines. It simply introduces another set of eyes to recognize whether a student is concussed in order to prevent them from potentially injuring themselves further. So I'm happy to answer any questions here. I know that we have a school nurse available here that has been here testifying before. I'm grateful for her staying so long today, and she'll be able to answer any questions. But if you have any for me, I'll answer them and reserve the right to close.
Thank you, Representative Howard. Members, any questions? Representative Sanford.
Representative
Yes.
Howard, thank you for bringing this bill up.
Yes.
Is there anyone more qualified than a school nurse to make this type of decision
Well,
on a school campus?
As a nurse, I would suggest probably not, but you know, I don't want to diss my physician friends here. I'm sure they, but no, absolutely, the school nurse is very qualified to do this, and I would suggest it was probably just an oversight. But thank you for the question.
All right, members, any other questions? All right, Representative Howard will reserve your right to close.
Thank you.
And we'll now take public testimony on HB 960, and we'll start with, and maybe also end with, Lori LaChance. How are you, ma'am?
Good afternoon. As I had said before, my name is Lori LaChance, and I'm the director for the Seton Student Health Services at Austin Independent School District. I read my credentials before, and I am a nationally certified school nurse. I represent the Texas School Nurses Organization and am in support of House Bill 960. I would like to thank this committee for hearing this important issue and allowing me to comment. As a professional school nurse, I understand the significant consequences a concussion can have on a student's health, well-being, and education. My school district has a very detailed concussion protocol, and yet it did not help the middle school student I encountered. This student came to my office the day after he had been hit in the face with a ball during practice, causing him to hit a wall. He said he didn't really remember whether he had told the coach, and when I saw him, he was tearful and complained of being fuzzy and dizzy. He was consequently diagnosed with a concussion. This student encounter highlights what school nurses know about students and concussions. Sometimes the students don't tell the coach or the trainer there has been an injury, or sometimes the symptoms of a concussion don't present until the next day, and students may not link their symptoms to the previous injury. The school nurse has the knowledge and the experience to link the symptoms to the injury, identify the potential concussion, and get the student the proper medical evaluation. By specifically listing the school nurse, this bill adds an extra layer of support for students who experience head injuries. The current definition section for this law does not include school nurses under licensed healthcare professional. School nurses are not only licensed healthcare professionals, but also have the knowledge base to critically evaluate and understand both the medical and educational aspects of a brain injury. I would, including us in this conversation about concussions means fewer students with brain injuries will slip through the cracks, preventing devastating physical, mental, and educational outcomes from affecting anyone's future. Thank you.
Yes, ma'am. I know you ran up against the red light. Is there anything else you really think we need to know? I'll ignore the red for a second. Is there anything else we really need to know to understand your support for the measure?
I think that concussions is very complex, and there aren't necessarily trainers and people present on the campus during mostly practices. I worked in a middle school, and this was a middle school student. And there are a lot of times where we as, I'm older, we have conked our heads a lot and just gone on with it, and so we don't have the experience to know actually brain injury happens anytime you do. And so school nurses are qualified to be able to be that extra set of eyes.
Understand. Thank you very much. Members, any questions? Thank you, ma'am. Is there anyone else wishing to speak for, against, or on HB 960? All right, seeing none, the chair calls upon Representative Howard to close on her bill.
Thank you, members. If you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Otherwise, I'll close.
Members, any questions? Representative Allison.
It says public school. That'll include a charter school.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, any others? All right.
I close.
Thank you, ma'am. At this time, HB 960 will be left pending. We're doing another one first, right? All right. Stay there.
Yeah.
All right. The chair lays out House Bill 961 and offers up a committee substitute for the measure. Is there objection? The chair hears none. And the chair recognizes Representative Howard to explain the measure and the committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. We're just continuing this discussion a bit longer. House Bill 961 is about the concussion oversight team. Let me just move on through. We have the committee substitute is basically changing must to may is all that does. Okay. Like Bill HB 960, which we just discussed, the committee substitute for House Bill 961 is intended to strengthen Chair Price's House Bill 2038 by allowing school nurses to serve on a school district's or open enrollment charter's concussion oversight team if they so choose. The team is in charge of establishing a return to play protocol for concussed students based on peer-reviewed scientific evidence. The team must consist of at least one physician, since statute only allows a concussed student to return to athletic activities if their treating physician has explicitly signed off on the student's return. However, so to the greatest extent practicable, the team must also include at least one of the following: an athletic trainer, advanced practice nurse, neuropsychologist, or physician assistant. While these professionals are definitely equipped to determine a return to play protocol that is medically appropriate because of their respective professional training, school nurses are also qualified to provide helpful input for the concussion oversight team. And obviously, as we just heard, this is largely because nurses are in a unique role that allows them to bridge healthcare and the educational setting. They're clinically trained to provide basic care to students, and they see these students on a daily basis. So the school nurse's medical knowledge and daily interaction with students empowers them to provide a unique and personable perspective for the concussion oversight team. Like 960, this 961 does not make it so that school nurses serving on the concussion oversight team can allow for RNs or APRNs, including themselves, to sign off and authorize a concussed student to return to athletic activities. It's important that I keep saying that this is not anything to suggest that they would do any more than is already allowed. The physician would still be the one that had to sign off on returning. Only a medical professional can do that. So it simply allows the school nurses to serve on the concussion oversight team if that's what they want to do. And I think, let's see here. Oh, it also states that members of the concussion oversight team must complete an approved training course on concussions at least once every 2 years. This requires that training provisions be applied to the school nurses as well. I believe that's basically it here, but again, I'm happy to answer any questions and reserve the right to close.
All right, members, any questions? All right. I would stay there, Representative Howard, because I don't think we have any witnesses. Is there anyone here who wishes to testify on, for, or against House Bill 961? All right, seeing none, the chair withdraws the committee substitute for House Bill 961 and recognizes Representative Howard to close.
Thank you. I appreciate your favorable consideration of what I think was just simple oversight. These are, thank you, a very qualified professional to serve on this team as well. So with that, if you have any other questions, I'll close.
All right, thank you, ma'am. And House Bill 961 we left pending.
All right, we're looking for Rosenthal, Ortega, and Wu.
I'll text him.
Van Deaver just went back there, so. Tell Gary to come back out here. We can lay his bill out, and then we'll get these other people in here. How many people does Gary have on his deal? 1051. He's got 5. Hopefully those offices are listening, and we need Dutton too.
Dutton should be done. They only had 3 witnesses left a minute ago.
Okay.
And I'm going to call Luz first.
I'm texting Wu now.
Oh, you're texting him?
Yeah, let me have that sheet.
Well, I would hit his office too.
Yeah, hopefully Rosenthal and Ortega are paying attention.
I texted Ortega.
Okay. All right, you ready, Gary? The chair lays out House Bill 1051 and offers up a committee substitute for the measure. There's nope. Can I have the gavel, please? Thank you. Is there any objection? Chair has none. So order. Chair recognizes Representative Van Deaver to explain his committee substitute.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 1051 is, we call it the Goodwill Excel Center bill. I don't know how many of you have had an opportunity to visit out there. It was authorized in 2013 as an economic development and workforce development strategy. And it's a multi-generational approach to improving the lives of both adults in the program and their children. One thing we do know, children and parents that do not complete high school are 50% more likely to drop out themselves. So what we're trying to do here, what they're trying to do, is break that chain of dropouts. And what this bill does, 1051, adds to the definition of a student at risk for dropping out, someone who attends an adult high school. It requires the coding of a student as a dropout upon enrollment for anyone over 18 who enrolls in an adult high school, GED program, or dropout recovery school and has not attended high school for 9 months or more before enrolling. It allows a person with GED to attend the school, although priority is given to a student who does not have a GED or a diploma. It requires TEA to consider an expansion amendment submitted by June 30th and to notify the Excel Center by August 31st. It removes the references to pilot in the statute. As I said, it was authorized in 2013, so it's been in place now for about 5 or 6 years. And it moves the funding from for the school from 8.2.1 in the statewide educational program to 8.1.1 in the foundation school program, which provides the school the continuity of funding and the assurance that they are still going to be able to open their doors each year. The committee substitute allows students 18 years old to attend the high school, the adult high school, and it makes the conforming change. It corrects a drafting error. It adds definition of teacher-led instruction and life coach, and it adds a description for instructional model that must be used by a school operating an adult high school, which includes an instructional model that is at least 75% teacher-led. I feel like that's very important. A description of support services that will be offered to students, including free child care, life coaching services, at a ratio not to exceed 100 students to one life coach, student mental health counseling, instructional support services to students with identified disabilities and impairments. And then finally it directs TEA to update the PEAMS system to allow them to electronically submit their PEAMS data. Currently their PEAMS data is hand entered, which is very time consuming and also leads to errors. So with that, I think we have a few witnesses who would like to come and testify. We have the Executive Director, Tracy Berry, and a couple of students, I think, who are going to testify, and maybe a couple of other people. But I would like to reserve the right to close.
Absolutely. Any questions for Representative Van Deaver at this time? All right, thank you. At this time, we'll give you the right to close, and we're going to call on Mary Avila with Goodwill Excel Center and self-testifying for the bill. Thanks. Okay. You have other? Yep. Okay. You got it?
Oops.
You're good.
Hello.
Hi. Just tell us who you are, what your position is on the bill, and who you represent, and then you can tell us all about yourself, okay?
My name is Maria Avila, and I'm testifying on behalf of the Goodwill Excel Center in support of HB 1051. Good afternoon once again. My name is Maria Avila, and I'm so nervous. This is my first time being here, so.
Don't be nervous. It's fine.
Okay.
I don't bite, but he does, so don't worry about it. Okay.
Okay, so I'm 20 years old, and I'm a single mother of a big boy, 11 years old, named Aaron Avila. I feel so blessed to be with y'all. Today, I'm going to talk about my great experience at the great school Goodwill Excel Center. My life was crazy before I decided to go back to school. I used to go out a lot, drink alcohol, and I really didn't care about my education. I was living with my parents at that time in their one-bedroom apartment. Honestly, my life was hard, even though I had a decent job. I was a sales representative at cell phones, but I wasn't making that much money. There were some days that I didn't have any single dollar with me. I tried to get a GED through ACC, but I didn't feel comfortable with the classes, the teachers, or the classmates. So one day, I just decided to leave. I remember that I was driving back home, and I saw this big sign where it said, "Earn your high school diploma for free." And I was like, whoa. So I did a U-turn. I went to the Goodwill store, and I asked for that. They gave me this flyer, and I was so happy to have that on my hands. So when I went to the school, the staff was very helpful and nice. They asked me if I want to enroll to get a GED or a high school diploma. I replied, I would like to get a high school diploma. They said, it's going to take you more time because you must earn all your credits. I said, it's okay, it will be worth it. I was so nervous, excited, and excited at the same time on my first semester. But the teachers, life coaches, and classmates were very nice. The teachers always said yes every time that I need help on any of my assignments, homework, etc. I took 3 years to earn my credits and pass all my tasks, but I did it. I did not drink for all that time. I stopped going out, and I dedicate all my time to my son, work, and school. There were some days that I almost gave up, and I tried to leave the school. But my life coach, Ron Smith, gave me this quote that says, fear has two meanings. 1, forget everything and run. Or 2, face everything and rise. The choice is yours. So I choose the second one, and I stay. After all the fears and tears, thank God the day came. I graduated in June 2018. Now I have a better job. I'm a legal assistant at Sanchez & Farrar Law Office. I would like to become a paralegal. I'm not in college, but I'm working on it. One of my biggest fears was speaking in English because of my accent. Now I feel more confident in speaking in English thanks to the Excel Center teachers who helped me to improve my language to get on my career path. I thank God for every single opportunity that He gives me to become a better person. My parents and siblings are so proud of me. My son told me one day, "Mom, you stopped your high school diploma because of me?" Well, one day I'm gonna finish my high school diploma on time, and I will tell you, thank you, Mom, for all the things that you have done for me. I'm so proud of you. Now I have more time to be with my son and help him to do his homework. We're currently living with my brother and sister-in-law, but I'm working hard to have our own place. Thank you so much for all your help. God bless you all. And I am who I am by the grace of God. Maria Avila.
Thank you so much, Ms. Avila. Thank you for staying with us and waiting with us and
No. Thank
reading
you
your statement.
once again for all the time.
Yeah,
Thank you.
Great.
I think you just passed Gary's bill for him. Members, are there any questions for the witness? All right. Thank you so much for coming.
Thank you
very
once
much.
again.
Thank you.
All right. Next we have
Ines
Quintanilla.
Quintanilla.
Hi there.
Hello.
Hi there.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here. My name is Inés Solis Quintanilla, and I am testifying on behalf of the Goodwill Excel Center in support of HB 1051. Like she said, I'm a little nervous too. This is my first time, but it's a wow moment for me. Before I came to the Goodwill Excel Center, and all through my high school, I suffered with dyslexia. I didn't know that at the time because at the time that I attended school, they really did not do a lot of testing for that. But I tried my hardest to get help through everything. At the time, when I got to high school, it just got really hard for me because sentences moved. And I didn't know what was going on. I thought I was dumb. I thought, this and that. I worked many minimum wage jobs, terrible hours. I had children at a very young age, and I was not able to spend any time with them. I gave up on ever getting a GED because I had such bad experiences with them. But there was a certain person in my life, a man of honor, and that was my brother, Detective Mayor Sean Solis, who served for APD for many years. He was a man who never gave up on me. He was a man who always said, don't ever give up on yourself because you're smarter than what you think. It's just wrong choices you make. And I said, I know. Just this June of 25th, my brother battled cancer. He's actually the reason we enrolled in the Goodwill Excel, because he pursued that we have a dream, and that was to become the first in our family generation to graduate, to go to college, because our family never went to school. They never did. When I dropped out, I regretted it all my life because I desired a diploma, because I had a dream to study criminal justice degree. And one day, as I was shopping at Goodwill, I saw the advertisement, and I was kind of skeptic about it. So I asked the cashier, and I said, "Hey, is that real?" And she said, "Yes, it is." So she gave me a flyer. So I went and called it, and I got all the down, and I said, "Oh God, if this is the answer to my prayer, because I need a diploma to go to college and to pursue my dream, and to prove to myself that I can do all things and make my brother proud." I went, they told me, yes, we have an orientation. So I attended, I registered. From the beginning, I noticed the school was different. The teachers, the counselors, everybody there cared. They treated me with dignity and respect. They showed me that everything was possible. Just believe in yourself and just give them a chance. So I went and I attended. And as I was sitting there, I was like saying, I don't know what it is, but this program, it is a blessing. This program gave me a chance to walk with dignity and receive a diploma. And that's why I said this is a wow moment to look at y'all. Because before, there's no way I would have even came up to the Capitol. Because I thought of myself as ignorant, as not worthy, as of a person who didn't have confidence to speak before such knowledge and wisdom. And now it's like I come and I sit down and yeah, I get a little nervous. But I can easily tell you that when I came here today, I said, Lord, let me meet the person that came up with this idea. Let me shake their hands.
He's right there.
There he is. You want to shake his hand?
I would love to shake your hand.
There we go.
You know what? Because our community deserves more people like this man. Because I truly believe in my God. I truly believe that answers are prayer. Their prayers are answered. Because there was many nights that I laid on my bed, on my knees, saying, God, if you can just let me get that diploma. If you can just let me get that diploma. And for many years, there was no program such as the Goodwill Excel. They gave me that. Yeah. And as I sit before you, I'm a person who got into drugs. I'm a person who, instead of being treated like a dyslexia patient, I was treated as a rebellion child because no one understood me, not even myself. I ended up joining gangs at a very young age. My whole life has been in through juvenile, through TYC, through all this stuff. And my brother was the greatest detective, but he honored his law very to the bone. He would arrest me if he had to. That's how much he honored. And to me, it was like saying, before he passes, I want to show him that I'm going to walk across that stage and get that diploma. My brother passed June 25th, 2017. But he swore to me that as I walked, he was going to be there for me. And I still believe that. But he also told me, you don't just stop at a diploma. You go further than that diploma. And every time you get another, you keep going. And that's why I'm here today. I'm passionate about this program. I wish that it would expand to different cities, like in San Antonio, like in other places, like kids like me, who've been through the juvenile system, who've lived in the streets, who've had to do degrading jobs because there was no other way. But God is good, because I truly believe in angels among us every single day, like this man, like Miss Tracy, like Miss P, like every staff in Excel, because they're there. They're there as friends. They're there as people who care. And for me, that means the world, because a lot of the system has teachers that are just there for a paycheck, and they treat us wrong. But I mean, I just want to thank y'all. I came here, I wrote, but you know,
you did better. You did better than that.
Way. Yeah.
Sometimes it's like I sit here and I really want you to know how I feel, because I'm here before you. I could be the poster child of that thug in the street, but because of his vision and her vision and their belief and their sponsorship, not only myself, my son went to the same program. And last year he graduated. He made me cry because he got to speak. He was the speaker, the special speaker. Oh my God. And now my sister will graduate with me today. And believe it or not, I go and I tell anybody who wants to hear about this program. Because my fear is, what if it goes away?
Well, I think we're trying to do the exact opposite.
No, but that's why I'm here, because I wanted to just...
Thank you. Thank you for coming very much. I think your words say a lot about the good work that Representative Van Dever is trying to do. Members, are there any questions for the witness? Ma'am, thank you so much for coming.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Okay, there's three more witnesses to talk about, and we're not giving you anywhere near that latitude to talk to us about that, because some of you are lobbyists and others, but we're going to call up Tracy Berry, Senior VP Communication, Community Engagement and Education, Goodwill Center of Texas, testifying for the bill. By the way, those two ladies did great.
Yeah,
Tell us who you are and what your position is on the bill and who you work for, please.
Thank you. Chairman, thank you for your time. My name is Tracy Berry. I am the superintendent of the Goodwill Excel Center, and I am testifying for HB 1051. I just want to thank Representative Van Dever for supporting this, and actually for many members who have come to visit our school I really can't say much after my two students spoke. Our first line of our portrait of a graduate is that they affect change for themselves, for their family, and for their community. And I think you just heard that is very true. The most important things that our school is really dedicated to this idea of generational change. We know all the great work that this committee is doing for educational change overall, for traditional kids. The best way we can help that and to really multiply your work you're doing there is to actually help their parents. And so that's what we do, is we give people the opportunity to get their high school diploma, move on to college and to greater jobs. We have all of our students are dropouts. We now have over 30% of our students who are calling themselves college students, and that's a big deal, and that's changing the conversation for their families. And so the important things really for us to continue is the stability that this bill provides. It's allowing for the age 18. We have a lot of students who are part of this. Inez's son actually wants to come. He's 18. And there's a lot of students who are 18 who have dropped out. We want to create that opportunity for them. And the other piece around the GED is important. We actually operate a high school in a women's correctional facility and have a great partnership with TDCJ. There are right now, over 63% of the people who are entering our criminal justice system do not have a GED or high school diploma. And a lot of the people who are released from incarceration only have their GED. And so the idea is that they're coming to us and they want the opportunity, and employers are asking for the high school diploma. And so we want to make it accessible and have them have more opportunities. So that's a really big piece of this. With that, I would just, since they really were the show, and that's why we do what we do. It's not a show, it's our commitment. We spend a lot of money and time on trying to do something because we believe it changes lives, and you just saw why.
Yeah, absolutely.
Thank you for
Members, questions? Tracy, you do a great job. Thank you very much.
Thank
we
you.
appreciate you. Monty Exter, Association of Texas Professional Educators and self-testifying for the bill. You owe me. Monty, I let you go really early yesterday.
I know, right?
You were home watching from home, I'm pretty sure, weren't you?
I know, I stayed almost all the way till the end, but I stayed in your office.
I see. Okay.
Monty Exter testifying in support of this magnificent bill. As is very clear by the previous testifiers, this is a great program. No program is perfect, but this one is just about as close as you can possibly get. They do, in addition to everything right by these students, the way it's set up is also fantastic. They've come in, they've utilized a framework here at the state level to really marry the 501c3 dollars that they are able to leverage at Goodwill in addition with the state dollars they've given, so that they do so much more for the students. This is a program that gives back money into the system as opposed to taking money out of the system. It's also been a really great program in that they've done everything right and they've taken their time to do it. They've really taken the time to develop some very good, stringent standards. And now through this bill, they're trying to make sure that they lock those standards into law so that they can make sure that any program that either expands out of them or comes after them has the same high standards that they strive for. In addition to that, it's a wonderful program because it in no way overlaps with the current public education system. The current public education system in many respects can't even serve the students that they're serving, and in other respects doesn't want or attempt to. So this program has found a niche or a gap that was sorely needing to be filled, and through the work of lawmakers and through the work of great philanthropists has found a way to fill it that serves these students. And so I hope you can do everything in your power to help support this program.
Thank you, Monty. Questions? All right, thank you. Ted DeLisi, Board Chair, Excel Center, testifying for the bill.
Thank you, Chairman. My name is Ted DeLisi. I'm testifying in favor of House Bill 1051 in my capacity as Chairman of the Board of the Excel Center. Specifically, Representative Van Dever, I want to thank you for your authorship and leadership in helping the only adult charter school in the state. I'm here today in an entirely only volunteer capacity. 6 years ago, my colleagues and I came to realization we were almost tired of polishing kind of bad resumes, old resumes that didn't have the minimum skills to enter the workforce and succeed. It's from those conversations years ago that we saw the need for an adult charter school. We dedicated ourselves to creating new resumes and determined the only way to do that was to find those who had fallen through the cracks of the educational system, people who'd been kicked out of school, people who'd been dropped out of school. And we learned hard lessons the last 5 years. Our schools open from 8 a.m. until 10 p.m. We've learned how to educate someone who in some cases has been out of the classroom for more than a decade. It's not easy to get them back in and get them regimented. Our teachers and our life coaches have made remarkable achievements. Already over 516 graduates. Our most recent graduating class, 70% women. Many have dropped out of school because they were single mothers. We even had last year we had a father and son walk across the stage together. If you're looking for the most 2 hours, the most inspiring moments of my entire year, I encourage you to join us at the Excel Center graduation. There's usually not a dry eye in the entire place. And there's probably no more inspiring moment than watching the face of a child who is watching their mother or father walk across the stage to gain their high school diploma. You already know that there's 3.6 million Texans without a high school degree. The average age at the Excel Center is 29 years old. And incredibly, there's actually a poster at the front part of our school that shows how many languages people say hello in. And there's over a dozen languages that have been spoken in the charter school. It truly does kind of show the diversity of Central Texas in a way that's particularly unique. My colleagues on the Goodwill Board are incredibly committed to the charter school and have already committed over $4 million of Goodwill's money to make this facility the best that it can be. You've already heard stories 10 times more inspiring than I can ever hear from Mary and others. This bill provides the administrative changes we need to help serve this community and more. Representative Van Deaver, thank you for your leadership on this. And I close. Is there any questions that you might have for me? Right.
All right.
Chairman, thank you.
Thank you, Ted. Hold on. Any questions for Ted? I don't think so. I think you're pretty good on this one.
Great.
So thank you, my friend. Appreciate it. All right. Is there anybody else willing to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1051? This time, the chair will withdraw the substitute for House Bill 1051, and the chair will now recognize Representative Van Deaver to close on his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Representative King, I wish you had been in a little earlier. Monty Extra was in favor of my bill.
We've had some crazy stuff happen today. We had Texas Public Policy Foundation on somebody's bill. What the heck is going on here?
Bound to be a good bill. I do want to point out that the cost of the program is about $10,000 per student, but as you can see, it is not really an expense, it's an investment. It's an investment in lives. And I would also note that the state's only paying 59% of that. 41% is actually picked up by Goodwill of Central Texas. So it's a great return. You saw the product. Who can argue that? I will note that the bill has a fiscal note for the biennium of $2,431,000. Most of that is in growth, I think, and then some of it is related to the teams. We do have a rider in the budget for it.
I assumed you would, sitting in on appropriations and
we just happen to have
just happen to have one filed, huh?
Yes. So we do have that covered. But again, sometimes we carry bills because we need to. Sometimes we carry them because we have to. This bill kind of carries me. And with that, I close.
All right. At this time, we will leave House Bill 1051 pending. At this time, the chair lays out House Bill 1132 and recognizes Representative Ortega to explain her bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman and members. Thank you for allowing me the opportunity to lay out House Bill 1132. In 2018, the El Paso City Council decided to move their elections from May to November, leaving the El Paso Independent School District as the only political subdivision in the area who holds May elections. While EPISD previously shared all of the associated costs with the city of El Paso, they are now fully responsible for reimbursing the county for the cost of their school board elections. It will cost EPISD almost $100,000 to hold their May election this year. EPISD has also expressed concerns about decreasing participation in their election if they are the only races on the ballot. House Bill 1132 is permissive and addresses this problem by temporarily adding language to Chapter 41 of the Election Code to allow school districts who hold their school board elections to hold their school board elections on a date other than November to move them to the November uniform election date. The change in the statute expires January 1st, 2025, allowing interested school districts 5 years to move their election date. Allowing school districts to move their election date to November will not only decrease the cost to the school districts, but will also ensure maximum voter participation. Again, I thank the committee for allowing me to bring this bill forward, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. I don't think I had one for you. I'm going to have one for TEA here in a second because I'm a little confused on this one. So, but you're not going to have any witnesses. So you just hang tight in that chair because I don't think you're going to have any witnesses. But Vaughn, can you come up here and visit for 1 second, please?
I will move over.
Excuse me, Vaughn Byer, General Counsel, TEA, obviously neutral on the bill.
Yes, sir. So help me with this for a second. I was, and maybe I'm just a little confused, but I recall we had a position where, I'm dating myself, but this is a long time ago on school board where we had to make a selection. We were contiguous with a small city or something like that where we could stay in May, but we could go either way. We could go May, we could go November, but it had to be based upon if they were holding an election. If they didn't have a May cycle, meaning we couldn't just do it by ourselves. I mean, we had to be contiguous to that, but we could pick either one of this. So we can't still do that?
So in the section of the code that the representative is changing, excuse me, subsection A of it, which you don't have in the bill, but which is in the statute, had authorized the governing body of a political subdivision, which would be the school district, that holds its general election for officers on a date other than the November uniform election date, may not later than December 31st, 2016, change that date to the general election for the November uniform election date. And I believe that is what the representative had referenced earlier, that they had missed the boat. And
can I respond to that?
Yeah, sure.
Well, at the time, the city was also holding their election, so the cost was a lot less to them. And now that the city has decided to hold their elections in November, there is no other entity holding an election at that time, and so the cost has really increased, and that's why I mentioned that it was like around close to 100,000. So they want to now move it to be able to hold it in November with all of the other entities and to keep down the cost.
So they've kept their election in May, no matter what, and so they can't just go to the November. We have to statutorily change. That seems like the most ridiculous thing I've ever heard.
Yes, okay. That's the way the law is currently.
Okay. So why are you putting an expiration date on it then?
Because apparently in the past, that's kind of been the history, that they allow it only for a certain period of time. And I guess we could amend the bill, but that's the way it's been done. So we just kind of...
Well, let me ask him why. Why do we do that?
So you are well beyond my expertise. This is a law that applies to governing bodies of political subdivisions, not just school districts. So we're in the election code. I can't give you the reference for that, but
there's not a excuse me, Chairman, but there's not a requirement that it's done that way. There's not a requirement that there's a sunset or a temporal length of this thing, right?
No, I think just whenever this was passed, they had a time certain, and
take it out. Okay.
But this could be something that we could talk with the Secretary of State's office to determine whether there is.
Would you help her with that, please?
Of course.
Thank you.
So, and I wouldn't have any problems amending it, doing a substitution, and not putting a time limit.
Seems like an easy fix.
Yeah.
So
all right.
if we're going to do it, let's just fix it.
Thank you.
Representative.
Mr. Chairman, if I could make a suggestion, I have spent a little time this session over on the Elections Committee with a bill or two, and I would just say if we're going to do this, I mean, it makes sense to me. I pull it out, but we might want to check with Chairwoman Click over there.
Yeah, of course.
To make sure that
Well,
there's not something there we're not seeing.
Yeah, of course, that is certainly not my expertise either, I can tell you that, but it seems if we're gonna change this specifically related to school boards, school elections, which you're trying to do, I'd encourage you to make sure that she's, this is gonna run through here, I just don't wanna screw up something else, but if we're going to do it, why don't we just fix it?
Okay, I will go ahead and
Doesn't seem like
speak to
there's
her.
any rationale or reason why we should just sunset it, in my opinion.
All right, thank you.
Okay. Hang tight. Does anybody else have any questions? All right, let's see if anybody wants to talk about your bill. Is there anybody willing to testify on House Bill 1132? On, for, against House Bill 1132? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed. We will call on Representative Ortega to close on her bill.
Thank you. I would just ask for your favorable consideration, and I will check with others to see if I should file a substitution. Thank
All
you.
right. Thank you very much. And you close, right?
I close.
Thank you very much. House Bill 1132 will be left pending at this time. Gina, what's your bill? 2074? Stand by. Yep, there we go. Chair now lays out House Bill 2074 and offers up a committee substitute for the measure. Is there objection? Chair hears none. Chair recognizes Representative Wu to explain the measure.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members. I know we're going to add some extra funding to for school counselors. This bill basically just says that school counselors should not be involved in disciplinary measures. That's it. We don't want we don't want school counselors who are supposed to be therapists and having a special trust with students to be in a disciplinary role and lose that trust that they've built up over time. So essentially, this says, don't have them monitor the lunchroom, don't have them monitor detention. We did a committee substitute. The committee substitute adds in the stuff that we actually do, the types of disciplinary related items that school counselors would need to do, such as be in a review committee, such as work with students who are in work in a DAP and other type of things where they would actually have a very positive role. We just want to make sure that counselors are kept out of situations where they would lose the trust of the students that they are there to counsel. That's it. And I think our committee substitute takes care of a lot of the concerns that some school districts had.
Okay. Well,
happy to take any questions.
I don't have any at this time. Okay. We'll give you the right to close. You do have a witness that's signed up at this point. Nancy Malloy Clemmer, Texas Counseling Association itself, testifying for the bill. Hello.
Hi, how are y'all?
Doing fine, thank you.
Anybody have dog food?
I do not. I have
Just
peanuts.
kidding.
I have
I'm
pizza in the
kidding.
back. We'd be more than happy to. We got water if
I'm teasing you.
he or she needs some. No,
I'm
we're
teasing
I'm
you.
happy. Yeah, we got candy peanuts. I bet you like those.
Right.
Tell us who you are, your position, who you're with, and your position
Yes.
on the bill, please.
My name is Nancy Malloy Clemmer. I am with Texas Counseling Association and with the Texas School Counseling Association. I am here in support of House Bill 2074. In reference to school counselors providing disciplinary actions, it is actually crucial that we are not involved in any of those types of things due to the fact that we do have the students' well-being at the heart of our relationship. In addition to that, we are an advocate for the student at all times. I do personally happen to know of several school counselors in the state that are relied upon to become the disciplinary person, especially if the principal is not available or off campus and there is not an assistant principal there to take care of an incident or a student. And so that's kind of a crucial piece that it does ruin our relationship with our students. And especially if we're talking about students that are a continual disciplinary problem. Additionally, the amendment, I believe, talks about certified school counselors counseling students that are in an alternative education program. This is crucial as well because students need to have their social and academic needs met with a school counselor that knows what they're going to be facing when they get back to their campus. As they transition back to their campus, their home campus, from their alternative education program, it is important that their home campus school counselor be part of that planning as they come back so they can actually be successful into their reentry. Thank you for your time, and that's really all I have to testify about.
Thank you very much, Nancy. I appreciate that.
Of course.
I don't think we have anybody from any of the associations or school associations. Maybe they signed up. I'm not seeing anybody that's wanting to talk to us. So I've got some association for school board guys and stuff like that. So love to get their perspective on this as we go forward. So maybe somebody from TASB can come talk to us about this. I hear what you're saying. I just get a little concerned about the one thing that you just said. Hey, the principal's off site. Maybe it's a money thing, and the AP's not there, and so you're kind of like the next person in charge. And we're like, so then what? We gotta, it's just that's more sounds like a very one-off type of a problem. I just get concerned about when we start mandating those kind of things. So we got to kind of work through some of those things.
Sure.
And maybe it's not, and I'll talk to the author about this. I'm not sure if he's got it written as a shall or a may or we shouldn't or, there's got to be it's got to be a little flexibility that we provide to schools. I'm not suggesting that we shouldn't. We candidly, myself personally, I know Representative King, Bernal, all sat through the commission. I mean, we know we're at 50% of where we need to be on counselors. I mean, we get that. And so, we're going to work through that as we go forward. So I think conceptually I agree. I'm just trying to figure out how do we make it work, right? So.
May I?
Of course.
Thank you. At any given time on any given campus, usually there's at least one person that is a teacher that is either in an alternative certification program for their administrative certificate. That could be a possibility.
Okay. Maybe, right?
Yeah, sure.
But we got to figure out something.
Of course, just an option.
We hear a lot, and Representative Wu knows this. He's been in front of our committee many times, and we get a lot of bills that come in front of our committee that mandate certain things that we do, and so but we also have this philosophy of local control, and so there's always this push and pull that we have within this committee to try to figure out best policy. So. But that's what we do.
All right. Well, thank you very much for your time.
Oh, you're welcome.
Appreciate
Thank
it.
you for being here. Thank you for hanging with us all day.
Of course.
Okay. What's your puppy's name?
Cameo.
Cameo. Very, very well behaved.
Yes. Thank you.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay. Is there anybody else that is willing or wants to testify on House Bill 2074? Seeing none. Public testimony is now closed. And at this time, the chair withdraws the committee's substitute for House Bill 2074 and recognizes Representative Wu to close on his bill.
Thank you. The bill itself says that they can't be required to do it as part of their job, but I think if there was an emergency and that's what they chose to do, chose to take care of a matter, I think that's fine. I think you can always find a teacher to take care of it, like emergency, if you need to break up a fight or something. I don't think the bill envisions that they can't go break up a fight and hold kids back. What it really is for is we don't want the counselors to be in a situation where it says, I'm writing you up and I'm writing you up and I'm writing you up.
I get it.
And the committee substitute was already a version that we worked out with the people, I think, from school districts and school boards.
You have some, while they did not testify, Representative, you do have some folks here that I think, like I said, I'd like the TASB.
They dropped the card against it, or?
It did.
Okay.
Yeah,
Well, they can come talk to us. We're happy
I'd
to
like
talk to
for you to talk to them. I think there's, I get it. I think
they haven't come talk to us, so.
especially in the school safety bill, the mental health bill, the awareness bills, and things of that nature,
Yeah.
we're really trying to professionalize the counselors and
Right.
create that bond and create that opportunity to do that, and social workers and things. So I'm agreeable
Yeah.
with where you're at. I'm just thinking about how restrictive yours is, and compliance that goes with it and everything else. So if I get the TASB guys, and I saw one of them earlier today, but see some school people laying around here, I'm sure they'll get the message to come talk to you. So.
And I think the way we have it drafted is pretty loose. It's not a shall. It's just like, hey, don't require them to do it, but if they want to do it, that's up to them.
Fair enough.
So that's about it.
All right.
Thank you.
You close?
I'm close.
Thank you.
All right, no question.
At this time, House Bill 2074 will be left pending. I've got Rosenthal and then you. Okay, Mr. Dutton? That's okay.
Sure.
Thanks, Gene.
Well, we didn't do that purposely, Mr. Rosenthal. I'm making you wait all day, but once again, welcome to the Public Education Committee. The chair lays out House Bill 1276 and recognizes Representative Rosenthal to explain his bill. How many bills have you laid out, sir?
This will be number 2.
How'd the first one go?
First one went pretty well.
All right.
Hopefully this will go even better.
We'll see.
So thank you so much. I know you guys have been working long hours. I really appreciate this opportunity, Mr. Chairman and committee members. Right now, Texas allows public schools to provide exemptions for teacher certifications. So while the exemption is not intended to be for teachers that teach the core, the foundation curriculum, the broad language of the law opens up exemptions for core classes. So even though studies find that experienced teachers who are certified in their area of instruction have a positive correlation with student achievement, not only is there a positive association with the student achievement, but positively affects students in other areas like attendance as well. So this House Bill 1276 would ensure that a student who is in 1st through 6th grade is not assigned to a teacher for 2 years in a row who has both less than 1 year of experience and also lacks the appropriate certificate. The bill would only apply to larger districts that have at least 5,000 students enrolled. House Bill 1276 does not prohibit the assignment of teachers who teach outside the core curriculum, nor will it apply to first-year transfers. So it also allows for a parent or guardian to work with school administrators or counselors if they agree there's otherwise beneficial teaching assignments. So it's not prohibitive. Also, we're working with a group on a committee substitute that would clarify the language in the Section 2 of the bill by amending it so that it specifies the bill only applies to teachers in core curriculum classes, rather than the way it's written now, which carves out teachers who do not teach the core curriculum. So it's just a little bit more direct that way. House Bill 1276 is a step to ensure that our students have best chance at effective learning. So again, thank you for your time. I know you've been working long hours. I want to be brief, and I reserve the right to close.
Thank you, sir.
If y'all have any
You
questions.
questions, members? I was just looking this back. I was just talking to Chairman Dutton about this. This was Representative Giddings' bill, right?
Yes, sir.
We passed it out of this committee, I'm pretty sure, right?
Yes, sir. I believe it was passed unanimously by this committee last session.
That's right.
And what are you changing that's different? What are you trying to do different?
There's no substantive change. We had a group concerned that the language wasn't clear enough, so instead of...
Which group?
It was TCTA. Instead of carving out the teachers for the core curriculum, so instead of saying everybody except that, it just directly says this only applies to core curriculum teachers. So it's
well, okay. I'd like to see that language before we do anything. So
okay, that should be available.
And I don't mind, if the bill is exactly what we did last session, I think we can live with it. I think we had worked, I think I remember Ms. Giddings working on this and making changes. I'm not really interested in making a lot more changes on that. We'd love to talk to, I'd love to have Paige or Lonnie come talk to us about that. I see they have signed on, but I don't see them actually here in the room to testify, so. We'll go from there on that, and you do have a witness. Is there any other questions for Mr. Rosenthal? All right, we'll give you the right to close.
Thank you so much.
Patty Quincy, Texas Legislative Council, Texas American Federation of Teachers, testifying for the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, committee members. Patty Quincy with Texas AFT, and we are here in very strong support of this bill by Mr. Rosenthal, and we thank he and his staff for working on it. As you heard, there's ample studies to show that teacher certification and appropriately assigned teachers who are certified make a significant difference, especially in the early grades. And when a student has a certified teacher 2 years in a row, there's a significantly greater growth per year. And we think that this also addresses an issue that Representative Dutton raised yesterday about the feeder pattern that goes into Kashmir. We think that this is something that would address those issues where there's that chronic misassignment or even uncertified teachers in certain bill patterns. So we're very pleased to see that. And of course, we support best teachers for every child, and we think this bill helps us get there. Thank you. Any questions?
Make sure I understand this. Last session when we did this, it was 2 years, and you couldn't have it for more than 2 years in a row. So meaning going into your third year, that's what it was, right?
Correct.
Okay. We should just do it 1 year. Right? You know, I'm interested in your thoughts on you know, we're pumping all this new money into you know, comp ed, and there's very large urban districts that are doing very well under the new plan with the and early education, and we're thinking maybe about the reading allotment, some of these other issues, right? Why wouldn't we say it's only, you can't have it for more than 1 year?
Well, because the research shows that having them for multiple years makes the significant difference. To have a certified teacher for more than just 1 year, that there's a significantly higher growth per year.
I'm going the other direction with you.
Sorry.
I'm pushing it the other way.
Okay.
I'm saying, if we want better results and expectations, and we're putting $6 billion into the system, why wouldn't we say that we expect the school districts to spend that on getting qualified teachers into the classroom?
We would certainly support that.
I like it.
May I make one statement?
Yes, Dr. Allen.
Just something to look out for. When you can't find a certified teacher, what you do is you put a substitute in.
Mm-hmm.
And sometimes you'll have a substitute all year long. That's the other side of that coin.
Yeah.
Okay?
Gotcha. I think that's why the bill kind of only applies to the larger districts, but I see your point that even in the larger districts you might find that, especially in the shortage areas.
That's all I know is
it does provide for waivers too in the event that there are some extraneous circumstances.
Okay. Sure. Anybody else? Mr. King?
That's the larger districts. The smaller districts actually have the shortage problem as far as finding particular EOC type teachers that are in the highly qualified realm. A lot of times we have nearly all alt-cert teachers because of the recruitment issue we've got. So this is not simply a large urban issue.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, sir. I'm sorry, Mr. Sanford.
That's okay. Yeah, a couple things. Was curious, this obviously is great practice and policy. Why is it best at the state level and not at the district level?
Well, the state has control of the funds that are provided to the schools to hire these teachers, and I think that for the state to acknowledge this and the importance of this, I think will be reflected in the budget. And I think that schools really would appreciate the state making this, putting this in law, because it shows not only the respect for educators, but the respect for the entire system, that we do need properly certified and qualified people in place. And it's something that I think is much more in the control of the state that does provide the resources for teachers. And really the problem with the shortage areas, I think, is the inability of districts to pay people enough to attract them. So I think part of the discussion should be the amount of resources that we're discussing, providing in new money for schools, because that will definitely address this issue.
So the teachers would appreciate it, the administrators may chafe at it?
They might, but I think if they were given the appropriate resources to attract people with stipends to the smaller areas or areas that people might not otherwise, rural areas where people might not otherwise be engaged to move to, if there was a stipend or something to attract the teacher to that area, I think that would make a significant difference.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Chairman Dutton has a question.
Yeah, I don't mean to make this more difficult, but should it say that certified teachers ought to be teaching in their area of certification?
Yes, that's what it means in here by appropriately certified.
Okay,
so it's the properly assigned people, because that's another problem is we can have, instead of, sometimes there aren't substitutes, but just people who are inappropriately assigned who are certified but not in that specific subject area.
The math teacher is certified in social studies.
Yeah, and that's a shortage area: math, STEM, bilingual, and special ed. So those are going to be the most problematic areas. And
but the language you're saying in the bill, when it says appropriately certified, that's what it's intended for.
Yes.
Okay. Be certified. Let me ask you a question.
Yes.
All the teacher groups per se that I would suggest, when and I don't want to screw up his bill, but when we talked about school finance and things of that nature, not even seeing the language, all said we don't want third grade bonus money for reading allotment, thing of that nature, right? Not even seeing the language. You said, nope, don't want it because it's going to be starved, this and that and the other. Well, why wouldn't we find something like this and say, we can incentivize the school districts to have certified professional master level reading teachers in third grade or something like that. So just follow where I'm going with this for my train of thought for a second. And if they all become at that designated level, these are the best of the best, right? I mean, we're going to spend money on these people. We're going to put the money and the resources, which in theory would produce good outcomes and get our kids reading and things of that nature. We're going to give them the money to pay them more and whatever else goes with it. Would you be A, agreeable to that, and B, what would be the measurement or the metrics that we would measure to make sure that that's taken care of?
I had a conversation yesterday with a 30-year veteran teacher, and I asked him that specific question. How do you know who the best teacher is on campus? Because he said, we know. Yeah. He said, the principal knows. Yeah. The only problem is the principal doesn't have the resources to be able to pull that person and assign them somewhere else, or the superintendent to pull them out and put them in another district. Well, so just giving the districts that flexibility, I think, would...
I'm not sure that's exactly the question that I asked. The question I asked was that if I think about third grade reading, because again, we pulled that provision out of the bill, we took the money out of the bill. Dr. Allen yelled at me already, said we can't do that, we got to figure out a way to put it back in. So I'm thinking out loud, why wouldn't we do that? And here's the issue that concerns me is that when we think about those kids and where it's going, and again, this is all tied together on certified teachers and things of that nature, right? We have schools that are failing all over the state, including Mr. Dutton's district in Houston, my district, and other places, because we don't have the best and brightest teachers working in those campuses. But more importantly, we think about third grade reading and say, geez, if we were going to put this money into the classroom, where's the place to put it? It's in third grade reading. But we got to have some metrics, meaning I just don't want to say every third grade teacher is getting X amount of dollars more to go in there. There's got to be something in there. Wouldn't your association group be supportive of something like that?
Yes, and I think that the teacher themselves and the grades that the teacher gives in the classroom is a proper metric to see how well a teacher is doing. And the teacher's observations that are also done at the local level is also a great way to see how they instruct firsthand. Again, the STAR is not validated to be reliable for measuring third grade or college readiness or any number of things that it's used for. And you actually passed a great bill to require that, and it still hasn't been properly done at TEA. So it really gives us a lot of anxiety to think of it being used for all these different measures that it's never been deemed to be appropriate for.
What if a stipend or some sort of program was created for teachers themselves to apply and get the money themselves? I mean, it's not issued by the district or anything else. They just decide, you know what, I want to become a great teacher. I'm going to be certified math. I'm going to go work. I'm going to go volunteer to work in the school and everything else. Outside of the district, I have my regular teacher certification, and they're willing to go through whatever it takes to get paid that extra money. Would you guys support an individual teacher that says, I'm going to go do this on my own? I don't need the teacher groups. It's a scholarship. Right, there you go. Scholarship. I don't need the teacher groups. You guys don't want to support that.
No, we would. That's a financial incentive for a teacher to go to wherever they want to in public school.
Whatever metrics it would be created, meaning they might say, and I know you hate STAR and all these other things, but they're willing to say, put me in, coach. I'm willing to be judged by whatever measure you want, but I'm going to go do this because it's the right thing to do and become a certified teacher in the district.
Again, if it's the measure is a STAR that's not valid and not reliable.
No. I didn't. No. I'm not asking what you
Okay,
say.
if it's
I'm
another
just saying,
measure.
I'm just saying if it's the teachers want to do it.
Yes,
they
in
just want
fact,
to make the choice themselves.
In fact, that reflects kind of a local system right here in Austin ISD, where they do have differentiated pay, and it was designed locally here by the district, by the teachers. So yes, that is something we would support.
I'm just brainstorming.
No, that's okay. Could you
It's late.
get us?
I know
or-
everybody wants to go home. I'm sorry.
But could you get us maybe whatever documents that Austin uses
Yes.
to explain how that works?
Certainly do that.
Because I know that yesterday someone talked about credentialing, and that was a way maybe to a measure of quality, not the same measure, but a measure.
Right.
And they talked about micro-credentialing, sort of working their way up. Yes, Chairman.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Bell. I apologize.
The only thing I'd like to add is, just like a stipend, masters gets a stipend.
Sure.
For the district, and so you had that kind of certification, certainly a teacher could have stipend and be local, up to local district. One of the things that we were talking about, and I just wanted to make sure, I had a constituent bring this up. I think the maximum time a teacher that's retired, that can be a sub is 20 days. And then they have to change the job. I mean, so in other words, is that correct? And so if we've got this issue, like Chairman Dutton's talking about, maybe that's something we ought to look at, whether or not that makes sense to continue that process.
Yeah, there's that old retire, rehire provision that went into effect that you can't work a certain amount of days within a certain period of time because it impacts retirement and all that. It's the most ridiculous thing, and I don't get it. We might be able to go through and fix that as well. So there's a lot of.
The other side of that coin is you can only work 20 days. Well, you got to flip the teacher out and you leave the kids.
Right.
You build a
That's right.
relationship with the kids. And you can have, what we have now is a long-term substitute, where they may stay all year with the kids. So, which is a better than switching out the teacher in the middle of semester, middle of a month, middle of a year, right before testing. So 20 days just kind of makes that difference.
That sounds like a great thing for you to work on, Mr. Bell. Come back and report back to us. Yeah. Once you get your staff to see what you think that looks like and come back and talk to us about it. Yeah, be great. Okay. All right. Sorry, Patty.
Thank you, sir.
We're opining up here.
Appreciate it.
All
Thank
right.
you.
Go home. See you later. Yeah, we just wanted to hang out with you. So, yeah. All right. Is there anybody else wish to testify on, for, or against House Bill 1276? Seeing none, public testimony is now closed, and we will call on Representative Rosenthal to briefly close on his bill.
Thank you again. Thank you again, Mr. Chair and committee. Thanks again for hearing me. I'll be very brief. I think it's a good idea and a good bill, and I hope y'all will see it favorably. The committee substitute has an informal draft was emailed to your clerk earlier today. So, so you can review that language.
Okay.
Okay? Any more questions?
No, sir.
Thank you all so much.
And you close?
I close.
Thank you very much. At this time, House Bill 1276 will be left pending. Okay, at this time, the chair lays out House Bill 808 and offers up a committee substitute for the measure. Is there any objection? Chair hears none. Substitute is adopted. Chair now recognizes Chairman Dutton to explain his bill.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Members, you know that school districts and campuses are evaluated based upon 3 domains or indicators of achievement. In the 3rd domain, we evaluate the progress of students. We've identified them listed based on their race in total, whether it's African American students or Hispanic students. And what House Bill 808 does is simply divides that into by gender: African American male students, African American female students, Hispanic male students, and Hispanic female students, and that's all it does. But it gives us an opportunity to take a look at what each of these genders are doing. One of the things I found out in doing the research on this bill, I was a little shocked because I found out that in Texas, African American males, now this came from a study that indicated that graduation rates of African American males was down in the 60%. And at one time it had been closer to 50%. And it just shocked me because I couldn't figure out why we'd never done anything about that particular problem. And then I realized we've never shined the light on it. And that's why it never happens. And so what House Bill 808 does in the committee substitute is simply shines a light on it so that we'll know where we are, and the next step will be for us to collectively do something about it. I've always said in this committee, and I've been on here, I don't know how many, a long time, education improvement reforms I've been through, but we always reformed education by raising the ceiling. And what I'm suggesting is we can now raise the floor. And this is one way to do it, to get the light shined on it. And I'll be happy to answer any questions. I think I may have one witness, Mr. Chairman.
No, everybody signed up. You
Nobody.
had some witnesses, but it doesn't look like anybody signed up at this. I'm going to ask, though. But does anybody have questions at this time for him? Can I ask a couple clarifying questions? So down here at the analysis, the bill only applies to districts with at least 1,000 African-American males. Right. And only the performance of the African-American males can be considered a person valuing the performance of such a school district or such a district's campus.
That was in the original bill, Ms.
Okay, so we're changing that now. So you changed it to just be a breakdown and part of the accountability system.
That's correct.
So instead of saying to a school district, okay, you can only judge the African American males as part of your rating.
Right.
You're now segregating and putting it in the closing the gaps field, so that instead of them instead of them getting buried with everybody else down here, we're pulling that apart.
That's exactly what we're doing.
I like that.
We know exactly how far we have to go.
Right. To do what we need to do.
Okay.
Yeah.
I dig it.
Anybody?
All right, does any members have any questions? Okay. Is there anybody that would like to testify on, for, or against House Bill 808? I do not see anybody that's raising their hand. At this time, public testimony will be closed for House Bill 808, and I think I gotta get your sub. I gotta do this the right way, so I'll screw this up.
Yeah, and I close, Mr.
Hold on. So at this time, the chair withdraws the committee substitute for House Bill 808, and the chair recognizes Chairman Dutton to close on his bill.
I close, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. House Bill 808 will be left pending. Okay. I think, he thinks we are done.
Yay! Last night we had the HISD testimony.
Yes, ma'am.
Didn't get it passed. I got one.
Yes.
We had it today to pass out.
Yeah.
And you sent it out?
We sent it out electronically, ma'am. Yes, ma'am. Yeah, we saw that. So we understand that. Okay, just a couple housekeeping items. I don't believe we are going to meet. We'll meet on Tuesday. We'll get back to normal. I think I'm just trying to meet on Tuesdays. We'll see how busy we get up. We're looking at the bills. Yeah, the new normal. Yeah, the new normal. We'll try to meet on Tuesday again. I'm thinking we'll probably, depending on, we have to look at the amount of bills before we make a decision. I'm just going to ask y'all, depending on what happens, to get going, maybe to get done earlier. Would you be all right starting at 8 o'clock in the morning, or what's your premise on that? So maybe we could knock some of that stuff out, right? Are you done with appropriations now for the most part? Getting pretty close. Okay. I think we roll a little bit, but we get through a lot more. Unfortunately, I think our workload, the amount of bills that's coming in, is greater than what we had last year. We're going through and figuring out what's going on. Andrea and Amy are sitting in the back and about to kill me based on that. So we'll take it. Oh, there she is. Isn't that wonderful? See, I shouldn't leave me unsupervised.
Yeah. Are you okay with 8 a.m.?
Yeah, I think we're going to do that. So, okay. And then next week, we're going through the bill list. There are some bills that maybe some of you may have. I'd like you to make sure you poll the committee members. And committee members, I'd like you to make sure that you're actually for the bill versus telling people that you're for the bill. Because I had some people come up on the floor today that were not members of this committee, but members not on this committee, saying that they were good, everybody was good with the bill, and then when I went and asked some of the members if they were, they're like, yeah, I really don't, that's not what I meant, So I need you to help me with that, in the sense that if you really don't like it, you just need to be honest with that person, or at least tell me.
Not just be good with the alternate.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. And so, but we plan on voting some stuff out. We'll vote stuff out at the beginning, or we'll vote stuff out sometime on that Tuesday. And then we have sent everything that has been voted out to calendars at this particular time. So I would encourage you, if your bill does not get set this week, is make sure you start working the calendars committee. I think the calendars committee is working a little bit different. They're working actually as a committee this time and going through, which is good. I mean that in a positive way with Chairman Price of where they're going through and how they're doing it. So, okay. Any other questions or anything else we need to consider at this time? Okay, at this time, the Committee on Public Education stands adjourned, subject to call the chair.